Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to our conference today. So as a host of the conference, the chairman, Huang Xiong, will be delivering the welcome speech. So now let's welcome Chairman Huang.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this important international conference on political economy, global order, and world development. After 18 months of preparation and planning, we eventually put together 7 great panels. 5 years ago, we organized an even bigger international conference on a post-Western centuries world with world-class speakers at the same venue. Jointly with the Fairwind Foundation, Harvard's Fairmont Center, NUS East Asia Institute, LCE's Ideas, and the NTU's Fuho Center for East Asia Democratic Studies. Today, with the effort collectively made by our steering committee, we now present to you an intellectual feast where we bring together leading scholars from around the world to share insights and ideas and to engage in rigorous and thoughtful debate on these present issues. We will explore the role of institutions, policy, and strategy in shaping the economic and political dynamics of the global order. We will examine the impact of global trade, finance, and investment on the development of different regions and countries. And we will analyze the complex interactions between domestic policy, social justice, economic growth, and the environment. By doing so, we hope to deepen our understanding of the complex and the dynamic forces that are shaping the world we live in. Our collective insights and ideas will help to inform policy and practice and contribute to a more sustainable and equitable global future. TSE is a young institution with the ambitious goal of merging other world-renowned academic institutions, such as LCE. Particularly, TSE's aim to foster a similar environment where a range of important schools of thought can engage in constructive dialogue in a rigorous debate, thereby promoting intellectual growth through the exchange of diverse perspectives. Our aspiration is that by fostering such an environment, TSE will be well positioned to confront the critical challenge facing human society in the 21st century and actively contribute to their resolution. Today's conference is our first gift to the world since the creation of TSE less than 2 years ago. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all, our partners and the speakers, for their support in making this conference possible. And of course, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today. I look forward to a stimulating and productive discussion over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Huang, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our first panel, the unraveling of political foundation of the neoliberal economic order, social and technological impacts. The two panelists are Professor Dani Rodrik from Harvard University and Professor William Easterly from New York University. Professor Ping Wang from Washington University in St. Louis will chair the panel. Now, let's welcome Professor Wang.
Okay, welcome to the first panel. I'm very happy to chair, this wonderful panel with two great economists. Of course, without Chairman Huang's devotion and countless effort, we wouldn't have, this conference, organized. Next page, please. Okay, so this panel will feature, two great economists. The first one, Dani Rodrik, who is the full foundation professor at GFK. His research has covered a wide spectrum, including international trade, growth and development, and also political economy. If you count his work citation, 150,000. Okay. Most people will feel, great already, to have, 5,000, but, like 150,000. Just to put in a good way of comparison, his total citation is similar to Nobel laureate Bob Lucas, okay, which is great. I like many of his work and use his work for my syllabus, graduate and undergraduate. His book on one economics, but many research pieces. That's a very good public policy book. He has big contribution to distributive politics, a lot of government issues, democracy issues, and one of the later framework not as well cited, but I really like it, is one on manufactured hollowing. Okay, so this is kind of big in the political circle right now. So I will finish the introduction of both professors, and then we'll have Dani go first and do Q&A, and then finally come to Bill's talk. So Bill is at NYU. He's the co-director of NYU Development Research Institute. He has tons of work in economic growth, economic development, and also political economy. With 85,000 citation, his big citation count is similar to another Nobel laureate, Ed Priska, which is big honor, of course. I use his 2001 book all the time for my undergrads and the MA classes. He's the so-called Mr. Poverty or Mr. Foreign Aid, telling us a lot about, African economy, for example, and the value of war loans and the foreign aid, U.S. aid, for example. And he also had a beautiful paper on commercial imperialism. Okay, so I'm done with my quick introduction here. So I will call for Dani to give the first talk, who is going to be virtual.
Okay, I assume you can see my slide. For me, that is the case. I didn't hear me, and you can see slide, so I'm just going to continue. I'm very happy to join you for this conference. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you in person. Just so happens that in today and tomorrow, and that made the travel to Taipei impossible. Also, thanks very much to Professor Ping Wang for those very generous introductory comments. I'm going to be talking in my remarks about a kind of our movement out of the hyper-globalization world. And I think it's fair to say that we are indeed in the midst of a transition in terms of our narratives about our global order. And I want to emphasize the importance of this, because every market order, whether it is national, but of course, even more so, the international one, is really underpinned by the stories that we tell ourselves about what is it that governments need to do, and how is it that different pieces of the economy and different nations are supposed to relate to each other. And I say that the international or the global narrative is more important than the domestic narrative, because domestically we have rule enforcers. We have a government that actually enforces the rules, and so there's the power to enforce the existing rules and regulations. Whereas an international order, because it lacks a global enforcer, and global institutions are by their very nature weak, have no enforcement power, any global order actually is self-enforced. And part of that self-enforcement is the kinds of stories that policymakers and others tell themselves about, how it is that they're supposed to act. So these narratives both help create rules when they are written down in the forms of trade agreements or rules with regard to financial regulation or with regard to capital flows. But more importantly, when those rules are not explicit, they are actually internalized in the behavior of the government. So, and I can, illustrate this by sort of very briefly going through the history of different types of global economic orders, or if you will, different types of globalizations that we have experienced, going back to the first era of globalization in the modern period, which is the gold standard. And there was a particular narrative about the economy in the gold standard during the gold standard, which was that sort of the market order was essentially a self-adjusting, self-equilibrating economic system, that the less the governments did to intervene in that system, the better it was. And therefore, this market order was best supported by free capital movement, free trade, fixed exchange rate vis-a-vis gold, and essentially placing macroeconomic policy on automatic pilots to help this automatic adjustment mechanism work itself out. This was an order that, of Britain or major continental powers on the gold standard behaved according to these rules. It wasn't that a third party was actually making them do so. It was because these rules of good behavior were internalized in the actual understanding of governments in terms of how they should operate. Now, of course, there was some element of third-party enforcement when you had some countries in the periphery that would, violate some of the rules by, let's say, trying to default on their debt and violating creditors' rights according to these. And then, of course, the center powers would send their gunboats and enforce the rules on the weaker countries under the gold standard. the Bretton Woods narrative, the kind of global economic order that was shaped immediately after the Second World War and lasted something like 3 or 4 decades before globalization took over, had a very different narrative, and part of that of the gold standard, because the gold standard of resurgence during the interwar period, and it became incapable of sustaining itself because the demands of this automatic adjustment mechanism were perceived to be too costly from the perspective of domestic employment. As countries became much more democratic, where government policymaking became much more responsive to domestic electorates and domestic stakeholders, it became impossible to pin economic policy on this sort of automatic pilot. And the Bretton Woods narrative, and here Keynes, of course, played a very important role because of the lessons that he had taken from the failure of the gold standard and Britain had been forced off gold in 1931. And in the Bretton Woods narrative, we have that in fact the state has to play a very key role, both in terms of overall macroeconomic management, of course, sort of the Keynesian macroeconomic counter-cyclical policies, but also in terms of an erection of social insurance and a welfare state. And the government also had a role to play in restructuring the economy. In the language of sort of international relations scholars, the Bretton Woods era was an era of what they call embedded liberalism. So the understanding of the relationship between the national economy and the world economy was explicitly that the world economy was in the service of domestic economic and social objectives, such as full employment and the build of equitable societies and social to autonomy and higher, a very different one than under the gold standard. Now, the hyper-globalization era, and this is the reason that I call the system of globalization, I give it a different name after the 1990s, is because we do move to a kind of a different narrative, a different understanding. And this was the hyper-globalization narrative is one that entailed much deeper economic integration through much more expansive trade agreements, which WTO taking the lead, and sort of with sort of the financial globalization and the removal of capital controls becoming the norm. And I think if there was sort of the kind of story on what was happening in this area, was something that the economic gains from this freeing up of trade and investment was going to essentially create all kinds of gains. It would lift all boats, if not immediately, eventually. But it would also have significant political benefits, that this would be a process that would sort of strengthen democracy and it would blunt conflict. So the political international relations equivalent of the side of this narrative, what international relations scholars call liberal internationalism. So in many ways, actually, this narrative, the hyper-globalization narrative, harked back to the gold standard to the extent that governments were increasingly running their domestic economies, putting the priorities of international economic integration ahead of other objectives. So it wasn't the case that governments did not deny the importance of other objectives, such as social equity or environmental or national security goals. And of course, as democracies, at least in the West, governments had to respond to these objectives. But the general technocratic story, again, part of the narrative, that these other goals could be met independently with other policy instruments, and that these policy instruments need not sort of interfere with trade or capital mobility. And this is underwritten by sort of the very standard textbook models of economics, where you could always sort of make a separation between reaping the gains from trade on the one hand, and then other policies and social objectives, whether it was the environment or domestic regulations or domestic equity and so forth. So, I think, sort of the nice thing about this is that have your cake and eat it too. And if for whatever reason, the outcomes on some of these other fronts ended up being not as good as was predicted, you could always turn back against the critics of hyperglobalization and say the problem was not deep economic integration, but the absence of, I believe I'm having some difficulty with the
Professor Rodrik, we can hear you very clearly.
You can hear me.
Yeah,
I can you see my slides?
Yeah, you can continue your presentation.
Okay. So one issue was with regard to economic growth, where there's always been sort of two different perspectives on economic growth and how foreign trade and foreign investment relates to growth. One is perspective that says you need to open up your economy so that you need to reap the gains from trade. That, of course, if you want to associate it with the kind of the Adam Smith, David Ricardo of economics, there's a contending developmentalist view which goes back to this, which sort of says that you need to occasionally shelter your industries and develop your economy and productively. And I think historically countries that have done the best are those that have judiciously managed these two stories that are somewhat intentional. Of course, Taiwan is a good example of that, going back to its phenomenal growth experience since the late 1950s. China, of course, which is the greatest example of growth and poverty reduction in the post-90 period. It's interesting that even though its growth experience took place under hyperglobalization, China played the globalization game not by hyperglobalization rules, but by Bretton Woods rules, because the kind of policies using, whether it was the extensive industrial policies, the sheltering of many of its industries, the extensive state ownership, extensive industrial policies, the management of the exchange rate, the management of capital flows, were all the sort of things that you were no longer supposed to do under hyperglobalization, but you were free to do under Bretton Woods. Whereas the countries that in the developing world that adhered very sort of wholeheartedly to the hyperglobalist narrative by essentially saying our growth strategy will be globalization. We'll just open our trade, we'll welcome foreign investment, we'll open up our capital account, did not do as well. And I think here Mexico is a particularly sorry case, because it is a case of a country that did very, very poorly after the late 1980s, despite having significant advantages in terms of being just south of the U.S. and having ready access to U.S. Sort of North American supply chain. So there was one country that could have gained a lot from that. It would have been Mexico. Yet it has had really a dismal growth and experience since the late 1980s. So one issue was that that the story didn't quite work out actually for growth, and the countries that did well were those that some of the key tenets of this narrative. There were issues in the advanced countries, in particular, with regard to equity, and just as trade theory predicted, there were very stark distributional consequences of extreme openness to trade. And this affected both certain declining regions as well as sort of the low educated segment of workers. And the kind of compensation that was supposed to happen didn't really happen for a variety of political economy reasons. There was a broader tension with sort of political accountability. that the more governments behaved with a kind of a frame of mind that they would prioritize international economic integration, the less responsive they were, in fact, to their own electorate. And that created a popular sense of a loss of control and elite unresponsiveness. And I think there's nothing better illustrates this than some of the statements in the late 1990s or in the early 2000s. And here I give a couple of quotes. One of them is from Tony Blair in the early 2000s when he was confronted by protesters who wanted to debate globalization, or he basically retorted and said, what is this about wanting to debate globalization? You might as well debate whether autumn follows summer. Around the same time, Bill Clinton would sort of describe globalization as a force of nature, like wind and water. So what's common in this is, thinking of globalization as a kind of, physical metaphors that are things that these are, completely out of our hand. There's nothing that we can do about it, in response to domestic claimants saying that, basically we don't like some of these outcomes. The response was that, so we can't really do anything about it. It's like, a physical force that, and I think that sense of helplessness and loss of control is ultimately at the root of some of the backlash and the rise of right-wing authoritarian populism in many of these countries. And those links, I think, have been actually empirically demonstrated. There was, also, of course, also sort of the national security imperative as China rose and became to increasingly pose a kind of a threat to the dominance of the United States economically and technologically. And I think that the sort of hyper-globalization narrative that basically China would become democratic and therefore sort of would ultimately look more like the West than the United States. Obviously, that did not pan out. So the question is really sort of where do we go from here? I'm trying to move page. I'm not sure if it is moving on your screen.
It is.
It is?
It is.
Okay, so let me see. Okay, so you should be seeing the slide as where do we go from here? I hope you see that. So the question is what will replace the hyperglobalization narrative? So I think there are basically two paths that I see. So one path entails going to a kind of a version of the Bretton Woods understanding. Although, of course, the specific policies would be very different than under Bretton Woods. I'm not talking about fixed exchange rates or not even necessarily sort of widespread capital controls and or going back to GATT, but essentially a kind of a resuscitation of the Bretton Woods understanding of the relationship between the national economy and the global economy, and a kind of a reassertion of national autonomy as governments engaged in economic, social, and environmental agendas to make up for some of the blind spots or some of the weaknesses of the hyper-globalist era. So I think is partly sort of already, you can see that is going on in the United States in a major way, to some extent in Europe as well, with President Biden's economic, social, and climate agenda, very much putting sort of these domestic priorities, even when they might conflict with some international rules. For example, the extensive use of Buy American provisions in the IRA. So some, Europe is doing this too, although somewhat, in a subtler kind of a way, with its sort of the tariffs on carbon-intensive products in order to maintain high carbon prices internally within the EU. I think it's going to entail also a lot of different roles for businesses that will be asked to pay much greater heed to social solidarity, and political elites that have to respond to a much greater extent to domestic stakeholders and prioritize them over footloose investors and professionals. So part of this is really a kind of reassertion of these sovereign priorities in economic, social, and climate areas that potentially might conflict with some of the requirements of sort of free trade and free capital mobility. I think that is going to result in a kind of a thinner model of globalization, a thinner model of integration, but I think has the potentially the upside that this could be a more sustainable model of globalization. That it would be based on an understanding that different countries, in particular China, has a very different model of the economy, and that it's not going to converge to a Western market model, and therefore the best that we can really achieve is achieve some kind of peaceful economic coexistence. You maintain your model, we maintain our model, we make sure that the interface is such that we have as little adverse spillover on each other as possible. So under that model, countries would have the right to protect their own standards and regulations and tax regimes, but not necessarily to impose it on others. And I think sort of similarly in international finance, one might see much greater use to prudential measures that might border on capital controls, a system where, in fact, there are different regulatory models in finance, rather than trying to harmonize them through international agreements. Significantly, of course, much greater national security carve-outs within justifiable limits. There's a term that National Security Advisor in the US, Jake Sullivan, uses, which is kind of small yard, high fence. This is a quote, which I like. The idea is that where we're putting the high fences is going to be a small yard. Those areas where there are real national security concerns, but we're not going to extend them to the rest of the economy. Now, whether in practice this really describes US policies with respect to, let's say, advanced semiconductors, the export controls, whether that's really a small yard or not, I think it's debatable. But in principle, at least, I think that's sort of it's something that makes sense. I think, if you worry that sort of going back to some of the Bretton Woods understanding of the relationship between domestic and the international might actually be, leading the world economy down the wrong path, I think we should go back and revisit, in fact, how successful the Bretton Woods regime was in terms of promoting international trade and long-term investment. This just simply, compares the growth of world trade and world GDP on the two periods, the Bretton Woods and the hyper-globalization. You can see that actually world trade expanded more rapidly under the Bretton Woods era in the earlier decades than subsequently. So I think in some way that, this, I think, would be a kind of a return to what I would call the true spirit of Bretton Woods. And there's a quote from Christine Lagarde that I like to actually turn on its head. Christine Lagarde said, Bretton Woods launched a new era of global economic cooperation in which countries help themselves by helping each other. So I think the actual spirit of the Bretton Woods was quite the opposite of that the success of the Bretton Woods regime, and indeed possibly any future global regime, rested on the idea that countries help each other by helping themselves. In other words, when countries pursue policies that produce equitable economies, cohesive societies, they're more likely to be open to expanding international trade and investment, thereby helping their trade partners. So, so I'm not therefore terribly worried about many of the elements of the current policy regime in Europe and the United States that looks like sort of a return to protectionism. But there is the second path that I want to mention very briefly, because I've already taken too much time, where really that if countries and major powers in particular become obsessed with geopolitical competition, in particular the US-China geopolitical competition heats up to the point where we move into what I might call a hyper-realist narrative where everything is about zero-sum geopolitical competition, then that's a world in which, in fact, we could have neither a lot of peace nor much prosperity, because I think that's a kind of a world where the existing levels of economic interdependence will be increasingly weaponized by all sides, and this would lead to not just decoupling and a significant regionalization of trade and investment, but a world in which other countries would constantly be asked to take sides, and this would be a very fragmented world, which could potentially have very adverse consequences. So this is my last slide, and I think ultimately this is where we are today. That is where these two narratives or these two paths overlap. We are seeing significant and possibly lasting changes in policy, trade policies that are generally more protectionist, industrial policies that support advanced manufacturing, green policies that favor domestic producers, because these are changes that are seen as serving the interests of both the domestic and the geopolitical narratives. And I think the question is what happens when there is a tension between those two narratives, when they're in conflict. I fear that geopolitics might get the upper hand, but I hope that is not right, because I think that is not going to be a very positive development. So with that, let me just stop here. I'm sorry for that glitch in the internet that meant I had to leave you for a while.
Thanks, Dani. So we'll have about 15 minutes for Q&A. So if you want to ask a question, raise your hand and please use microphone. Yi.
Yes. Hi, Professor Dani Rodrik. So I wonder, what's your view about Latin America's, prospect or potential for development, given the current, shift in global order or whatever that is called. I think Latin American countries, you mentioned Mexico, and there's also a lot of other countries. They seems have possessed a lot of potential, but have not been developed as well as perhaps they should be. But what's your take on their future? Thank you.
Well, I think Latin American countries, to some extent, will be the beneficiaries of sort of national security considerations and the emphasis on resilience of supply chains and so forth in the U.S. that I think they might benefit from some of the relocation of industry. But I think most Latin America is really past the stage where it would be possible to reindustrialize. So I think those countries have to find different economic growth models that will be much more based on services, mostly domestic services. And I think that's going to require very different types of policies going forward for developing countries very broadly. So the kind of model that we know has done very well in the past, the export-oriented industrialization model, of which, of course, Taiwan is a great example. that model is really run out of steam for low and middle income countries for a variety of reasons. And therefore, and we don't really know what's going to take its place. On top, there is a kind of, the challenge of the green transition. So there's a lot of restructuring that needs to take place. And so I think the major strategy that I see going forward for low and middle income countries is going to be one that's sort of focused on building what I would call middle class societies. That is one that emphasizes good jobs, one that is much more focused on small and medium-sized enterprises rather than export champions, one that has to redouble on the traditional sort of fundamentals of development, which is investment in good institutions, good governance, and education, and health, so as to build sort of middle-class societies that can in turn provide adequate demand for the kinds of services that small and medium-sized enterprises pursue. So I see it as going to be sort of a much less export-dependent model of growth, and that's it's a very hard transition because there aren't many good examples of achieving this, and so I think. But it's a kind of a conundrum in development policy that we haven't quite figured out yet.
Thanks.
Yusan.
Thank you, Professor Rodrik, for providing two very interesting scenarios for what this world may be moving into. The first scenario that you talked more about is probably going back to Bretton Woods. I'm wondering probably your understanding of Bretton Woods may be a little bit too romantic, in the sense that the period of time when Bretton Woods governed the international political economy happened to coincide with the Cold War. So Bretton Woods not only stipulates about the interactions among states that are under the influence of the West or the United States after World War II, that period of time also witnessed the lack of international interactions between the communist bloc and the capitalist bloc, so to speak, between the major protagonists, the United States, West on the one hand, Soviet Union, China, and other communist countries on the other hand. So going back to Bretton Woods, could it be possible that we are actually moving back to the Bretton Woods, not just in the sense of thinner globalization, but rather going back to Bretton Woods by accepting its both components. On the one hand, we have thinner globalization. On the other hand, we have this very realist zero-sum relationship between the major antagonists in the world. So Bretton Woods may have two components, at least the Cold War, that coincided with Bretton Woods. So going back to the Bretton Woods may suggest going back to Cold War 2.0, where you have thinner globalization as well as very zero-sum realist competition between the major antagonists in the world. Thank you.
Yes, that's a great question, and you're absolutely right that the geopolitical landscape during Bretton Woods was one of a Cold War, but the Cold War was being played out among actors in a way that was somewhat different than the world economy was playing out, because the level of economic interdependence between the communist countries and the West was relatively limited. And so, the Bretton Woods rules for the world economy didn't really impinge that much on that sort of relationship. Neither did sort of the Cold War competition, the geopolitical competition between, communist countries and the West, spill over, that much onto sort of, the GATT or the workings of the IMF. Today, however, if you want to project that forward, it would be much more disastrous, right? That's why I distinguish those two paths, the geopolitical paths versus the sort of the Bretton Woods, sort of path, because going forward, there's, the economic interdependence between China and the United States or the West is orders of magnitude greater than anything that existed during the Cold War era. So those, it's impossible to have simultaneously zero-sum competition and geopolitical sort of motives running the show and having a moderately open world economy at the same time going forward. So that's, I think, is where we face a kind of a choice. And I'd like to believe that we do not go into a Cold War 2.0, because that will also have very significant effects for the world economy in a way that did not happen under the Bretton Woods era.
Thank you. My name is Amitav, Acharya. I am one of the organizers of this meeting and teach at American University as well as the Taipei School. So the three main stages of globalization that you outlined, so starting with the gold standard, Bretton Woods, hyperglobalization, and now then you're sketching something that comes after it. But all the three what happened at the height of Western dominance. So including the global standard, Bretton Woods, certainly institutionally, and hyperglobalization may have other actors, but still was dictated by the West. So if we try to look at some of the broader changes in world order, where the relative power and influence of the West is declining, not ending, but declining relatively, could we think of a different type of globalization that might not fit into maybe either of those possibilities that you outlined? For example, globalization could be led more by non-Western actors like China or India. It could be more regionalized. Regionalization actually becomes even more salient, but it's not going to be closed 19th century regionalism, but kind of more inter-regionalism, a little more open regionalism. Driven more by South-South trade or investment. Certainly in investment, some of that is happening. And institutions that are not IMF or World Bank, but regional or plurilateral institutions like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Asian Monetary Fund, which has recently been revived by the Malaysian Prime Minister. So I'm thinking about a post-Western globalization. I'm sure some of the elements you have outlined will be there. But on the other hand, the key difference will be the key actors will not be the West, but maybe the rest. So I'd like your comment on that.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think it's almost inevitable that if we construct the kind of, what we're, if you will, Bretton Woods 2.0, it's going to be a much more multipolar, it's going to be for a world where power is much more diverse, and there's much greater polarity. Not only China, but a lot of middle income countries are going to play a much bigger role. So it's not going to be as much a kind of a US dominated kind of a system. So I'm absolutely, I mean, so that will have all kinds of implications for the centrality of institutions like the IMF or the OECD versus regional institutions or others that might be led by China. So I think that's a critical difference, and you're absolutely right. and so that's why, maybe I should be careful when I describe the sort of my preferred path going forward. I refer to this as a kind of going back to the spirit of Bretton Woods, in the sense that countries were fairly free to do whatever they wanted, including forming their own regional alliances. And so that's, I think, the key thing, and sort of the mindset that that domestic priorities, took the front seat. But I think, of course, in so many different respects, the landscape is going to be very different, including the fact of multipolarity.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we'll close up, this first half and continue to move to the second speaker. Thanks, Dani.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bill?
I'm going to talk to you about the rise and non-fall of neoliberalism. So an unheralded dimension of pro-market reforms, or neoliberalism. I have to confess, by the way, I don't really like the word neoliberalism, so I'm going to use the more neutral term pro-market reforms. Or Washington consensus is another sort of pejorative term that I'm taking as equivalent to pro-market reforms. So an unheralded dimension of the pro-market reforms, and the most important accomplishment of pro-market reforms in developing countries, was really the elimination of extreme anti-market policy outcomes, such as inflation being greater than 40%. These reforms away from extreme policies were largely not reversed, despite the alleged death of neoliberalism. So this is the non-fall of neoliberalism. And a possible reason for this is that elimination of the most extreme anti-market policies was accompanied by the recovery of economic growth. So let me go over sort of the key dates in the launch of pro-market reforms. In 1979, the World Bank invented structural adjustment lending. In 1980 and 79, Reagan and Thatcher were winning elections and increasing the US and UK support for market reforms. But the conventional narrative that it was Reagan and Thatcher that did the shift is a little bit exaggerated, because the World Bank had already invented structural adjustment lending at the time they were elected. And that was a reaction to the perception that the most extreme anti-market policies in developing countries, the World Bank thought, had failed and something more was needed. A few years later, John Williamson coined the term Washington consensus, again, a synonym for pro-market reforms. In 1996, another milestone was the advent of the highly indebted poor countries debt relief initiative that was conditional on pro-market reforms, which gave additional impetus to market reforms. Early on, there was a lot of doubts about how reform was doing. So Dani in 2006 on the Washington Consensus had noted that the growth had been below expectations in Latin America, and that success stories in sub-Saharan Africa were few and far between. And I have to confess, around the same time I was writing, I asked you to excuse me on the horrible habit of self-citation by just being honest that I was also doubtful about economic reforms at this time. So I wrote an article called Stagnation in Spite of Policy Reform from 1980 to 98, and referring to structural adjustment loans, the loans that were, the growth that wasn't. Paul Krugman even earlier had noted that the real economic performance of countries that had recently adopted Washington Consensus policies was distinctly disappointing. Now, of course, all of us know that correlations or lack of correlations between growth and reform don't prove anything about the causal effect of reforms or the absence of causal effect of reforms. But it really does seem to be the case, as these quotes illustrate, that the correlation of growth and reform does have a strong effect on the beliefs of both policymakers and those who are commenting on the policy debates about the growth effects of reform. And then the next slide has a series of funerals. The Washington Consensus has not produced its desired results. Dani said, nobody really believes in the Washington Consensus anymore. The debate now is not whether the Washington Consensus is dead or alive, but over what will replace it. And then in 2016, Joe Stiglitz came along and celebrated another funeral for the patient that had already died in 2006. The funeral was held once again by Joe. Neoliberalism is dead in both developing and developed countries. And then Naidu, Rodrik, and Zucman more recently gave a not super flattering view of neoliberalism as market fundamentalism, market fetishism. It's not the consistent application of modern economics, but it's primitive, simplistic perversion. So let's look at how reform actually affected the incidence of especially extreme policy outcomes on inflation, trade, and regulation. So here's a graph on the prevalence of high inflation outcomes in the world, the share of the world's countries with high inflation, where high inflation is defined either between 20 and 40% in the blue share of the world's countries, or above 40% in the orange share of the world's countries. So what we see is these high inflation outcomes were surprisingly common. It was certainly not rare in the periods of the 80s and early 90s when the reform was taking place. In fact, it had a lot to do with the motivation of these reforms, was this reaction to these sort of extreme outcomes. And then there was this dramatic drop in the incidence of high inflation outcomes in the late 90s. And that drop may be despite whatever is going on in the most recent year, so far that drop has never been reversed. There was a severe drop in the incidence of high inflation outcomes that was never reversed. So in that sense, there is a non-fall of neoliberalism. It's even more striking in Latin America, where as of around 1990, the peak year of Latin American inflation, remarkably, 80% of Latin America's countries had high inflation outcomes defined as in these two ranges. And then again, there was this dramatic drop at the end of the 90s that was never subsequently reversed, and that the high inflation outcomes largely went away, became much more of a rarity than the common occurrence. The same thing was going on in sub-Saharan Africa with exchange rate policy. There was a lot of documented examples of how real exchange rates were severely out of whack, in the sense that currencies were dramatically overvalued by very artificially controlled and punitive exchange rates, which made exporting very unprofitable. And then subsequently, there was a real depreciation of the exchange rate, which is shown in this graph, from sort of an era of real exchange rate equal to 200, where 2022 is an index equal to 100. So there was a real overvaluation on the order of 100% that was subsequently erased in sub-Saharan Africa through exchange rate reforms and devaluations. This also was a major move in favor of pro-market, pro-free trade policies that was never subsequently reversed. So once again, the non-fall of neoliberalism. And then another source of data we can look at on these indicators is a set of indicators from a publication called Economic Freedom in the World, which is put together by a pro-market group. They have these indices called sound money, freedom to trade, and regulation, where sound money is based on some objective indicators of money growth and inflation. Freedom to trade includes measures of tariffs, non-tariff barriers, black market exchange rate premiums, capital controls, and regulation includes measures of interest rate controls that create negative real interest rates, heavy state ownership of banks, labor market regulations, and the amount of red tape for starting a business. And what we're going to see once again is that these reforms did happen on these indicators. And once again, they started from a very extreme anti-market base. So here's the picture in sub-Saharan Africa. And these indices go on a 1 to 10 scale. So 1 is the most anti-market level or most anti-economic freedom level of these indicators. 10 would be sort of perfect free markets or perfect free trade. So certainly the economic reform process did not get to anything like perfect markets or perfect free trade. What did happen most, as seen in the orange line for the freedom to trade internationally, is that starting from extreme restrictions on trade in Africa, there was a very large movement away from that. So from an indicator of about 3.5 on a 1 to 10 scale to an indicator of about 6 in sub-Saharan Africa. So again, a long way from being perfect free trade, but moving a lot away from a very severely restrictive anti-free trade extreme is what happened in Africa. And then similarly in Latin America, there was also a movement away from fairly extreme anti-free trade position to something, again, far short of free trade, but a much greater level of freedom to trade and much fewer restrictions on markets. And then again in Eastern Europe, and what's striking about this is you can see, of course, Eastern Europe also had a huge change in regulation as it went from centrally planned to market economies. What's striking is the level of the trade restriction in Eastern Europe, as shown in the orange line, was actually pretty, the extreme starting position was actually pretty comparable to Africa and Latin America in the graphs that I just showed you. So Africa and Latin America in the 70s and early 80s was sort of at the level of centrally planned communist economies and the degree of restrictions on free trade. So what's sort of common between all of these regions is this movement away from the most extreme severe restrictions on trade. And of course, to say the obvious, the same thing was going on in China at the same time. So the pattern we're seeing here is that to the extent that there were major pro-market reforms, the greatest feature of pro-market reforms is simply this movement away from the extreme anti-market initial position in all of these regions. So China also, of course, had a big movement away from severe restrictions on trade under centrally planned economic regime to a pro-market regime with much greater free trade opportunities, although again, far short of free trade. And the same thing in India is happening at the same time. So we see this sort of universal tendency across regions to move away from extreme restrictions on markets, especially in the area of free trade, towards something far short of free markets, but much farther away from the extreme anti-market initial position. And then I did another exercise that just documents, again, the frequency of extreme policies, where extreme policies were defined as either inflation above 40%, black market premiums above 40%, real interest rates that were less than minus 20%, real overvaluation greater than 100%, and all of these leading to severe depression of the initial trade to GDP ratio. And so here is the prevalence of black market premiums in sub-Saharan Africa. So just like high inflation is the typical sort of anti-market outcome in Latin America, the typical anti-market outcome in Africa was extreme controls on exchange rates and trade that led to very high black market premiums, that is the percent premium of the black market exchange rate over the official exchange rate. The official exchange rate being this controlled punitive exchange rate at which exporters were required to turn their export earnings into the central bank at these sort of punitive exchange rates that made exporting very unprofitable in Africa. And so again, you see this sort of striking pattern that there was these extreme policies were sort of surprisingly common in the 70s and 80s in Africa. And once again, this was part of the initial motivation of pro-market reforms, was just the feeling that these extremes were not working and that there had to be some movement away from these extreme policies. And so the high black market premiums in Africa mostly disappeared and never came back. So once again, a rise of neoliberalism, but not a fall in this sense. And if we take the share of countries with any extreme anti-market initial point from the definitions that I gave you in the earlier table, You can see in Africa and Latin America, again, these extremes were surprisingly common, that as of 1980 in Latin America, almost 80% of Latin American countries had some form of extreme anti-market policy. In Africa, in the red line, around over 50% of African countries had some kind of extreme anti-market policy. And then these extremes became a lot less common with this dramatic fall in Africa and Latin America of the frequency of these extreme policy outcomes, and a similar fall in the world as a whole, not quite as dramatic. So now we move to the correlation of reform and growth. So why was the elimination of extreme policy outcomes sustained despite the death of neoliberalism? A possible reason is that these reforms were accompanied by the recovery of economic growth, contrary to the early doubts that all of us had about the growth effect of reforms. So once again, I can't say often enough, correlation of growth and reforms obviously does not prove causality, but it does seem to influence beliefs about whether reform is working or not, as shown by all of the quotes that I've given you earlier. So here's a good example of kind of reform with growth in one country, and then I'll show you generalize this pattern to the data in general. So in Ghana, on the left-hand graph, I had to use a logarithmic index because the outcomes were so extreme in Ghana that as around the early 80s in Ghana, the black market premium was in the thousands of percent. The degree of real overvaluation was in the thousands of percent in Ghana. And then this extremely punitive regime was dismantled, and a strong reform movement happened in Ghana. And this was accompanied by this turnaround in economic growth that you see on the right-hand side. The sort of cumulative log growth since independence in Ghana as of 1984 was severely negative. There had been, Ghana was actually 30% below where it had been at independence as of the early 1980s during the period of these extreme anti-market policies. And then this reform in Ghana was successful in turning the growth rate around so that the cumulative log growth in Ghana became steadily more and more positive, and up to the present, when now growth in log percent terms is 70% above that at independence. And so a more systematic way of doing this, of course, is just compare growth outcomes in high inflation and other extreme policy regimes compared to the absence of these extreme anti-market regimes. And the coefficients here are just representing coefficients from regressions of the difference between the baseline of not extreme policies, how much by comparison the extreme policies were associated with a fall in growth, and thus on average with the recovery of growth that would happen once the extreme policies were eliminated. So the orange bars you see very severely negative correlations with growth. At high inflation, for example, was associated with 4 percentage points lower per capita growth than in the absence of high inflation. And then when this is eliminated on average by the same reasoning, there would be a recovery of on average 4 percentage points of per capita growth with inflation, with the elimination of high inflation. The other extreme outcomes, those coefficients are not quite as extreme, but still very large growth covariation between extreme outcomes and growth. So in all cases, the extreme policies are associated with growth outcomes that were 2 to 4 percentage points below those of non-extreme outcomes. It is true the correlation of growth and reform is really only strong for the most extreme policy outcomes, not for more moderate policy ranges. So to show that, let's look at inflation again. What's sort of the average growth rate at different ranges of inflation? You can see the average growth for inflation between 0 and 10%. In the second column, the mean is 2.1 percentage point per capita growth on average. And that's sort of the same average that there is in the moderate range of 10 to 20% inflation. It's still average growth of 2.3 percentage points. And then it's when you get to the 40 to 40% range, you get on average a much worse growth outcome associated with inflation in that range of minus per capita growth of 0.3%. And then even more extreme, when you get inflation above 40%, you have a very severe negative per capita growth of 2.6 percentage points. And to make this, just to test the significance of these effects, of these non-causal but suggestive correlations that seem to influence beliefs. If we take the omitted category here to be inflation between 0 and 10%, then how much is on average the per capita growth and outcome in each of these ranges significantly different from that, from the growth outcome in the 0 to 10% range. So again, inflation between 10 and 20 does not have any significant difference with the growth outcome that you get with inflation between 0 and 10. When you get into the 20 to 40% range, now you have a significantly lower growth than you had on average in the 0 to 10 range. So now it's 2.6 percentage points lower in the range between 20 and 40. And then when inflation goes above 40, you have once again, a much stronger negative growth outcome of 5.3 percentage points lower growth in that extreme range. And so again, by implication, on average, you have that much growth recovery. When you exit high inflation, you'll have a recovery of 5.3 percentage points. This regression does control for country fixed effects, so what we're observing is the within-country variation of growth that's associated with entering and exiting different inflation ranges. And in fact, this correlation between reform from extreme policies and growth accounts for most of the growth recovery in Africa and Latin America that happened in the new millennium after the pre-reform lost decades of growth in the 80s and 90s. And to see that, let's just take the regressions that we already had and do sort of a predicted change in growth from those regressions that are associated with the elimination of extreme outcomes and see how that compares to the actual recovery of growth that happened in Africa and Latin America. So the blue bar is the actual recovery of growth from the period 1980 to 98 to the period 1990 to 1999 to 2015. So in both Africa and Latin America, there was an increase in growth on average of about 1.5 percentage points. And then the orange bar is how much of that growth change is explained by the elimination of extreme policy outcomes in Africa and Latin America. And you can see most of the growth change in Africa and all of the growth change in Latin America is explained by the elimination of the extreme outcomes. So in conclusion, once again, I want to leave you with the message that an unheralded accomplishment of pro-market reforms, and perhaps arguably the biggest accomplishment of pro-market reforms, was just to sharply reduce the incidence of extreme policies on inflation and trade and other policy areas. The elimination of extreme policies was accompanied by the recovery of economic growth, contrary to the early doubts that a lot of us had in the 1990s. And this growth recovery may help explain why, in fact, the reforms on extreme policies have not been reversed. So despite the announced death of neoliberalism, in this sense, neoliberalism did not ever die, has not ever died. And perhaps this is because neoliberalism is in some sense really a kind of straw man in a couple of different senses. First, neoliberalism is seen as the imposition of pro-market reforms by the IMF, World Bank, and US government, and certainly this is partially correct, and a very undesirable feature of the Washington Consensus was the idea of the imposition from Washington of pro-market reforms. But this picture is also sort of a straw man because a lot of the reforms, a lot of these supposed neoliberals, and a lot of the market reforms were actually led by homegrown reformers, such as Ngozi and the central banker Charles Soludo in Nigeria, Yegor Gaidar in Russia, Balcerowicz in Poland, Jankov in Bulgaria. Too many Latin American economists to count that would not even fit on the slide if we gave all the economists in Latin America leading the cause of pro-market reforms and stabilization of inflation and movements away from extreme trade restrictions. And of course, political leaders like those in China, Ghana, and India were mostly initiating reforms on their own with some support from the World Bank and IMF, but it was never that subtle that it was clearly the homegrown reformers that were doing in the lead on these reform programs. And so maybe now it's time to move beyond this sort of straw man, that maybe the debate on pro-market reforms has really become excessively polarized, and both sides are sort of guilty of caricaturing their opponents as a straw man. So the opponents of pro-market reforms tend to portray this caricature of market reformers as advocates of some kind of hyper-globalization, hyper-market fundamentalism, the sort of picture of zero government, laissez-faire, which is certainly a caricature of most real pro-market reformers in the real world. And most importantly, the opponents of pro-market reform seem to systematically fail to acknowledge how much happened on the progress of eliminating extreme policy outcomes that were arguably sort of agreed on by everyone as being very destructive to economic growth. And really the most important accomplishment of the pro-market agenda was just to get rid of these extreme anti-market restrictions. And for their part, the advocates of pro-market reforms are also guilty of some caricatures of their opponents. They sometimes unfairly portray their opponents as in favor of extreme policy outcomes, seeing Joe Stiglitz as being sort of a cheerleader for Venezuela or something, which is certainly not fair. Clearly, the opponents of pro-market reformers are certainly not advocating the kind of extreme policies that we've been documenting in this lecture. And the advocates of pro-market reforms are arguably not acknowledging enough how the record on kind of more moderate changes in policy reform in the pro-market direction are sort of much more ambiguous about what the growth record associated with more moderate reforms is. So most of the action is coming from the elimination of extreme reforms and not sort of moderate reforms. And so maybe now both sides could finally reach a consensus on eliminating the extreme policy outcomes that were such a disaster for economic growth in so many parts of the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. So it's about time to take questions. Yes.
Thanks for your presentation, Professor Hsieh. My question is, as far as I understand, inflation in the US is still quite high at the moment. So my question is, what's your position on the current economic policies that the current government has undertaken, and what's some recommendations you would make to lower inflation?
Yeah, so maybe these slides were a little bit too optimistic that high inflation has been permanently eradicated. Certainly the inflation in the US and in other economies experiencing this resurgence of inflation is still in the range, even if it's occasionally creeping above 10%, it's certainly not creeping above 20%. So in terms of the statistics given in these slides, it's still not in the extreme range that would be associated with really bad growth outcomes. So in that sense, this talk is not as relevant to what's going on in the advanced market economies. It's much more relevant to what's going on in Africa, Latin America, Eastern Europe, and so on, India and China, et cetera.
Yes.
Professor Hsieh, very interesting talk. I was trying to connect your talk with the previous Dani Rodrik's presentation. The kind of elimination of this extreme policy after 1980 and 90, is this related to the hyper-globalization? Is there any constraint coming from the international community, either in terms of capital or trade, that really, narrow the scope for these, policy leaders in the countries that you are studying to pursue, the kind of extreme policy that used to be doing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, I have to respectfully disagree with Dani on whether there really was hyper-globalization, at least in developing countries and the transition economies from Eastern Europe. I mean, the reform that seems to be happening is again, it's a movement away from sort of an extreme anti-market initial point somewhere that's still very far from free market. That's still very far. You wind up at a point that the economic freedom indices are around 6 or 7 or maybe 7.5 at the most. So you're a long way short of any kind of hyper globalization or hyper market fundamentalism or market fetishism or all these words that are used to imply some kind of radical adherence to pro-market policies. That really never happened, according to this data. And so there's sort of backlash against hyper-globalization that's sort of reacting in part to a phantom that never really existed. The thing that did exist was this movement away from the most destructive policies, which arguably both sides would probably agree was a good thing.
Yes, Dewi.
Hi, David Canning. I just want to make 2 points. One is, I think, an instructive case, which isn't usually mentioned, is the case of Ireland, which actually moved from very restrictive import substitution policies in the 1960s, based on, essentially on some people in the civil service seeing these policies as having failed. And it became, I think, a leader in pro-trade policies, well before the Washington Consensus. But the other thing I want to just talk about is your view of this neoliberalism is this focusing on these extreme policies. But I do think there were other policies that were less beneficial. So I'll just give an example of the area of health policy. So one way of balancing the budget was there was emphasis in the World Bank on user fees for health services, even for very poor people. And I think that was a misguided policy. And so I think this view that it was just about extreme policies, I think there were elements of this Washington Consensus were actually misguided of marketizing areas of public goods, which was not actually the right approach.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you that there were a lot of sort of excessive ideas about privatization of what were really public goods. So we know the argument as economists for not expecting the market to solve public goods. And so I think the point to make is, yes, that was part of the Washington Consensus rhetoric, and it was part of the World Bank rhetoric. I certainly remember it myself when I was at the World Bank. But again, it's sort of a panic about something that largely did not really happen. That part of the Washington Consensus policy was not really implemented on a large scale as far as I can observe from casual observation of the data. I don't know if you have a different view on that, but you don't see this kind of large-scale movement towards privatizing health or kind of large-scale gigantic hikes and user fees or anything like that.
Yes.
Thank you. My question is, do you agree the theory about globalization by new left wing or new right wing, or you have a different idea about?
I'm sorry, the failure of what? I didn't hear you. The failure of what?
The theory about globalization. Yeah, thank you.
Well, if sort of hyper-globalization did not really happen, then it'd be hard to say whether or not it was a failure. Whether something that did not happen was a failure. I think there was certainly this sort of move towards market liberalization of trade that, again, to keep reiterating the main point, it was probably mainly useful in moving away from the most extreme anti-trade agendas in Africa, Latin America, and obviously in China and India and Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. That was where most of the action was. There was some cheerleading by the Western market economies of globalization, and maybe some more greater liberalization in areas like capital markets that we might have a lot of room to debate on. But again, I think arguably that was not the most important action going on in terms of developing countries.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Bill. I'd like to invite you to reflect upon the possibility that neoliberalism is a word that's really popular in the United States and the UK, where they failed to have the complementary domestic policies that would help people adjust to the changes forced by openness. And that in Western Europe, for example, they've been anti-neoliberal forever, so much so that they spend 40 or 50% of their GDP redistributing income, having free education, free health care, subsidizing the housing, unlimited unemployment insurance, active labor market policies that help workers adjust to changes. And there, to be radically pro-market would be political death, even on the far right in the European context. And the same is true in Canada and Japan and Australia, that the idea that the government's in charge of taking care of the pains and gains that come with globalization were learned. And so that extreme market liberalism never was there. Moreover, I think in many emerging markets, it never got there. Globalization has been a wonderful thing, bringing lots of people out of poverty, creating an enormous global middle class, and therefore the backlash against globalization isn't really a big thing. And they would love to have more government payment for social securities if they were rich enough to do it. So maybe you can guess what my question was. I don't know what my question was, but I wanted to invite you to think that this idea of neoliberalism is a word that we often hear out of the mouths of US-based scholars, and they have in mind the problems that happened in the US and to a lesser extent in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I work on developing countries. You work on the economies you were just talking about, so you know a lot more about this than I do. I find what you just said very plausible. But the way neoliberalism was used in the debates in US and UK and Western Europe, they were also invoking sort of outcomes in developing countries as part of the, developing countries were sort of used as part of the ammunition to try to oppose what they called neoliberalism. And I think it's also very suggestive that very few people you actually have a really hard time finding anyone who really self-identifies as a neoliberal. So I think that's part of the sort of implied caricature or straw man feature of the anti-neoliberal sort of discourse. And in developing countries, it's at this point in lower income economies, it's not going to be that feasible to have a sort of welfare state protecting the losers from market liberalization, because the economy is so poor, partly because of the legacy of the anti-market period, that there's sort of not enough revenue to support a very large-scale kind of welfare social protection system. So arguably, all the positive benefits of the movement to globalization that has already happened, that, as you said, is mostly more celebrated and seen as desirable in a lot of developing countries, that maybe is sort of a prerequisite for being able to afford the kind of compensatory policies to protect the losers.
I think we should still have time for one more question. If we do have any other people, just a second. Yes, in the back, please.
Okay, my question is just to intervene with regard to what you just said, that in developing countries, it is because of the fact that they had anti-market policies that their economies failed to follow the growth. I don't know if I got it right, but my experience from these countries reveals that those countries were actually doing better when they were not following at all these policies, when they were not part of the Bretton Woods institutions. I have different examples from different countries in Africa. So that's why I'm a little bit afraid And the rationale stating that, because those countries haven't reversed the strong policies against market means that, neoliberalism has no alternative. For me, it doesn't stand because I consider institutions, Bretton Woods institutions, like an addiction. If a young guy continues with an addiction, it doesn't mean that, a drug addiction, for instance, it doesn't mean that it's because it's producing something good to them, but they have got in such a state that they will just continue self-destroying. So I am part of those who think that Bretton Woods institutions, neoliberalism, hasn't, improved living conditions of developing countries, and that it's still worsening. And so we should think of way out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I think you're right to push in the direction of a little bit more complex narrative. So it seems like there are sort of three periods that apply both to sub-Saharan Africa and a lot of other developing countries. There's sort of this golden age of growth from about 1950 to 73, which is true of most of the world economy. Actually, the growth rates, per capita growth rates, are higher. And that's when growth was higher also in Africa compared to later periods. And at the beginning of, right after independence in most African countries, there was not this sort of extreme anti-market regime that came in later with severe controls on for example, trade and exchange rates. And that came in more sort of in the 70s and 80s. And I think it was in reaction to that period that there was this sort of push towards movement away from the most extreme anti-market policies in Africa. And that was, I agree with you, that was a little way too much sort of dictation or emphasis coming from Washington to sort of paternalistically impose Washington's idea or IMF and World Bank's idea of what were great policies on Africa. That was a very ugly feature of the neoliberal or pro-market debate. But I think it's also true that there was a lot of domestic homegrown effort coming from within Africa, such as Ngozi and Charles Taluto that I mentioned in Nigeria, and other sort of pro-market reformers that are very evident in other countries, in Ghana and Uganda, and other countries that are having major movements away from extreme distortions. So I think there is actually some support within sub-Saharan Africa policymakers for not sort of full neoliberalism, full pro-market, laissez-faire kind of policies, but at least avoiding the extremes that were so destructive in the period of the 70s through the early 90s in Africa.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we'll close the first panel here. Thanks, Bill.
The second panel is the unraveling of the political foundation of the neoliberal economic order, economy. The two panelists are Professor Chang-Tai Hsieh from the University of Chicago and Professor Yi Wen from Shanghai Jiao Tong University. The chair is Dean Tianji Chen from Taipei School of Economics and Political Science. Now, let us welcome Professor Chen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session. We're going to have two very distinguished economists, but also very young here to present their talks on this topic from the economic perspective on this neoliberalism. Let me take a few minutes to introduce our two panelists, our two speakers. First is Professor Hsieh Chang-Tai. He is now a professor of economics at the University of Chicago's Booth School. Also academician of Academia Sinica.
young but very active and has written numerous important articles on important economic journals. He served also in other research institutions, including MBER, Academia Sinica, and also been a visiting scholar at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, New York, and Minneapolis, and also as a World Bank Development Economic Group and other governments, such as the Economic Planning Agency of Japan. He's been involved in many policy research regarding, economic growth policy. And we also are very happy to have Professor Yi Wen coming from China. He's now a professor at Department of Economics at Shanghai Jiao Tong University, a very distinguished young scholar in China, is also making important contributions to economic journals. His recent book on the unlocking of China's secret of rapid industrialization has been very well received. And he's been also teaching in US universities, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, but now he's back to China and leading the economic research there. So let's first welcome Professor Hsieh to give us the talk.
So what I thought I would do is that let me just say that I included the word neoliberal in my title, but I really, really dislike that word because I don't really know what it means. So let me just translate a bit, and what I'll talk about is I'm going to call it the threat to markets and private enterprise, and the view from from the U.S. and the view from China, or I'm going to give you my assessment of what I see going on now. I'm going to start with China. I'm going to first start with China, talking about roughly the last 5 years, and then I will talk about what I see as the U.S. response and the evolution of the U.S. response. And also, since we're here, you all know that that Taiwan has gotten completely entangled in the U.S. response to China, and we'll talk about that. So let me start. Do I control my slides, or does somebody else? Okay. I would say that there's a dominant narrative in the U.S. now. What we see now in China is that it's really the end of free markets and private enterprise in China, roughly the last 5 years. There's been, so if you just think about the news that has come out in all the major Western newspapers, there's been a crackdown on some of the leading tech firms in China. So just think about how just remarkable this is. It's almost as if the Taiwanese government decides, it wakes up one morning and cracks down on the TSMC, saying no more. It's really, so you think about the companies that have been cracked down on. These were some of the leading Chinese companies: Alibaba, Tencent, Meituan, Didi. But if you go back, this was not the beginning of this. I mean, there was an earlier wave that started in 2018 that didn't receive as much coverage, but it was also a very real thing. That starting in 2018, you start to see the beginning of the dismantling of the large, not sure how you want to call them, but it's a combination of financial and real estate conglomerates. So companies, huge, enormous companies, such as the Wanda Group, the Anwar Insurance, the Hainan Group, the Tomorrow Group, starting also in 2021, the Guangzhou Evergrande, Hengda. These companies were also dismantled. So the narrative that I think most people in the U.S. have taken from this is that sort of this this 30-decade-long episode of embrace of markets, embrace of globalism, embrace of private enterprise, that's now over in China. And I can give you and I'll quote you just two representative headlines in the one in the Wall Street Journal and the second one in the Economist. Let me just say parenthetically that there has been a change in the official narrative in the last 4 months. That starting in November of 2022, you start to see the Chinese government adopting measures in which they claim that they are reversing what they've been doing in the last 5 years. There are these public pronouncements by the Chinese premier in which, but all of this but then if you think about what also happens at the same time, that a few weeks after the Chinese premier makes the announcement that all of this is over, the most important Chinese investment banker that's been behind some of the major tech deals, he disappears. And we all know what that means. What that means. Or just 2 weeks ago, all of the major Chinese data vendors, their data starts to become unavailable for subscribers outside of the US. So some of the major sources of data that those of us who look at who follow the Chinese economy, Wind, the Tianyacai, all these major databases that we rely on to get granular detail on the Chinese on Chinese firms, all of that goes dark. Or just a few weeks, or just last week, there was a raid on the offices of Bain Consulting in Shanghai. So I think it's still, and I think it's still really the dominant view that this is over, that this period is over. What I want to just give you, I think, my interpretation of what is going on, and I think it's a lot more complicated than that. Okay? And the way I want to start by talking about how I think it's a lot more complicated is I also want to draw your attention to something else that I think that I see has been occurring, but has received no news publicity. It hasn't been covered in the Wall Street Journal. It hasn't been covered in the New York Times. But I think it's also very real. Okay? And let me just say what this is, that roughly over the last 10 years, what I also see at the same time is that there's been a rollout of a lot of policy measures that on its face would seem to improve business conditions for private firms. And let me just summarize what I think are what the major ones are. There's been I'm going to call it a dramatic simplification of business regulations. There's a really interesting story behind this, actually. So those of you, I don't know whether Bill worked on this when he was at the World Bank, but the World Bank used to have this survey called the World Bank Doing Business Indicators. Okay? China's premier in 2012 found out about the Doing Business Indicators and discovered, to his dismay, that China ranked 160 in the 180 countries in the world in the Doing Business Indicators. So he promptly tried to kill the World Bank Doing Business Indicators report. The World Bank responded in the typical bureaucratic fashion, put together a committee to look at the World Bank business report, and came up with recommendations on how to make it better. And then immediately after this committee came up with a report, China's rank in the World Bank Doing Business Indicator starts to improve rather dramatically. This concluded in 2019 when the managing, I don't know what her title was at the World Bank, but the person who's now the #1 person at the International Monetary Fund I forgot her title. So Christina Georgieva, she almost lost her job as the managing director of the International Monetary Fund because of what she was trying to do with the World Bank doing business indicators that I don't really know the true story behind this, but she was trying to improve China's ranking in the World Bank doing business indicators, and she made a visit at night to the staffer that was responsible for putting together the data. It's almost as if the president of Taiwan knocks on your door at 10 o'clock at night and say, I have a favor, and this is really important for me. So there was a big political scandal behind it. And I think she was close to losing her job because of this. Anyway, side story, but it's related to that. The other part of the Chinese response to the World Bank doing business indicators is that soon after they found out about the World Bank's version of the World Bank of the doing business indicators, what started to happen is, starting about 2014, the Chinese started to roll out their own version of the doing business indicators, in which they would measure essentially the same thing for every city, every province, every town. Okay, and for every town, along with this, I'm going to say, maybe the best way I would describe it is that it almost looks like there was this, for those of you who know sort of how Chinese institutions work, whenever something important happens, it takes a form of what I call this Maoist campaign. And this took the form of a Maoist campaign. That is, everybody up and down the party apparatus does this or else. So there was a Maoist campaign to improve business regulation. So just one example of this is that now in every city, in every town, business registration is all done online, and it takes almost always less than 5 minutes to do it. There was a rollout of, let me just call it, judicial and legal institutions. There's a new bankruptcy law. There was a creation of new bankruptcy courts. There's much better payment enforcement that's enforced by the social credit system. There's a new system of courts that was rolled out to adjudicate business disputes, and the adjudication time of business disputes falls. And the business dispute decisions are all published online, so you can find out about these things. Until a month ago, right? So there's also a big improvement in financial institutions. If you look at the data, the share of credit, the small and medium-sized enterprises increased, growing number of VC firms and VC-funded startups, 2 new stock exchanges, one in Beijing, one in Shanghai, and the one in Shanghai is the second one that's specialized for tech firms. Okay, so the question I want to raise here is, what's going on? Because here's the way that I would summarize it, that it seems that there's this contradiction in what China has been doing. That is, it's clear that this is a really dangerous time to be somebody like Jack Ma. Like, you don't want to be somebody like Jack Ma. You don't want to be a billionaire. Okay? If you're smart, you keep your head down. Okay? But at the same time, it looks like the conditions for small and medium-sized companies has improved. So the question is China pro-market or anti-market? Or anti-market? And I would say that that's not the right way to be asking. That's not the right question to ask. Because there's something, I think, much more fundamental here. And the way I want to illustrate what I think is going on is that it fundamentally is about a political campaign. Okay? And it's a political campaign, and I'm going to step back in time to try to get you to understand what may have been behind the political campaign. And ultimately, I think that it's understanding this political campaign is central to understanding what the US does. Okay, so the way I want to start is that I want to bring you back 10 years. Okay, and I want to bring you back to give you a sense on like how things worked on the ground. Okay, so this came from a visit that me and some of the people I work with, of a visit that we made to a small Chinese city. Small is 2 million people. Okay, and we met that morning with the. Watch you. The stories of we were promised access to the vice minister of education of the city. We got to the city at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the vice minister of education was not there. We were met by his chief of staff, and the chief of staff told us that some important visitors had come that day, and the vice minister not the vice minister, the vice mayor was not likely to be able to meet with us. So we started to talk with the chief of staff, and the chief of staff started to explain what his office does. So this is the chart that he gave us after a half an hour chat, right? And he proudly handed us this chart, and he said, "This is what we do." Okay, so most of you can read this, but for those of you who can't, I did my rough translation on the right. So in the interest of making this interactive, what do you think this is? So this is the education department of the city. They look for quality prospects. They have a discussion, learn about the investor. They have a feasibility analysis, identify land and other needed services. Approval by the vice mayor. What are they talking about? This is the guy in charge of the public schools. This is the guy in charge of monitoring and paying the teachers. Okay? What you quickly find out, okay, is that this is not what the vice mayor is actually doing. Okay? That this looks like exactly what it is. That what the vice mayor of education is doing is that they're effectively, think of it, they're like running an economic development agency. Okay? What they do almost, with all of their time is that they scout for companies to come and locate in their city, and they actively work to figure out what is it that these businesses need in order to serve, in order to grow and prosper. The vice mayor for education, who had promised to meet us that day, but he said there were other people that were more important that he couldn't see us. The important people that were more important than us were 2 Taiwanese CEOs who had come to town that day. And there were obviously a lot more. There were obviously a lot more important than us. So the way I want you to understand this is that this is, I'm going to say, the political economy of business, of support for business. Now, the way I want you to think about what happens, okay, when these businesses, these are all private businesses, start to become really, really successful. Okay? And the question is, what happens to the political loyalty of the vice mayor? This is the vice mayor in the third-tier city. Even if I mention the name, most of you probably will not have heard of the city. So this is the person who at the time was about 45 years old, no prospect of ever getting promoted. But where does this political loyalty lie when these businesses, 5 of his businesses start to be worth $100 million? How much does he care about the directives of the party versus what the Taiwanese CEO wants? Okay? So this was, I would say, this was the norm in every single Chinese city 10 years back. Okay? So what you start to see is something like this. So I'm going to jump to an article that came out in the New York Times in 2012. So it was an article that it basically told the story about this big company. It wasn't that big, but it's this company called Ping An Insurance. And the article basically asked, who owns Ping An Insurance? Okay? So this article did 2 things. This article won the New York Times the Pulitzer Prize, and it got the New York Times permanently banned in China. So what is Ping An Insurance? What the guy from the Times was able to figure out was that, so first of all, let me just give you the story of this company. So This company was started with five major shareholders, very typical, a combination of foreign investors. In this case, it's a HSBC Bank, and a couple of what's called the local government financing vehicles. Okay? At some point in time, 3% of the equity of the company was transferred to this other company called Tai-Hung Holdings. Okay? So somehow the guy from the Times had a nose to figure out that Tai-Hung Holdings was really suspicious. So the article was all about what is Tai-Hung Holdings. And Tai-Hung Holdings is, if you ever looked at any large Chinese company, it's very typical that it's basically a holding shell. Okay? Think of it like the Panama Papers. Okay? That all the large Chinese companies are owned by a whole bunch of Panama Papers type of structures. Okay? But at this time in 2012, in China, there was actually this corporate registration, and there was this method in which you could go and you could request the registration documents of every single company. And the beauty of the Chinese registration system is that even the Panama Papers type of companies are registered, as opposed to the Panama Papers where you need somebody to leak that data. In this case, you could just go, pay 50 cents, you get the documents, and you can see, well, who are the owners of Tai-Hung Holdings, because they have to be registered. Okay? So this is a picture, I just took this from the Times, and it said, this is what Tai-Hung Holdings is. Okay? Tai-Hung Holdings has 5 owners. Okay? Red are 2 people, 3, the gray are other holding companies. Okay? So the article basically goes, and so this is also very typical. There's a holding company. The holding company is owned by other holding companies. That holding company is owned by other holding companies. So it's almost like this, you've ever seen this Russian doll? Like you open up the doll, and then there's another doll, and but this guy from the Times, he was persistent. He didn't give up. It took him a year in which he went back every day, and he said, okay, how about this company? All right, he got the data, he looked at the data for the company, and he said, all right, how about this? So after going through this, after breaking through all the layers, right, what the article was all about is that after you go through all these hidden layers, what you find is that all these companies are basically owned by associates of the Chinese Prime Minister at that time. Okay? So that's what that's what the article is about. Okay. So this brings me to sort of what is the political problem posed by this? Okay. The political problem is, I'll just ask the question, which is Wen Jiabao, the Chinese Prime Minister at the time, is he loyal to the Communist Party, or is he loyal to the private investors, the other private investors that are behind Tai-Hung, that are behind this company? Does he care more about the party, or does he care about his $6 billion of equity in this company? Okay? So I think that what started to, and my interpretation of what happened then, was that 10 years ago, this kind of relationship, and I started with sort of the story of the small city, just to illustrate for you how systematic it was. And that because these businesses had grown so much and they were so successful, and because of the nature of the relationships between the officials in the party and wealthy businessmen, the view then was that the influence of these wealthy individuals was so widespread that it was viewed as being a threat to the control of the party. So what happened then? Okay? And it's just part of many of the things that happened at the same time. And sometimes the way I call it is I call it the first strong hand, which is, and I think there was very much the view that if he didn't deal with this, then China would go the way of the Soviet Union. Okay? So what you start to see was that there was this crackdown on all forces that would potentially pose a threat to the control of the party, which includes the large, wealthy private firms. And it's not just one thing. There are many pieces of this campaign. So all of you know about the anti-corruption campaign. You also, you may not be as well aware, but there was also this crackdown on movie stars. Now, why would you crack down on movie stars? A movie star, well, once you think about it in this way, it makes sense, because they're movie stars, right? Because they're movie stars, they're celebrities, they have power. They have power. There's a crackdown on, and there's a crackdown on non-governmental organizations. There's the installation of Communist Party cells in private companies. There's an increased authority of the committees of the party in parts of the state where they previously were not that important. Things like hospitals and schools and schools and universities. So, but let me just say, just to be clear on, so again, this is my own interpretation, is that it's not a crackdown on large firms per se, okay? Although the narrative is that it's about a crackdown, that is one narrative of what's happened is that, oh, the Chinese are just becoming like the left wing of the U.S. Democratic Party. It's about cracking down on monopolies. I don't think that's what's going forward. And I'll just give you two rough pieces of evidence. There's no crackdown on large state-owned firms, right? There's also no crackdown on large foreign firms. If anything, sort of the benefits that they have gotten have increased by even more. And my interpretation of this is that, well, why no crackdown on large foreign firms? Well, because they're foreign firms. If you're a foreigner, you cannot pose a political threat. So somebody like Mr. Guo is from Taiwan is completely safe, because he can never pose a political threat. Somebody like Elon Musk is completely safe. So it's not about largeness per se. It's about the political threat. Okay, but what's the problem? Okay, the problem is that if you crack down on your most successful companies, that's not that good for health. That's not good for your growth, regardless of what Dani Rodrik tells you. That if you crack down on your most entrepreneurial firms, so, and the question then is, how do you get your political control, okay, but you don't want to kill your golden goose, okay? And this is the way I interpret what's sort of the second phase or these second set of policies that have really gone under the radar in the West, that is about trying to, sometimes the phrase that I use is that I call it the second strong hand. So there's the first strong hand, which is meant to try to crack down on any forces that are going to threaten you politically. And then, but that also kills your golden goose. So you need some other source. You need something else. And the way I interpret what sort of the second phase of things is that you want to support the small and medium-sized firms. And the huge advantage of the small and medium-sized firms is that they're small and medium-sized. They're not Jack Ma. They don't have the kind of money to threaten you. Okay? So as long as you stay small and medium-sized, you're fine. Okay? Now, let me just say my interpretation of what I think the vision is. The vision is to have a dynamic market economy. I know it sounds like almost an oxymoron, but I think this is what the goal is. To have a dynamic market economy that is under the control of the party. Okay? Now, I obviously don't know, I don't think anybody knows whether this will work. okay? And part of what's happened in the last, at the end of last year was that there was this panic in which, oh my God, this economic crackdown that we've had, that is really killing our, it's really killing our economy. And if our economy dies, the party will also die. I mean, so that's essentially the conundrum that the Chinese authorities are in, okay? Now, if I just have 5 more minutes, now let me turn to the US, because what is the response of the US then? Because it's been really interesting to watch, because the US has really struggled with this, okay? So let me focus specifically the discussion on the US export controls, which is now the main tool that the US is using. US export controls are administered by has always been a really obscure bureaucracy staffed by 100 people in the US Commerce Department, in this called the Bureau of Industry and Security. And what their job is essentially to maintain controls on exports that harm US national security. That is, they are there to make sure that companies that make nuclear weapons, they don't sell it to the North Koreans, right? That's what they are set up for. The second thing that the BIS controls is this thing called the entity list, which is basically a list of companies in which US companies need to get authorization to do any kind of transaction with these companies. And you know that once you're on the entity list, that they're never going to give you authorization. So that really is the kiss of death. Once a foreign company is placed on the entity list. So the origin, so let me just trace out, and I think it's interesting to sort of watch this. The first Chinese company that was placed on the entity list was ZTE, okay? And it was placed on the entity list because they had used front companies to funnel US products to North Korea and Iran, okay? The second company that was placed on the entity list was Huawei, okay? Initially, they were placed on the entity list for the same reason that ZTE was placed on the entity list. But when you look at the discussion, it was clear that it's a lot more than that. It's not just about selling stuff to the Iranians. It was about the fact that Huawei was one of the dominant companies in 5G telecommunications equipment, and this question of who is Huawei? And even if it's a private company, what does a private company mean in China? What is it? So the question is, even if it's private, what does Huawei do if the party asks them to turn over some data? So the BIS added Huawei to the entity list in May of 2019, and what the rules were that it was meant to cut off supply of semiconductors that were to be used to make 5G equipment. Now we know that did not work because it did not apply to TSMC, and TSMC continued to sell to Huawei. Okay, so this is when Taiwan comes into the picture. Okay, in August of 2020, for the very first time, the US Commerce Department made up this thing called the Foreign Direct Product Rule, which is effectively basically says that I don't care if your factories are in Taiwan, okay? You are not going to sell stuff to Huawei or else, okay? And Huawei complied, okay? But this is where you start to see them still trying to make this distinction. For the very first time, for a company on the entity list, they came up with a licensing policy, which meant that, because in previous episodes, what they had done was that once you were on the entity list, boom, nobody can sell anything to you. In the case of Huawei, they came up with this licensing policy which said that 5G stuff was not okay. Anything less than 5G was fine. Okay, so they were trying to basically, just they were still trying to make this distinction between stuff that was a threat to national security, which is 5G, and 4G and under was fine. That stuff was not a threat to was not. But what I saw in the discussion was that there was this growing sense that the distinction they wanted to make, right, was increasingly not a useful one because of this parallel trend that I just described to you on what was happening to Chinese private companies. Okay, so Shanghai Semiconductor was the next company that was placed on the entity list with exactly the same licensing policy. That year, I saw complete chaos in the Commerce Department because of the licensing policy. All the customers, all the people that sold to SMIC and to Huawei, they were allowed to sell some stuff they were not allowed to sell. They needed to get a license. But then the people at the Commerce Department, they hadn't come up with the rules on how they were going to adjudicate the license. And there may be 10 lawyers in Washington that sort of know all the ins and outs of this data. So their rates just skyrocketed through the roof. Here is where the US finally just said, okay, October 7th of 2022, they basically threw out the licensing rule. They basically said, all right, we give up. Okay? We're not going to make this distinction between advanced technology and non-advanced technology. We're not going to make a distinction between companies that are maybe owned by the Chinese army, companies that may not be owned by the Chinese army. We don't know, and even if we know, the distinction is not that meaningful. So what they put in place, I think, is really, really draconian, which is that the goal is to kill every single Chinese company or China-based companies in 4 sectors: advanced node semiconductors, semiconductor manufacturing equipment, advanced computing capability, and supercom and super. So basically what they're saying is that I don't give a damn what the gains from trade are. I don't give a damn whether, given that that is, I'm going to kill all these companies. Okay, so I'm out of time, right? So let me end here, because this is, in terms of sort of the most important bilateral relationship in the world, this is where we are, and this is the biggest threat. Okay, I'll end here.
Thank you, Chang-Tai. Very stimulating discussion of the changing Chinese policy and U.S. responses. We have about 10 minutes for questions from the floor. So please, anyone have questions or want to comment or challenges? Sometimes maybe, yeah, that is from the lady there, please.
Hello, I'm with National Zhengzhou University, and my question is a complicated one. So what is the path forward?
Path forward? Well, one path forward is that China stops being communist. I'm joking, of course, right? Let me just say, I really don't see an off-ramp. I don't see. I really don't see. I wish I could lay out a scenario for an off-ramp, but I just don't see it. I mean, the controls that were rolled out in October 2022, I think that is going to expand to more sectors, right? That I think it's going to expand to more sectors, and it really is, the way I'd summarize it is that it's really it's about I don't think it's a question that we have really grappled with. Right? We have really grappled with is what do you do when the leading company in the world is owned by a political adversary? That is the, I mean, I don't, and I can see how different people can come down on different sides of this question.
Okay, any others? Maybe, yeah, this gentleman there in the left.
Hi, I'm Yurai Tomek. I'm from Taiwan News, and basically you mentioned that there is no crackdown on large foreign firms, and you said that if you are a foreigner, you pose no threat to the CCP, but there was a recent article from the Wall Street Journal titled "China Ratchets Up Pressure on Foreign Companies," which was published on 28th of April. And basically they mentioned that the Chinese authorities are questioning staff at the consulting firm Bain & Co. Shanghai office in a surprise visit, launched a cybersecurity review of imports from chips maker Micron Technology, as well as detain employees from Japanese drug maker Astellas Pharma, and raided Beijing office of US due diligence company Mintz Group. This happened very recently. And also there was an article from Xinhua on April 14th, where basically they called for Chinese citizens to be vigilant about those behaviors that endanger national security. And they talk about anti-China forces and so on, which can be disguised as non-governmental organizations and big companies and so on. You talked that maybe Terry Gou has no issue in China, but that may be because he supports the China's narrative in Taiwan, or at least, is against the successionist forces. But basically, my point is that I think China does still rely on the global markets, but the crackdown narrative that you try to criticize does have some merit, I think. Many of the issues that I just mentioned are not very reassuring for companies in China, to say the least, I think.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is I hope I didn't come across as criticizing anything. I think about my role as being trying to understand what's happening and whether, and I don't, I mean, I can have my own views, but I hope I didn't convey my own views on what's the right thing or the wrong thing to do. So the first thing. I think about the crackdown that you've seen on the foreign firms recently as being part of the campaign for control. That is, it's the crackdown on firms that are important for data, right? It's about data, right? It's about access to data, and data is important because then once you have data, you don't once somebody else's data, you don't completely control the narrative, right? You don't completely control the narrative. So that's it's a crackdown on. So Wind is a Chinese company, right? What I meant to say is that, and these are all pretty small companies. Like the Minsky Group has 20 people. Bain has maybe 100 people in China. So these are all, in terms of the Chinese economy, they don't matter. Right? I mean, I will change my mind the day when the party does to Foxconn what they've done to Ali. I don't anticipate them doing it, but maybe something will change, and I will say again. I mean, this is my trying to read the tea leaves, so I could be wrong. Could be wrong, of course. Or or the day when they crack down on Tesla in Shanghai in the same way? I don't. I cannot imagine they will do it, but again, I could be wrong.
Good. We have one question, probably the last one.
I just wondered if you could reflect on the whether there's any kind of dialectic between what the U.S. is doing on China and what China is doing domestically. If I heard your narrative correctly, it was mostly a purely domestically generated, domestically driven reforms or policy changes, somewhat unrelated to what the U.S. was doing in technology policy in terms of embargoing things. Do you view there's a dialectic there?
I would say that for the most part, it is really domestic. It is really completely domestic. It has nothing to do now. I'm seeing a new narrative take place in China. And the narrative is that I'm going to give two answers to that question. I would say this, right? The October 2022 controls is the first thing that I have seen the U.S. do that I think is causing like major rethink among the people in the party. I don't think they anticipated that something like this was coming. You know, the Trump tariffs were nothing, or nothing. But the October 2022 export controls were, I think it's. I don't want to use the word panic, but it's almost like that. So it's a thing that I think that has the potential to do the most damage, at least in their eyes. The narrative that has come out of that is that the U.S. is out to crush us. Right? The U.S. is out to crush us. My sense is that President Xi has always believed this, and the other people in the party have never quite believed it. But now he's been able to say, "Look, I told you so." Look at all the things that they've been doing to us. Now, given that if this narrative becomes sort of the dominant narrative, I think we're in a really dangerous. We are in a really dangerous situation. So maybe I guess maybe the direct answer to Richard's question, I don't quite know what they're going to do, right? Because it's been very recent, right? It's been very recent. I also believe that this is the thing that completely entangles Taiwan, right? Completely entangles Taiwan. So it's also like a very dangerous situation for Taiwan to be in, to be right in the middle of these two superpowers that each side believes that the other side is trying to kill them off, right? And I do think that so I'm going to editorialize. I do think that Taiwan needs to be very careful and very, very, very careful because because it could easily get crushed.
Okay, let's thank Chang-Tai for responses presentation. It's about time we have gone to Professor Wen's presentation. Thank you.
I would like to thank the organizers very much for the wonderful arrangement of this wonderful conference and for their kind of invitation. So yeah, today's one of the main topics is about the neoliberalism. So let me give it a definition from the internet first. So neoliberal economics is a term that describes a political and economic philosophy that advocates for free market capitalism, privatization, deregulation, globalization, and free trade. It also involves reducing government spending, subsidies, and interference in economic and social affairs. It is rooted in the principles of neoclassical economics that emphasize market efficiency based on the marginal analysis, for example, equalization of marginal productive capital, marginal productive labor everywhere, and which is one of the actually main contribution of Professor Hsieh Chang-Tai in several his recent popular articles. So this is definition. And I want to use China's development as an example to show, where the neoliberalism is right or where it fails. And therefore hoping that, we draw some lessons for the other developing countries. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, which took place in England, almost 250 years has passed, and so far only about less than 15% of the global population are able to enjoy the fruits of industrialization, and more than 85% of the global population have not been able to enjoy that fruit. And so what has gone wrong? And, so as an introduction, let's say that China's rapid rise actually does not fit very well into neoliberal recipe, which I defined in the previous slide. Therefore has puzzled many people, and including most Chinese themselves, actually. And of course, there are lots of views emerged to interpret China's rapid rise. And among them, there are two stand out as most popular and provocative, and they represent two extremes. And other views are essentially kind of mixture of the two. So the first view sees China's hyper growth as a gigantic government-engineered bubble. Therefore, because it is a bubble and a government-engineered bubble, and it's not sustainable, and will collapse, as constantly predicted by Gordon Chang in the US. Perhaps you have heard of his name. And, the rationale behind this kind of interpretation, understanding of this is that, because China has no democracy, has no human rights, has no freedom of speech, has no rule of law, has no Western-style legal system, has no well-functioning markets, as Professor Chang-Tai just tried to describe to you. China has none of that. And has no private banking sector. Obviously, banking sector is largely owned by the state. And no protection of intellectual properties, and no ability to innovate other than copying and stealing Western technologies and business secrets. This has been, the accusation made by lots of US politicians. And nor a host of many other things which we believe from our textbook that the West has possessed for centuries, ever since the Renaissance, and that have proved essential for the Western prosperity and technological dominance. That's one of the popular views. And there's another view, which is on the other side of the spectrum, which sees China's dramatic rise simply as destiny. This view argues that this is simply a return to China's historical position. China has been one of the richest nations and the greatest civilizations from at least 200 BC all the way to 1800, when the British Industrial Revolution took place. So therefore, it was only a matter of time for China to reclaim its historical glory and dominate the world once again. So this is another view. And this view, consistent with what Napoleon once said, China is a sleeping giant. Let her sleep. Once she wakes up, she will shake the world. But in my view, neither view is correct. So I want to offer a different view, which I think is more helpful for other developing countries to develop. And there, I think this view not only shed light on China's growth miracle, but also shed light on the British Industrial Revolution itself. You know, despite the fact that the British Industrial Revolution has taken place almost for 250 years, historians are still debating about what happened and why that happened. And if you read the historians' articles recently. So to simplify, let me first ask the same question as Mughal asked, why nations fail? You know, of course, there are lots of other reasons, but I want to point out one which is very critical and has been missed by the mainstream new institutional theory. You know, first of all, poverty in any nation, including Europe 500 years ago, you know, was rooted in the inability to mass produce stuff, mass produce consumer goods, and mass produce the means of mass production. You know, without the ability to mass produce things, you will be poor forever, right? But of course, this kind of inability often is attributed to lack of technology. But in today's world, at least, technology per se is no longer that an issue. You know, developing country has lots of ways to access the technology. But actually, rather is the lack of mass market to render mass production technology profitable. If you do not have a market or mass market to support mass production technology, even that technology is given to you for free, you will not use it because money is loss-making. But unfortunately, market, unlike our neoclassical economic theory, if you read any textbooks on neoclassical economics, supply equal to demand, the market is automatically there. It's given by God. And it can be as large as you want. But it's not true. Market is not free. Market is the most fundamental public good, which can only be created with the help of the state, with joint effort. And also creating market requires not just state capacity, but it requires correct industrial policy. It's a sequential process. You cannot just create a modern mass market to support heavy industry at one step. You have to go gradually from, and very humble, from the very beginning, from the bottom. So I'm going to use China as an example to illustrate that. First of all, why market is a public good? Well, we can talk about many things. At least, for example, the market has 3 pillars. Without them, market will not even exist. Number 1, political stability, absolutely important. Number 2, social trust, which of course also may include legal system. And infrastructure. Without infrastructure, people cannot even see each other, even if they hear each other. Okay? So infrastructure determines the time or temporal spatial structure of the market. It's the physical shape, it's network structure, the volume and turnover speed of transactions. So the market has physical shapes, which is determined by the backbone, which is infrastructure. And of course, infrastructure has many levels. Okay, you cannot start with high-speed trains. You have to start from very low level. And no individual peasant can create a market on their own. Let's read Adam Smith. You know, often when we quote Adam Smith, we only mention about the invisible hand. That's a highly misreading of Adam Smith. He talked about the most fundamental things. Division of labor or the ability to adopt technology is limited by the extent of the market. Without a market, you will never form an enterprise to have a division of labor, to have technology, right? You talk about how those long houses and scattered around Scotland, 20 miles away, they cannot specialize. They cannot specialize. They have to do everything on their own. So because there's no market. Okay, so therefore, Adam Smith pointed out, so it is upon the seacoast and along the banks of big rivers that industry of every kind of nature begins in the very old time. Because the rivers was the first generation of infrastructure given by God. But that's very limited. If you want to develop further, you have to create infrastructure on your own, such as the canal system, then later on the highway system. Okay? But how to create a mass market? Why the first industrial revolution happened in the UK? not in France, not in Netherlands, which was far more open, far more free than UK, and not in Asia. Well, the early European powers relied on mercantilist state government, powerful navy, and militarized merchants to create global monopolistic global market. Through, of course, colonialism, imperialism, slavery, bloody wars, and gunpowder diplomacy. You know, wars are the most frequent things in Europe ever since the Renaissance. 500 years of wars. You can look at the data collected by today, big data sources. For example, the Dutch merchant and warrior named Cohen, he once said, you know, to his government authority, "Your Honor, that trade in Asia must be driven and maintained under protection and favor of your own weapons, military weapons, and that the weapons must be paid for by the profits from the trade, so that we cannot carry on trade without war, no war without trade." That's why the Harvard economic historian Sven Beckert called the early stage of capitalism war capitalism. Okay. So that explains why the Industrial Revolution happened in the UK first. Well, because generations of British monarchs and militarized merchants, they helped create for England the world's largest textile market, cotton supply chains, and trading networks that made mechanized mass production profitable, thus kick-started the first Industrial Revolution, which in turn later on created a market for heavy industries, therefore kick-started the second Industrial Revolution, so on and so forth. Well, any European state actually, which was in competition with the UK, that mimicked the British method of mercantilist market creation, also succeeded in kickstart their own industrial revolution, including the US and Imperial Japan. But in the 20th century, especially now, after World War II, poor nations, agrarian nations, no longer have the same privilege to create a global market by military force. Therefore, they have to find other ways to create a market. Okay, find a new way to create a market. And the US has made a contribution to allow poor countries to create a market, global market, not using militarized method. They create WTO. So that's a good platform for developing countries to enjoy world market without appealing to wars and powerful navy. But however, that does not mean developing countries no longer need state capacity to nurture market for their own enterprises. You look at how many developing countries already joined WTO. How many of that incident have had actual effect? Not very much. Okay. And China's own experience also tells you the same thing. Qing Dynasty China, for example, and also the Republic era before 1949, according to the California School of History, they said the Qing Dynasty China's market system was even better than that in the UK. But despite that, they did not kickstart industrial revolution. Why is that? Well, they had a market, but no state, no strong state. And during 1949 and 1978, also remember that the communism movement, social planning, socialism movement was a response to war capitalism. It's not coming from nowhere. From the sky, suddenly people want to have socialism. This was a response to war capitalism. But during the social planning era, they did not kickstart industrial revolution. They had a strong state, but no market. But after 1978, Deng Xiaoping's economic reform, they finally had both strong state and market creation, a force to create a market. Okay, so that means industrial revolution. So China finally kickstarted its own industrial revolution after Deng Xiaoping's reform. And in this process, because China could no longer rely on colonialism, war capitalism, slave trade to create its global market, it has to do something else. Despite the fact that China later on, 20 or 30 years after reform was joined into WTO.
you still need to rely on government, especially local government. If you go travel to Egypt, travel to India, travel to many other developed countries, local government, they are so incapable of creating market for their own enterprises. So therefore, local government must play a critical role in market creation, of market fermentation, by acting as public merchants. In the European history, they have generated huge generation of merchants, militarized merchants, charter companies. They have created market. But today, you no longer have that privilege. But still, you can do something else. Well, therefore, this is China's phenomenal performance. And let me skip those pictures. Here I want to contrast China's path of industrialization with any Latin American countries. They started with much better position, with much richer natural endowment, and with much closer relationship with Europe, with Western civilization, but they did not do well. They wander around. Here, horizontal axis is the measure of non-agricultural share of total GDP relative to the US. So if the value is 1, that means your degree of industrialization is the same as the US. Vertical axis is your per capita income relative to the US. So normally, if your path to industrialization is correct, well, later on I will talk about what correct means. Then as you keep industrialized, agriculture sector shrinks, your per capita income should rise and converge to the US level. But look at Argentina. It's not converging and even go backward. But you look at China. So as China develops and become more and more industrialized, per capita income rises. Actually, because of limited time, I did not show you do not have the picture of Taiwan economy, Singapore, South Korea. They are very much similar to this picture, but very different from any Latin American countries. I have on virtually every Latin American countries, their picture show here, they are like this. So that means their path to industrialization is incorrect. They did not find the right recipe. This is already pointed out by Professor Dani Rodrik earlier. So what is the recipe? Let me give you the Chinese story. Market creation is a sequential process. You cannot just skip any important stage, hoping jump to modern advanced industry. If you do that, you will go bankrupt. You will have financial crisis. That's many countries actually tried. Okay, look at China's economic reform. The first 10 years of reform, China's industrial policy was very humble. Deng Xiaoping made it the goal for Chinese by 2000. If we can become a nation with per capita income of $1,000, I would be very happy. Unlike during Mao's time, China was very ambitious. In 15 years, China wanted to catch up with the US or UK. So this kind of humble goal actually turns out to be very important to allow China's market to ferment and gradually build up. So the first 10 years features so-called village township industries. Very primitive technology, very low level, but mass around. Entire nation was mobilized by this kind of proto-industrialization process that paved the way for industrial revolution to take place later on. So in that, you look at the numbers. Number of village firms increased 12-fold just in 10 years. 12-fold. That's like a nuclear bomb explosion. Very rapid. Actually, look at the UK in that period. Even though global GDP growth was very low, but look at the UK textile industry was the same speed, 10 times, double every 5 years. So that's where we should be looking for when we talk about growth. Just looking at the GDP is very misleading. You should look at the right sector. Now, village industrial gross output increased by 13-fold. Village peasant workers, number of workers increased to nearly 100 million. Massive. Everybody was engaged. Like during the British Industrial Revolution, every person, every family was engaged in textile production and sell the product to the global market, to the world. If China refused to open market, British used Navy to open up your door. That's it. Okay? And the market fermentation went smoothly, therefore led to the first industrial revolution, adopting mass production technology in textile and light industries, not heavy industry. Okay, unlike earlier social planning era. So during that period, the mass production of labor-intensive like consumer goods also exploded because the mass market was there to make those mass production profitable. And even peasants, if they do well, they borrow money, they can set up relatively more modern textile factories instead of continue relying on township village enterprises. And by 1995, 6 years before China joined WTO, China already became the world's largest producer and exporter of textiles. And that position was held by Japan during Japan's industrialization process, was held by US at a certain period of time in the middle of 19th century or slightly later, and was held by UK. So once that stage went smoothly, the light industrial revolution will create a huge market demand for heavy industries, for machineries, for traffic, for infrastructure, for electricity. So by that time, if the government step in to create those infrastructure, will be highly demanded, will become profitable. If China start to build speed rail train in 80s, China will go bankrupt. The market demand was not there, and the finance was not there. You have to wait. So therefore, this kick-started China's second industrial revolution, which is called a heavy industrial revolution. Okay? And let me show you some pictures, which essentially show you the process China has gone through. Township village firms, massive amount in China, in rural area and in the urban area. Low technology, very low level, okay? Gradually upgrade, gradually. And this light industrial revolution eventually created a huge market for heavy industrial goods, making all those firms, regardless is state-owned or private-owned, which produce machineries, produce heavy industrial goods such as steel, concrete, and other things, very profitable. So therefore, China is able to self-finance its industrial revolution without the need to borrow from World Bank, unlike Latin American countries. And today, China's moving further to the frontier. So therefore, is China's growth or this achievement the triumph of marketism, so-called the neoliberal economist beliefs? Well, yes and no. Yes, for obvious reasons. Well, because the market imposes economic incentives to compete and imposes a discipline on management and technology adoption. If you adopt the wrong technology, heavy industry too early in the 80s, you go bankrupt. There's no market to support that, right? And therefore, this Darwinian process of creative destruction to eliminate losers. So that's the importance of market. But the answer is low for overlooked reasons, overlooked by neoliberal economic theories. Because it is extremely costly to create a market. Market is a public goods. You have to create it. It does not exist by, automatically. It's extremely costly for anarchic, uneducated peasants to form corporations, to form enterprises, unless you have political stability, you have social trust. Right? It's extremely costly to create mass market to support division of labor and mass production, especially costly to create market regulatory institutions. Government has to learn how to create market regulations. Look at the US 19th century was very chaotic. Corruption was everywhere. But by 20th century, those problems to a large extent was gone. It takes time to learn how to create regulatory institutions, to reinforce it. Even the police force was the most corrupted force in the US 19th century. Therefore, it is the lack of state-led market creation that destroyed East Europeans' market reform under shock therapy. You want to become a market economy overnight. That's impossible. How can you? So therefore, eventually create oligarchies, create more corruptions, and destroy their own industrial base, which was created during the social planning era. Everything was gone. Ukraine was a nation used to be able to produce craft ships, fighter jets. After market reform, become a nation relying only on export of agricultural goods. Your industrial base was completely gone. So because of the lack of understanding of this kind of basic principle, division of labor is limited by the extended market, and the market is of public goods, requires state capacity to produce it, and it can only be created sequentially. Therefore, that led to all the poverty traps and middle income traps in Africa and Latin America, despite democracy. Everybody like that. But however, democracy can only be supported by strong economic foundations, otherwise we'll go rotten. So therefore, now we understand why neoliberalism is doomed to fail. Because neoliberalism fails to understand the three economic principles. Number one, I just mentioned it, division of labor is limited by the extended market by Adam Smith. But Adam Smith did not point out the second one. The market is a public good that can only be created with the help of the state. And number three, market creation is a sequential process. You cannot skip some critical stages. And mass market has three pillars: political stability, social trust, and infrastructure. They're all important. So therefore, to conclude, poverty is rooted in the inability to mass produce final goods and mass produce the means of mass production. But the mass production requires mass market to render profitable and market the public goods. Okay, so, and let me just say one more thing. So without the development of all nations, we still have 85% of global population not able to develop, not able to industrialize. But without that, it is impossible to have a long-lasting world peace. The US government have to understand it. They tried. They tried very hard, actually, during the Cold War and after Cold War, by the new liberal approach, but the approach failed. That approach failed because it is economically incorrect. You look at our new classical models. It's error de Broglie. Demand automatically equal to supply to clear the market at the market price. Ronald Coase has heavily criticized this kind of new classical paradigm. It is wrong. And the new institutional theory tried to fill the gap, but it has got the cause-effect correlation upside down. Institution does not come first. Think of traffic law and road system. You have a traffic law first, therefore you create a road system? No, you have a road first, then you create traffic laws. Institution is endogenous. So therefore, the new classical understanding of so-called economic efficiency is misleading. And we look at marginal analysis, we try to equalize MPK and MPL, and using that to gauge or to judge the efficiency of the economy is wrong. Can any labor within a firm's different department, their marginal product be equalized? No, they have different functions to perform. Can any cell or chemical element in a human body's different organs, their marginal product be equalized? No, there's a structure there. So this kind of paradigm, this kind of new classical analysis, which is a foundation for neoliberalism, is incorrect. Something new has to be created. Okay, thank you very much. That's my talk.
Thank you, Professor Van. Very interesting, also provoking, I think. Yeah, please.
I don't really have a question. I'm just curious, can the two speakers comment on each other?
Well, I think Professor Hsieh and I will have lots of fight during the dinner time.
Coming from here.
Maybe I will make the question more concrete. So I like, Chang-Tai's word and also your emphasis on mass market theory. But if I take this kind of political threat become a kind of a crackdown of big companies in China, do you also see limitation to the state support to mass market?
To me, right? Yes. I think no. I think first of all, I want to give Professor Hsieh Chang-Tai some credit because he has the opportunity to travel to China very often, right? Almost, to learn something. But I think, anytime you mention those, I think we have to understand European history. I forgot to include 2 slides from the Harvard historian Sven Beckert and also the Northwestern historian Morkier. You look at the 18th, 19th century UK, was horrible. Was not democratic society. Collusion, corruption was everywhere. So institution was built later on. But despite that kind of scenario situation, industrial revolution took place. Why? Because, the thing I mentioned, the government helped to create a market to support mass production. But of course, I think there's a different stories, interpretation about this, what's going on. I think Jack Ma in China, from what I heard, is that he become a monopoly. And China, Chinese government, a lot of things they try to learn from the U.S. They look at what the U.S. done, antitrust law, or so they realize maybe monopoly is not good for no longer that beneficial to the economy. The cost may be larger. Once we enter a new millennium, so China government decide to do something. I think they are aware that if you have Jack Ma, could have a bad spillover effect on other enterprises. But I think what's the outcome? Perhaps it's good to watch Jack Ma's recent appearance on the media and what he talked about, because Jack Ma he utilized his platform to engage in banking. And the banking is not very well regulated. The Chinese government still lacks the experience to regulate financial institutions, the stock market, and the banking system. So that's why the market reform in the bank system is keep postponed. Financial system is very important, especially later on. In the 1980s, was not that critical. During the mass production industrial revolution, light industry was also less important. Even during the heavy industrial revolution, become more important, but it was not critical. But now China realized this is a very important sector. But so therefore, China in every way want to learn, or mimic, or compete with the U.S. But compete with the U.S. not in the U.S. interpretation of that. But so therefore, they learned that the U.S. 19th century have had 15 financial crises because of lack of lack of regulation. Later on, because of the Great Depression, U.S. learned their lesson, built some institutions. China still searching, still learning how to do that. Without the financial system to lubricate the economy, China knows his development will slow down. And so this is because Jack Ma started to engage in the banking, engage in financial system. So the government start to worry that may create more trouble than benefit. That's one interpretation. And yes.
Any others? Yes, please, Amitav.
So a lot of what you said, I agree with you, although I'm not an expert on neoliberal economics. But there's one area where I've done a fair amount of research, and that's the role of cotton textile in the rise of Britain, or rise of the West. And you're quite right that the British Industrial Revolution was ushered on the back of large-scale import of cotton from India and the creation of a consumer society. That's fine. But there is a difference. The difference is that the British East India Company brought cotton to Britain. It's not the British state that created the market in Britain. It was actually, India was the largest producer of cotton at that time, and in the world, and exporter. The British East India Company basically used a lot of first buying, then violence, basically decimated through its local agents, the Indian cotton clothing textile manufacturers. But there was a great demand, and this is where the consumer society comes in, because the British never really were well clothed. Either the very rich had wool and silk, or they had flax, but there was nothing really in between that the average person can wear. The cotton textiles from India actually were very popular. Even the royalty started wearing them. And so the demand for cotton and the creation of the first market was done by an imperial company from outside. The role of the British state was basically, at least in the beginning, was to have 2 Calico Acts. So ban the import of Indian cotton to UK or Britain as soon as the British manufacturers started getting the hang of producing cotton textiles. And some of the early technology, they were borrowed directly from India. So within 30 years, Britain became the #1 producer of cotton textiles in the world, and Indian cotton just went down, completely decimated. So the story, to me, the question I might ask you is, how did the Chinese did it? There was no Chinese company that was really like British East India Company, bringing in foreign technology, at least in cotton, and also creating the market in the beginning, the external stimulus. But we might think of other areas in which the Chinese companies or Chinese state-linked companies did get technology from outside and then try to emulate it just like the British state. And it was not all done indigenously in China. A lot of it was borrowed technology. But where you are absolutely right is the infrastructure. The infrastructure in China is actually absolutely central to the Chinese market. And anybody who has traveled in China and seen the fast rail, there's nothing like that, even in today's 21st century Britain, which has some of the slowest trains in the world. So could we disaggregate that, the idea of the market? I think infrastructure to me is the key. The role of the state, if you want to use the British analogy, one is a very imperial, directly related to colonialism. I mean, Britain would not have the first industrial revolution without colonialism. This is where Neil Ferguson and I disagree completely. We had a debate on this, by the way, in Tsinghua, that you could not really have everything done in Britain. Similarly, my question is, everything could not have been done in China. And maybe infrastructure, the investment, but that came later. And I'm not talking about just cotton technology, but also generally the technology, the manufacturing skills. Of course, the labor force is Chinese, the local labor force, very important. But the technology and some of the resources has to have an external link. So my sense is, I'm not disagreeing with you, but perhaps there is a strong external dimension to all this. That was very pronounced in Britain. I think without colonialism, there will be no British industrial miracle or industrial revolution or European industrial revolution, and cotton played a very important role. And cotton was the basis of the British consumer society, which created that industrial revolution.
Yes, thank you very much actually for pointing that out. Give me opportunity to explain this history, because this slides are too simple. You're absolutely right. The British Empire first, UK was, or England was very backward in Europe. Ever since the Renaissance, the Italian states developed, later on the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and the Dutch. So UK was a latecomer. But the UK monarchies heavily rely on industrial policy to move forward, to catch up. And of course, their textile, that time textile was the most advanced technology, this. So they nurtured woolen textile first. Therefore, the origin was just an exporter of raw woolen. They said, no, this is not the way to go. If, according to Adam Smith, you use your comparative advantage, you're good at producing ships, so be it. UK said, no, we want to produce final goods to generate large profit. Therefore, they established a law to forbid export of raw materials and only encourage export of finished goods. But of course, the first couple hundred years was in woolen, because woolen in Europe was the most popular. And later, the cotton, they rely on India. So this raises an important question. Later on, because once the UK created the global, so-called empire whatever, and realized cotton actually is far more income elastic, the global market is far larger, more profitable. They switched to cotton. And therefore, they stolen technology from India and destroyed India's so-called township village style cotton industry. But the other side of the question is also important. Because industrial revolution, as you already mentioned, Schumpeter, Karl Marx, everybody else, started with textile, especially cotton. How come India did not start it? India was the largest and the longest civilization in cotton production. And India also had cotton supply. So how come industrial revolution could not start in India, right? There's one popular theory talking about the wage theory. Robert Alden, a British historian, he said, look, India's wage rate was so low, why would they adopt a machine to produce textiles? Whereas you look at the UK, wage rate was high. But this theory has flaws, has lots of flaws. So actually many other people point out. India, based on this question asked by Adam McCloskey or somebody else, I forgot the name. In order for India entrepreneurs or peasants to adopt machine to produce textiles, who's going to benefit from that? Look at the UK. You need a lot of rich merchants to organize this to supply you with cotton and to send your goods to Europe. And you need your navy to protect all the way, from this long trip. India has none of that. No state to support India's peasants. So therefore, India was not organized. Therefore, just individual or not just individual. Eventually, just watch British destroy their own textiles, could not do anything. The same happened in China. The silk industry was stolen by Japan, and the Japan state helped to organize them, to create a market for them, eventually beat the Chinese. So you need some kind of state force to support that. And India lacked that. And later on, why Chinese became the largest exporter and producer of cotton, of textile by 1995, 6 years before joining WTO. You look at China's industrial policy from the very beginning. The government realized that now we take our lesson from social planning. We don't want to get all these things on heavy industries, even though that's important for national defense. But we have to do something which is more profitable. And the entry cost is lower, barrier is lower. So the government, look at the history, they targeted on textile. The government issued a sixth policy to nurture textile. For example, give them priority for foreign exchange, if they want to import cotton, for example. Give them priority to subsidize their export. All those things, which also happen in Taiwan as well. And also to such a degree, because the world cotton market, the price fluctuates a lot, which really hurt the firms, because the profit margin for light industry is very thin. You want to compete to survive. You want to have the price of especially raw material to be very stable. And government try to stabilize the cotton price by voluntarily importing lots of cotton and store that, and gradually release to the market. When the cotton global market price was high, the government just released its own inventory to help smooth the price level. So all those kind of policy look trivial, easily done, but very important. Very important. Yeah. Thank you.
I think we could take one more question before the session was very... Okay, Eddie? It's the microphone there, yeah.
Okay. Hello, Professor. I'm Ophelia, one of the students in TSE. And I want to have a question regarding, you seems like talking about China know the stage and they're gonna wait for the market so they can develop. So I want to ask your opinion about the One Belt Road initiative. Do you think it is something that China do to open a new market in Asia? So like they're not patient enough to wait for other countries beside them to develop. So they want to have the other country to have a good infrastructure, then they can take the market so they can develop in the future. So do you think it's related or?
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, so you say, first of all, how did China know the different stage of development? Is that correct, the first question?
Yes. So,
second question is China now is helping infrastructure build up in other developing countries. Yeah. You think the motivation was that China want to create a larger market for their own enterprises? Is this second question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Well, China did not know where to go when the Deng Xiaoping started market reform. The only thing Deng Xiaoping knows is that social planning does not work. Okay, so therefore China need to find a new way. But Deng Xiaoping was far more cautious than the leaders in East European countries, because Deng Xiaoping had lifelong experience about war capitalism during Qing Dynasty, about the civil wars, during the Republic era, about the Japanese invasion, and about how Japan became industrialized, and how the social planning era. So Deng Xiaoping had all those kind of experience. So the only thing he knew that, of course, China need to develop market, but political stability is critical. He said personally, without political stability, you cannot even attract foreign investment. But Deng Xiaoping was also, his goal was very humble. He said, we learn our lesson by jump forward, a great leap forward, create disasters. So let's move slowly. And also, he did something right, because in the early 80s, he saw that lots of township village firms emerge. And a lot of government officials tell Deng Xiaoping, he said, this is no good, because they are competing resources with the state-owned. Why is this not good? Because state-owned firms, the Chinese government spend lots of money to build that with modern technology. That's the most modern thing China have, even though social planning has not been worked. Now you allow those primitive firms to compete resources such as steel or iron with them. You're gonna make SOE go bankrupt. They said, no, let's not allow those, because those are primitive technology. China's goal is to have advanced technology. Technology, like Newcastle said, is the most important thing. But Deng Xiaoping traveled to countryside. He realized this is the way to enrich the farmers, to generate employment. He said, let's support SOEs. Turns out, this is the right policy, because you need proto-industrialization to jumpstart the first industrial revolution. Because the proto-industrialization process fermented the market, just like when you ferment bread. It takes a long time. British had that for 200, 300 years in the 16th, 17th century. US, the same. Look at Japan, the same. You all have to go through the proto-industrialization before you can kickstart industrial revolution, because that fermented the market. And your second question, yes, once China becomes so advanced, especially with heavy industry, the fixed investment in heavy industry is so high, you need mass market to reduce the average cost. Otherwise, you're not competitive. Look at the airplane industry. US domestic market is so large, therefore US can support airplane industry. Germany, Japan, no way. But the European countries together, they can support Airbus. So you need some special type of heavy industry goods. You need a huge market to support, to make it profitable. Otherwise, it's too small, So China, just like people talk about Adam Smith or talk about the UK's free trade policy. Krugman pointed this out. Free trade is the sword for developed nations, and trade protectionism work for the underdeveloped countries. You want to protect your market. So when Britain was lagging behind the Dutch was the one, advocated free trade. UK said, no, I want to nurture my infant industry. But once UK became in the frontier, UK advocated free trade. So China in the 90s, 80s was more or less protectionism. Now China is advocating free trade because China is at the frontier. Okay, but of course, British helped India to build India's railway system, but that's mostly for British economic interest, and also based on other unfair treaties. China now, because of the global WTO restriction, you can only import raw materials based on the world price. You can only export your goods based on WTO rules. But still, China has incentive to create a market by building infrastructure in Africa. So therefore, including them into the global system, enlarge China's own market. But China must obey those international rules. You cannot just like the British use your navy to force open their door to build a railroad system solely for the British interest. China now has to negotiate with the African government. Where do you want this infrastructure to be built? The government has to say. Yes, so China's ability and incentive for building infrastructure outside China obviously benefit China's enterprises. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ewan. I think we have the closed session here. Let's give a big hand to Professor Ewan and Professor Chang-Tai Hsieh for a very stimulating session. We are inviting, I think, our speakers and panelists to come to the stage for a group photo. Is that we want to do? So please. So the session is adjourned. We are breaking for lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have come to our third panel, Norms and Values. The panelists are Professor Joseph Chen from the Academia Sinica and Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar from PR Politics Britain. Professor Amitav Acharya from American University will chair the panel. Now let us welcome Professor Acharya.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, save your clapping after the speakers have spoken. It's my great pleasure to talk about, to chair the session on norms and values. Just want to say a few words about why we have this in this conference, because in the morning panel, you heard a lot about economics and a little bit about geopolitics. There are a lot of conferences in this world about global order that completely ignore norms and values. So as if the world revolves around political, military, and economic resources and power. But I myself am a constructivist. This is a theory of international relations that puts norms and values and ideas at the center of world order. So when we're thinking about this conference, we have to make it part of the core theme of the conference, because there is no global order. It doesn't have space for norms and values. The world order is not about material power or political domestic politics, but it's also about ideas. And ideas sometimes matter more than material power. There's a long debate in international relations about this, but I think in this particular panel, we will fit that in. We'll discuss about how norms and values affect global order. But honestly, we have given no brief to our speakers. What do they have to say? It's totally up to them. But there has been a lot of debate about norms and values in this region and also currently in the world order. And I'll just mention two things, and then I'll pass to the speakers. One is that in the 1980s and 90s, there was this big debate about Asian values, which started a little bit by Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, who said the reason why Asians are successful, the East Asian miracle, is because Asians are hardworking and they save more, they look after their family. So a little bit like the Protestant ethic, but in this case, it was Confucian ethic. And of course, Joseph Chan is one of the world-renowned scholars on Confucian ethics, but he's not going to talk about it today, he told me. But there was a big debate, and Lee Kuan Yew was challenged by like Fidel Ramos of Philippines, and he said that, and even Korea's Kim Dae-jung, he said that, values matter, but it's not like everything. So it's not destiny. So he put more emphasis on democracy and pluralism. So we had this big debate, then faded away. Then now you see that there's a return of ideology in the US-China relations in a way that we hadn't seen for a long time. So the Biden administration talks about the coming world order is a struggle between democracy and authoritarianism. And the Chinese hit back at him and say that the United States is not a true democracy. Ideology has come back in a very big way. And there is also this idea of civilization, which you will find in India, China, Turkey, that some people have argued, wrongly I believe, that the world is becoming a world of civilization states, not nation states. Civilization to replace nation states. But that also brings in the question of culture and values, whether you agree with that discourse or not. So in that context, the question of norms and values is really relevant to our overarching theme of global order. With that in mind, we invited two scholars. So the first speaker would be Dr. Joseph Chan, whom I met many years ago in Hong Kong University, but he is now a distinguished research fellow in Academia Sinica at the Research Center for Humanities and Social Sciences. And again, he taught for a long time in the University of Hong Kong and has also been a global scholar at Princeton University. And he does mention his book on Confucian perfectionism. So that's why it's a giveaway from Princeton University Press. So anyway, and the political legitimacy, which is what he's going to focus on today, bridging the empirical normative divide, at Cambridge University Press book of 2016. So he will speak first, and I'll, don't know which order I'll introduce. I'll introduce you now, it'll be good. Dewi Fortuna Anwar, a very long-time friend of mine from Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and also someone who very much connected to the world of academia and policy. So among her many hats was she was a chief foreign policy advisor to a former president of Indonesia, Habibie, and also world-renowned scholar on Southeast Asia, ASEAN, and he also has been visiting scholar around the world, member of many, many commissions, UN Disarmament Commission, and Weapons of Mass Destruction Commission, and Board of Secretary General's Advisory Board, that's UN Secretary General, Advisory Board on Disarmament Matters, and I'm missing something, there's so many. But anyway, those of us, I am a scholar of ASEAN myself, and when we started doing research on Southeast Asia and ASEAN, her work was a must-read, and it remains a must-read. So she's going to talk about values. Again, it's totally up to you. We have no marching orders, no briefs. So we'll start with Dr. Chan to talk about, give his own take, maybe not 25 minutes or so, and leave. I don't know how long is the session for, but sooner you finish, more time we have for Q&A. And then we'll have Dr. Anwar to follow. So this session starts from 2 o'clock to 3:40.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Can somebody pull up the PowerPoint of me? Oh, right. Okay. My topic today is regime legitimacy in an ideologically divisive, or some would say polarized world. It's about ideas, because Amitav allows us to talk about ideas in relation to norms and values. So I think this is an angle that I like to choose, although this may not be the most directly relevant to the question of the global order. I want to start out by saying that we live in an ideologically divisive world. The rise of China challenges the dominance of Western liberal democratic ideologies, and it also challenges the hegemonic status of the US in world politics. These ideological conflicts have become more pronounced in recent years as China's economic and military power has grown tremendously, and it has become more assertive on the global stage. Tensions between the US and China have escalated, no doubt about it, as both sides try to exert their power and influence in the world. These tensions are continuing to grow, I'm sure, with each side pursuing their agendas, their interests in an increasingly competitive international landscape. Now, in the midst of this ideological conflict, on the one hand, we find that the exalted status of democracy appearing to to be waning due to both internal and external factors. Internally, Western major democracies such as the US and the UK are grappling with their domestic crises one after another. Externally, China's relative success in navigating economic and political challenges seems to present a viable political alternative. China's decades of cumulative success have given rise to a newfound confidence in its own path of development, no longer feeling the need to align its path of development with Western terminologies and values. The Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, is now urging the Chinese people to build on the success of China and to acquire the full confidence, so to speak. The confidence in its path, in the theory, in the system, and in the culture of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Now, as a result, the CCP and its advocates are now openly developing their own terminologies and theories and concepts to characterize the nature of their regime. No longer saying that China is a democracy with Chinese characteristics, these people now refer to the regime simply as a party-state system of a Marxist-Leninist kind. Well, when we come to these sort of polarization of ideologies on the world scale, there seems to be no ideologically neutral way of evaluating the merits of ideologies such as liberal democracy and the kind of authoritarian system displayed in China, the one-party state system. Those who value the principles of liberty and democracy, for example, would automatically reject the China model regardless of its success militarily, economically, or technologically. But on the other hand, the CCP and its advocates may accuse Western critics of their ideological bias and failing to understand China and the CCP on their own terms. CCP advocates may then contend that the Chinese party-state system has its own source of legitimacy, and it enjoys popular support at home, whether or not outsiders agree with it or understand it. Now, if the question of political ideologies are controversial and hard to settle rationally, uncontroversially, perhaps the question of legitimacy is a bit easier. Political legitimacy is a narrow concept, it's a distinct concept. It's not as broad as the question of overall merit of the US or UK democracy versus vis-a-vis China. What is political legitimacy? It is about the moral right to govern. It's about the moral right of a government to exercise political power over its citizens. The center of attention of legitimacy is about the relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. Now, I want to claim that although it may be impossible to develop an ideologically neutral way of evaluating different regime types in terms of their merit, it may be possible to develop an ideologically neutral way of evaluating regimes' legitimacy. And I would explore this approach and use China as an example. Well, first of all, how should we evaluate a regime's legitimacy? A common, long-standing tradition in Western political philosophy literature is that there should be, or we should appeal to a set of universally valid, sound values, and then use those set of values to evaluate regimes on earth. And if a regime fails to comply with those values, then it is not legitimate. Now, one commonplace set of values is, of course, the values of human rights, civil liberties, and people's access to collective decision-making power. If a regime violates these fundamental values, then that regime lacks legitimacy or lacks the moral right to rule. Now, I call this traditional Western approach the external approach. It is external because the standard to which these people use or appeal to is external to the particular community in question, whereas the regimes is to be evaluated. Now, this external approach faces two fundamental challenges. One is in my oversuit. That is, this set of values really universal across time and across place? If it is, then all pre-modern regimes in world history would have been regarded as illegitimate. And all contemporary societies that have no conditions for the implementation of liberal democracy would also be regarded as illegitimate, which seems to me a counterintuitive conclusion, but also could be charged as, Western imperialistic ideology. But I think this external approach faces a deeper challenge, a deeper problem. It is because political authority is primarily an internal matter. It's about the relationship between the governed and those who govern in a particular community. Outsiders may use whatever standards they want. But the question of authority is about how those who are governed view those who govern. Whether those who govern really have the moral right to govern them, those who are governed. So from this angle, if China says, look, if you use liberal democracy as an evaluation standard, then I'm not simply going to buy it. Yes, our regime fails to live up to your standard, but so what? They might dismiss this standard as irrelevant to their internal political life. So I think we need to move on to another perspective, the internal one. The internal perspective looks at what people in a particular community believe. One very common approach to this internal perspective is to look at what the elites believe, what the ruling elites say about its own legitimacy. But in considering the regime's legitimacy, we cannot simply focus on the elite's perspective. Why? For the simple reason that all elites make claims about their moral authority to rule. They all think they have the right to rule. And they would give you also reasons to justify their right to rule. We call this the elite's act of justifying their rule an act of legitimation, which should not be confused with legitimacy. Legitimation is the method those in power use to justify and strengthen its legitimacy. But legitimacy is the objective condition of the moral nature of the authority, whether the governing elite indeed are morally justified in holding their power. Now, I want to consider China using their legitimation strategy to justify its legitimacy, and so see how it goes. The CCP legitimation is very simple. It is grounded in its revolutionary history and its adaptation of Marxism-Leninism to the unique conditions of China. And under the recent leadership of Xi Jinping, the party has reaffirmed this revolutionary legitimacy and emphasized its commitment to build China into a strong socialist country with Chinese characteristics. Now, the key feature of this system is that the party's leadership is beyond legal and political challenge. And in bolstering this legitimacy, the CCP also appeals to values of nationalism, that we are now on the verge of building China, reviving its greatness, pursuing the Chinese dream. And also, they also bolster this legitimacy by taking credit for the country's spectacular social and economic progress. I think we should take this legitimation strategy very seriously because it represents the party's self-understanding and its political mission. But I think it would be foolish or unwise to simply assume that the Chinese people in China would automatically buy this strategy and endorse this strategy. For this strategy really to work, it has to be made credible and appealing to the Chinese people. So that's why when we evaluate any regime, including China, we need to look at the people's perspective too. What do the people think about the regime? How do we understand the people's perspective in evaluating a regime's legitimacy? Well, the most influential approach is the one developed by Max Weber, the sociologist in Germany. And he says something like this: legitimacy is authority morally justified in the eyes of the people. That is, the people have to be convinced that those who govern them have their authority morally justified. But why should we focus about moral justification? Why not just appeal to power? Whoever has the power can dictate. Well, Weber says that power alone is not enough to guarantee stability of an order. If people obey simply because of expediency, interest, custom, then this obedience will not be stable, and the power and stability, political order will not be stable. This more secure ground of political order and stability is people's moral beliefs about the regime's legitimacy. So a political order is more stable and has the prestige of being considered binding if it is based on people's belief in its legitimacy. So if the Chinese people believe the Communist Party is legitimate, then the party enjoys legitimacy in the eyes of the people, and the regime will become more stable than simply commercial or exchange or interest protection. Weber says, however, that for sociological purposes, it is only the probability of orientation to the subjective belief in the validity of the order which constitutes the valid order itself. So Weber is a sociologist. He's not a philosopher. He's not interested in asking whether people have sound reasons to believe that the regime's legitimacy is more justified. As a sociologist, he will be satisfied if he thinks that people have this subjective belief that the regime is legitimate. So if I believe subjectively that the CCP is legitimate, then to me, CCP enjoys legitimacy. And if a lot of people do things in the same way, then it has popular legitimacy. Most social scientists take this notion, the subjective belief in legitimacy, to be Weber's understanding, although there is a slight important ambiguity between the notion of subjective belief. On the one hand, it could refer to subjectively held moral beliefs about acceptable rules and norms of authority, such as in the West, democracy, human rights, or in other Confucianist countries that you have to be a morally upright ruler working for the betterment of the people. This is the Confucian tradition. These are the moral beliefs. Now, if you go down this road, what you would do is you find out what people's what are the people's moral beliefs about rules and regulations about authority? And then you ask if the regime in question, the way it acquires power, the way it exercises power, conforms to this set of moral beliefs. And if they conform, if it conforms, then it's good, it's legitimate. So that is one approach. But most social scientists do not go down this road. They go down to the subjective road. They use the public opinions to ask, for example, the Chinese residents, do you believe that the government of China, the regime of China, is something that you would support, that you would find is legitimate? If there is strong evidence saying that a lot of respondents say yes, then this is the answer. I want to quote some examples of such a subjectivist approach. There is this very important project called the Asian Barometer Survey. It's a multi-year, multi-series survey in Asia as an extension of the world value surveys applied on a global scale. Researchers, there's a team of researchers from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and others. And in this particular paper that I quoted, it was a paper by Zhu Yunhan, who sadly passed away a few months ago, who was a member of this steering committee. And he and his team have done multi-year surveys on Chinese attitudes towards the CCP and the regime. And the findings is that China and other authoritarian regimes enjoy a higher level of regime legitimacy than democratic counterparts in East Asia. And to quote, regime, and what notion of legitimacy do they use? They define that way. A regime is legitimate when its constituents believe, whether because of ideological solidarity, patriotism, nationalism, or good government, that a government has the right to exercise authority in its regime. So if the respondents believe that the government has the right, then that is legitimacy. And his team, in another article, have come to this sort of finding saying, this not yet. They also give another sort of a more empirically definition of legitimacy, saying, quote, empirically, one can measure the level of regime legitimacy by examining to what extent the existing system of governance enjoys popular support. So popular support would be a proxy for regime legitimacy. And given this operationalization of the idea of legitimacy in terms of popular support, and they asked this question, the survey question was, does a system like ours, even if it runs into problems, deserve the people's support? Now this question put to the respondents, and according to the 2008 Asian Barometer Survey, China survey, 74% of the respondents gave a positive response to the statement, to the following two statements. The following statement. Whatever its fault may be, our political system is still the best for the country's current condition. And China ranked 4th highest among the 12 countries and territories in Asia. So these researchers concluded that actually China enjoys a very high level of legitimacy, even when China is compared with neighboring countries in Asia, let alone Western democracies. I think there is a two-step of reduction of the concept of legitimacy, first to people's subjective assessment, and then reducing this subjective assessment to the notion of popular support. And there are some problems about this popular support, and the obvious one is that popular support does not necessarily mean legitimacy. One could support a regime for promoting my own personal interests, Or I could support my regime simply because I cannot find a better one. So I will live with the current one. There's the best on table. It doesn't mean, however, that I would necessarily believe that the way the regime acquires power and the way it exercises its power is in accordance with my deepest moral beliefs. That is something that you cannot simply infer from the notion of popular support. Although, of course, if you also believe that this regime meets these moral beliefs or satisfies these moral requirements, then your popular support will be stable and strong. Now, people's subjective assessment, I think, could be prone to external influences, manipulations, or error. I can easily list out a number of them. Government propaganda could be one influential source of people's assessment. Suppression of dissenting voices, control of the press, and control of the flow of information on the internet, highly government-regulated educational curriculum, and all sort of social media disinformation and misinformation. Now, these things happen everywhere in the world, but if we look at China, I think there is very strong evidence saying that there are lots of problems of this kind in current days of China. I'm not saying other regimes do not have similar problems, but we have to look at each regime case by case. So in actual practice, China, I think, it's just a matter of empirical fact, does engage in those sort of strategies of legitimation, trying to influence people's subjective assessment. But we should also look at China in theory. What the Communist Party think about what they do. They do not think that what they do is illegitimate, however. Because in if you look at the Constitution 2018, Article 1 says, in Article 1 says, leadership by the Communist Party of China is the defining feature of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is prohibited for any organization or individual to damage the socialist system. So legally, constitutionally, the party is actually entrenched with this power to control the press, to suppress dissenting voice, insofar as the party thinks these things actually damage the leadership of the party. If you look at the Chinese Communist Party's constitution, not the China's PRC constitution, but the party's constitution, it says this: the leadership of the Communist Party of China is the most essential attribute of socialism with Chinese characteristics and the greatest strength of the system. The party exercises overall leadership over all areas of endeavor in every part of the country. Now, this is their self-proclaimed claim. This is China not just in practice, but as a matter of constitution. But I think if one emphasizes simply people's subjective assessment, I think it is a wrong-headed approach for reasons that I've already explained, because you will never get down to people's genuine beliefs. David Beaton makes a very good point. He says, a given power relationship is not legitimate because people believe in its legitimacy, but because it can be justified in terms of their beliefs. So there is a very subtle distinction, but very important one. Now, look at this table. So I've contrasted two approaches, the subjective internal and the critical internal approach. The subjective internal just look at people's subjective perception or evaluations of regime's performance. But the critical internal approach is to ask, what are the real moral beliefs that people genuinely hold? And then to see to what extent the regime conforms to those beliefs. Now, if you take up this approach, which I recommend, First, this is an internal approach. I'm not imposing any liberal democratic ideology onto the standard of legitimacy. I'm using an internal approach. But I'm saying that when you look at people's assessment, you have to be very careful. David Finson thinks that we should assess a regime's legitimacy in terms of 3 dimensions. First is legal validity of power. Does the government or regime acquires its power and exercises its power in accordance with prevailing rules? The second question is whether these rules are morally justifiable in light of the shared beliefs of the people. And finally, whether people do recognize those power as authority in some sense. If you look at China, does the Chinese regime exercises its power in accordance to prevailing rules? Well, you may say no. Somebody say no. You know, Constitution is just a piece of document. Lots of communist officials or party members, they violate the law. So there's lots of abuse of power and corruption. And when it comes to the most important question about political succession, there are still no well-established rules of succession. But if you look at the self-image of the Chinese Communist Party, they will tell you that, yes, I agree, individual members of the Communist Party may violate the law, and we should arrest them. And that's why you see Xi Jinping's anti-corruption campaign. But the party as an entity itself is above the Constitution. It's over and above rules. Because it is how the Communist Party understands itself, and because it is really effectively laid down in the Constitution of the party and in the PRC Constitution. So we'll come back to this point in a minute, but let us look at those rules. If there are any prevailing rules, are those rules justifiable in light of people's shared values? The question is, what are the shared values of the Chinese people in China? Well, and do we know that if they have any moral beliefs about rules of power and acquisition of power and exercise of power, are their beliefs genuinely theirs? Or are their beliefs result of manipulation or indoctrination? I'm afraid as an internal approach advocate, I have to ask this question because I cannot use external assessment standard. The only ground I could use is people's own beliefs. But we got to satisfy ourselves that these are the beliefs that these people genuinely endorse. Now, but if there's no way to tell whether the Chinese people genuine beliefs are, what these genuine beliefs are, then the question of legitimacy becomes very, very difficult to answer. Justification of regime and state legitimacy presupposes that citizens enjoy considerable freedom of thought and expression, without which you will never be able to go into the people's mind and find out what they genuinely believe. But insofar as China allows no freedom of thought and expression about political values, then there's simply no way to rationally talk about regime legitimacy. There's no way to establish a case for the regime legitimacy in China. Now, this conclusion, I say, is not a result of any application of any controversial political ideology, but simply the necessary implication of the internal approach. But lastly, if I have a couple of minutes more, then I would just round up by saying, go back to the very important self-image of the Communist Party. the party might resist this internal approach, focusing on people's beliefs, by saying that, we don't need to really take seriously what people believe, because as a party, we have won our legitimacy in revolution. Our revolutionary legitimacy has been historically secured. We are what the Marxist-Leninists say, the vanguard party, representing the people. The people speak and act through us. And so you don't need to be bothered with the Chinese people because we represent them. And therefore, the party is above the Constitution, is above any constitutional requirement. Just as what the Western theorists say, that the people, in the Western democratic theory, are the sovereign. The people are the source of sovereignty, and they are the source of legitimacy of Western liberal democratic constitution. If you ask what is the legitimacy of a US constitution, it tells you it's because the people, the founding fathers in the American Revolution days, they created it. The people spoke in that end, and then that's it. The people is the source of power and sovereignty. And similarly, because the party representing the people is the source of power. But I think this analogy between the CCP as sovereign through the agency of people and the people as sovereign in the West breaks down in two important ways. In Western liberal democracy, the people as an entity over and above the constitutional order seldom acts extra-constitutionally, except in national crises. But whereas the Communist Party is an entity that acts regularly in daily life. Another important disanalogy is in liberal democracies, the people as citizens living under the real people, the real citizens living under the constitutional order, they can express the dissenting voices, even about the constitution. They may say, I don't agree with this constitution, this part of the constitution, I want to change it, although it's extremely hard to change the constitution because it has to pass counter-majoritarian threshold. But still, as a principle, in principle, you can hear the people's voice, the ordinary citizens' voice about their satisfaction of the constitution. But in China, if you speak out against the party's constitution, or you want to revise the Chinese regime's constitution, you will run into great trouble. I think there's a better analogy about this party's role or self-given role. It's an analogy between the CCP and the conception of monarchy in traditional Chinese political culture. In Chinese traditional political culture, there are three important features that stand out. One is the political order is the only force in society capable of organizing, which doesn't necessarily mean controlling, the common life of the people in all aspects of life. It has been always this understanding from the Qin dynasty all the way up to, even today. The second very important feature of the traditional Chinese spiritual culture is that the stability of that encompassing order rests on a unified country with a strong central authority. That is, if you want to live in a stable world, you've got to have a unified country that allows no possibility of internal war. And to have a unified country, you have to have a strong central authority. And that leads to the third very common feature in traditional Chinese political culture. That is, the monarch is the pivot of that political order. The monarch is the sacred institution that holds the country together. Now, the monarch in traditional China was above the law. Although below the monarch, China developed a very sophisticated bureaucracy with layers and layers of regulations and laws regulating society, the economy, and its officials. So there are lots of laws and structures and agencies running the country. But above this, there is this one person and his family who are above everything else. Now, the CCP thinks it is above the law because it is the source of the country's rebirth. And here's one is legitimacy once and for all. Just as a new dynasty has opened, the heroes that has created that new dynasty became the monarch and then claim to possess its sovereignty as if it is a matter of dominion, not just imperium. China is now going the path of development of its bureaucracy. Speakers today talk about regulations of all kinds in the business sector too, and legal reform. All this could happen and can improve the performance of the state, but it is fully consistent with the idea that ultimately the party is the sovereign, like what the monarch was in China the other day. So that's it for my talk. Thank you.
So you can actually, I was initially thinking of combining the two presentations, but given that there's going to be a quite a big difference in focus, so we'll do the Q&A with Dr. Chan first, and then move to Dr. Anwar. So I'll leave the floor open to your questions. Yes, Chris.
Hi, thanks very much. I just wanted to ask a question about this, the legitimacy versus legitimization. Surely, and I'm not, at least in this moment, coming from an ideological perspective, surely polling the people in a regularized, anticipated, and periodic way introduces stability, goes beyond the subjective to the objective, and that achieves the aims of a stable system. So it seems to me you can call it something different, but elections could work.
Yes, it is a legitimation strategy too. I mean, all governments in the world, they have their own ways of legitimating themselves, no doubt about it. Governments want to reproduce the conditions upon which they can continue to govern. Socialization, elections is one, but the crucial thing is you also have to look at it from the people's side. Elections benefit the government, it stabilizes them, it gives them power, but only if them real power, I mean morally justified power, only if the people think election is a morally acceptable rule of forming a government and holding a government accountable. That it is fair play, it is fairly implemented, and they buy this idea of competitive elections as a fair way of adjudicating power conflicts. So at the end, we have to ask what the people think about the moral justifiability of using election as a means of forming and removing a government. So that is the other part of the story I said we have to look at, which cannot simply look at what this regime does in terms of legitimating its own authority. There has to be a correspondence between the legitimation strategy and people's moral beliefs, that they correspond to each other.
We have a question from the full panel.
Thank you. I really enjoy that learning about China, but I'm a bit concerned about the survey when it says that the authoritarian regimes tend to have much higher, over 70% legitimacy from the people. I can imagine that if it is asked in Pyongyang, it will probably be 110%. So in that sense, how valid is that finding? Because the more open society, the more democratic, we we do not say that, we love the government. We'll always be more critical. And that is the mark, of a free society. So, I mean, I know that, you are involved. Taiwan is a free society, and the survey is conducted here, but to what extent can this, might say, false consciousness of people who are living under a very strict regime saying that, I really approve of my government? How?
Yeah, exactly, that is the problem. That's the problem when you have no way to sort of really propping into people's mind. And because they have no way to express themselves freely and directly to outsiders, and you won't be able to tell if the answers, first of all, are genuinely their answers, and secondly, whether the answers they get off their head was done through a process of reflection that is critical enough and rational enough, that is not simply the result of external manipulation and indoctrination. So that's why I raised this question. But I like to ask, to do a little bit of fairness to these sort of surveys, they are putting forward a cultural story as well. They say why Asian countries tend to enjoy a higher level of legitimacy than non-Asian ones. It's because there is this notion of legitimacy premium in Asia, that these Asian peoples traditionally have been accustomed to this idea of a strong state, unifying state, responsible for the well-being of the society. So naturally, they would not immediately repel or feel repugnant about a strong state. They would accept it as a matter of natural life, natural political life. It's just a matter of which strong state is better, runs the economy better. So maybe there is some residual psychological, cultural explanation for this so-called legitimacy premium in Asia, but I'm not a rigorous social scientist, so I don't know how much we should give weight to this sort of explanation.
The time is running out. I do have a question that follows up from Dewi's. I always believed that legitimacy lies in the eyes of the beholder. So, and I completely agree that democratic legitimacy is always qualitatively better than performance legitimacy. So let's compare, say, China and India, to be very blunt here. The Indian government, of course, the current Indian Prime Minister is cutting back on a lot of the civil liberties and media freedom, but generally India has been very democratic, but very contentious. And China has been so-called more stable and higher performance economic. But, so who do you think has more legitimacy? Because to me, a government that allows itself to be criticized, to me, actually has more legitimacy. Because until recently, as you said, the current Indian government is taking back cracking down to some extent, but traditionally, and India is an Asian country, China may have, I've talked to a lot of Chinese, they said, yeah, this is, as you said, this is the best we can do under given circumstances. It's not perfect, but we support our government. They have provided a higher quality of living. That's kind of based on performance. So again, how do we have a yardstick for judging legitimacy?
But this is particularly an approach that I want to avoid, because I don't want to put up an objective standard, economic performance or freedom of expression or whatnot, as an external standard to evaluate the regimes, the legitimacy of different regimes like China and India. My approach is to say, okay, if you want to ask the legitimacy of India, you ask what the Indian people think and what the elites of the Indian people think. If the elites and the Indian people have some shared moral beliefs about how power should be acquired and exercised, and if those beliefs are generated in ways consistent with some basic freedom of expression as a precondition for knowing people's genuine belief and not as an application of liberal ideology, then we have an internal ground to assess India's legitimacy. So I would do it case by case, not by comparison. We're not saying China is better than India or not. using a third external criteria. I don't do that sort of thing.
All right, but in public debate, that might actually sometimes
But
come up.
we talk about overall acceptability of democracy and authoritarianism, that we could engage and use all sort of objective factors.
Last question, and then we're supposed to move on.
Yeah, I have a very related question. So authoritarian regimes often like to claim that they have a lot of popular support. Then the question becomes, why are they so afraid of holding elections that would confirm their great degree of popular support? There seems to be a contradiction there.
Good question. I'm not one of them, so I don't know how to answer. If you put me in their shoes, I would say, rather disingenuously, say, well, because we have popular support, we don't need elections. We know what they want, and we are delivering them, and they are happy. And elections are often rigged by powerful individuals. It's awful, and it will create unnecessary internal discord and conflict. That's not good for the country. Sort of reason, as you can say, feel.
All right, I'm going to bring this part of the session to a close. So pass the floor to Dr. Dewi Fortuna Anwar. And yes, give a hand to Dr. Chang.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I don't have the control here, so maybe the technician can help me later on. Thank you very much. Firstly, I think I need to update my CV. I realize that the CV that's been published is about 10 years old. So the Indonesian Institute of Sciences is no more. It's been integrated under a super body called the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. We call BRIN without the brain, with the A. That this amalgamated all these research institutions in Indonesia, which is still a very contested issue. But as Amitav said, there's no brief to the writer, so I really have no idea, what I was going to write. So I'm doing a very simplistic thing. If I were asked to write something for a first-year student, so maybe I will write something like this. I'm not a philosopher, and so I try to find a way which I can talk about ASEAN, because that is really my area of specialization. So the title of my presentation is Evolving Norms and Values in the Indo-Pacific and the Role of ASEAN. Okay. So going to Wikipedia, students should not do this, but professors can. So general definitions, of norms and values are, norms are the accepted standards of behavior, whereas values are principles that help you to decide what is right and wrong. And norms are standards of behavior that play a major role in maintaining social order and stability, while values, on the other hand, are abstract concepts that help us to decide what is right and wrong. So where values are general guidelines, norms are considered to be specific guidelines. So values are like honesty, integrity, that kind of thing, while norms are much more specific and can be constructed by institutions, by governments. Now, international norms are, of course, widely shared expectations about what constitutes appropriate behavior among governments and certain non-state actors at the international level. Non-binding frameworks such as voluntary codes of conduct or conventions sometimes set the scene for more formal binding agreements. And above international norms, there are, of course, international legal norms. So treaties, international law, UN conventions, like the UN Conventions on the Law of the Sea, will be the international legal norms. But if we develop a code of conduct on the South China Sea, that could probably be less binding, more like ordinary norms, not really legally binding ones. Now, we have talked about, the roles of the Western established democracies in creating and establishing international norms. The winners of the Second World War, in fact, played a major role in setting into motion, the international norms, from the UN Charter to the various economic, security, and human rights norm setting and codification of legal agreements. With the human, even in 1948, we already talk about freedoms, about human rights, about Universal Declaration of Human Rights already came out in 1948, and a series of other institutions and Western democracies, of course, at the far front of this establishment of international institutions, alliances, and norms behavior in diverse areas of collective security, individual civil and political rights, and rule-based international trade and financial systems. This morning, there's talk about Bretton Woods and so on and so forth. And during the 1990s, we saw the development of norms that, in fact, strengthened even further the human rights and democracies after the Cold War period. In the earlier period, there was a lot of stress on the concepts of nation state, of sovereignty, non-interference in the internal affairs of nation states. But in the 1990s, we saw, for example, the emergence of the concept of responsibility to protect, where countries cannot hide behind national sovereignty and the principle of non-interference anymore to justify gross violations of human rights. So that, we see the evolving of norms in a wider scale. So sorry, I forgot to tell that. So this is the one I say, that the international norms and values have been led by Western democracies, and gradually, there's some tension. Some countries emphasize absolute sovereignty, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, like China is a proponent of that, while in the developed democracies, there's this shared responsibilities for the protections of human rights, for example, the introduction of doctrine of responsibility to protect. And now we have talked about, in this morning, that although mostly in economics, we've talked about the recent challenges to international norms. What Professor Joseph Chan has talked about China, you can see that this is a real challenge to the concept, the liberal international order, where, there's selective interpretations of international norms, and there have been the establishments of norms and values, universal values that are accepted, like democracy and human rights, and so on, have been rolled back by the rise of China and Russia, and also by other authoritarian countries. And, this legitimacy challenge has become a major issue now. I will not discuss this too much, but your presentation is a real challenge. When China was backward economically, its ideology and the way it governed was not considered to be a threat to international law. China was regarded as an ideological threat because it's a party state, a communist country. Countries in Southeast Asia saw that as a threat. But now with China becoming a success, that is a threat of a different matter. It's not just military threats in the South China Sea, but this is a real threat also for countries that are trying to establish democracy and a pluralistic system of government, but becoming less successful than authoritarian regimes and its economy. That becomes a serious threat to our norms. But do not only blame authoritarian states in challenging, these international norms. We know that a lot of challenges to the liberal international order about democratic values, about protection of human rights, about open economies, free trade, and so on, have come from established Western democracies. We saw the rise of Trumpian ideology, America first, going, backlash against globalization and so on, the rise of populism the UK and Brexit and so on. So we see that the challenges against the established norms come from both the authoritarian regimes as well as from debates within the international, from Western developed democracies as well. And we can discuss, which is more dangerous for the legitimacy of the so-called liberal international order. Is it the challenge from autocracies, or is it the challenge or the crisis within the established democracies as well? So what is happening now, it's been discussed also in the morning that, we now have a very fragmented normative environment, selective adherence to norms, some norms which are considered to be quite useful, like China is very much in favor of open economy, WTO, and so on and so forth. It's adhered to it, but while it rejects the certain universal values. The traditional venues are becoming very contentious. It's very difficult to have multilateral norm setting here. I mean, when was the last time that WTO had managed to agree on anything? And what about the UN? The UN Security Council is extremely divided now. It's extremely difficult to agree on anything. When the wider international community pushed for a certain treaty recently, the over 100 countries pushed by the NGOs managed to to pass a treaty on nuclear prohibition. None of the P5 countries agreed. So in this case, the P5 countries agreed on that, opposing the treaty on nuclear prohibition. But on recently also there is some agreement on Myanmar. The UN Security Council managed to agree on a resolution on Myanmar because China and Russia decided to abstain. But on most other cases, it's very, very rare now that the traditional venues could actually produce norms that will be acceptable to everyone. So as a result, we have less collective action on global challenges. And that's reasons why, there are more and more coalition of the willing. Minilateralisms, coalition of the willings, dealing with various international challenges outside of, the UN. And this, of course, creates the problems of legitimacy as well. Before that, there was unilateralism when the US was still the dominant power, like going to Iraq. But after that, there's a lot of coalition of the willing and very localized and fragmented decisions making. And we have problem of universal legitimacy for this. As a result, we have now the development of more localized and regional norms. And while some argues that this is going to be even more dangerous for a world order because the world will become divided into major blocks. And I remember, was it Joseph Nye who said, instead of countries throwing small rocks to each other, big regional blocks will be throwing bigger rocks against each other. That would be one way of looking at it, to have a more fragmented world. But a more positive take on regional endeavors would be that as long as this regional norm setting complies with the wider international order, the one that Amitav mentioned this morning, it could actually be much more positive. It can be, you can take difficult decisions at the regional level and maybe, can take it up in a wider level. So, that is the situations at the moment. It's a more fragmented one, but it is not all negative if we look at the possible positive role of regional organizations. Now, I like to quote my favorite author here. I really like this Amitav, multiplex world. Amitav says that, we are not entering, it's not from US hegemony to a multipolar world. like in the 19th century Europe, where more countries, apple to apple, form different polars. But now, there are so many different international actors. You have two superpowers, the United States and China. You have several major powers. You have middle powers. You have regional organizations, but you also have even terrorist organizations and high-value individuals, civil society organizations that are active international actors and also are very, very active also in shaping norms and values. So as Amitav said, this is not a multipolar world, but more a multiplex world. We can debate about that. I happen to like that. In quoting Amitav, there are 4 elements of this the existing liberal international order. It is free trade, the post-war multilateral institutions, the growth of democracy, and liberal values. And despite claim of universality, Amitav argued that, in fact, the liberal international order had a very limited applications. It was mostly US, UK, West Europe, and Australasian configuration, while many parts of the world was never part of this. So it's not just now that you have fragmented worlds, because during that time, during the Cold War, of course, the Soviet bloc was outside of that, ILO, China was out of that, but India and Indonesia was also not really part of that. It's developed, the non-aligned countries had a different take on the international order then. And the liberal international order has not always been benign, and in fact, for developing countries, is considered to be quite dangerous because a lot of the proxy wars took place, the hot wars took place in the developing countries during the Cold War period, and a lot of interventions in the names of various ideologies to establish democracies and so on. Again, while the rising powers are not really in a position to overturn the current order completely, and they are more selective. So you can see a much more complex system where the liberal international order, elements of it still survive, but at the same time, it is subsumed in a complex of multiple cross-cutting international orders. So I'm taking Amitav's argument here, and I happen to agree with it. Here, again, I like to highlight here the important role of regional organizations. So in the earlier take, it says, that in a fragmented world, norm settings become much more localized and regionalized. Here in this multiplex world order, increasingly, the international community has also looked to regional organizations to help maintain international order. So Amitav quoted Henry Kissinger, but also the UN. A series of UN Secretary Generals, for example, look at regional organizations as important early warnings for possible crisis. Crisis at the regional level should be dealt with primarily at the regional level also, not making it multilateral immediately. And that, the region is a very important partner also for the global level. So while there were debates, if you remember, throughout the 1990s and 2000s about whether regional trading blocks or regional economic blocks were stumbling blocks or building blocks of the international system, or particularly the WTO, many regional initiatives can in fact be seen as being supportive, and they do complement the world order. So there is a real need to strengthen regional orders and relate them to one another. So I like to quote Amitav here, that in a fragmented and pluralistic world, exploring local and regional initiatives in diverse issues that complement older but fragmented global institutions could be one of the most promising ways to build world order in the 21st century. So while there are dire predictions about more multilateral cooperation and norm setting traditional venues at the higher multilateral level, at the regional level, multilateralism can actually be an important building block towards the wider international norms. Now, so I would like, taking, about the recognition about the regional importance of regional organizations, I would like to look at ASEAN and how it relates to the liberal international order, because in Amitav's paper, you look at how, the ILO has been undermined in all of the 4 elements by the traditional champions, whether it's on free trade, multilateralism, democracy, and liberal values. But here I would like to actually reverse it, that ASEAN has in fact been quite consistent, been quite supportive of the existing norms and values. For example, on free trade, now, a lot of ASEAN countries were very hesitant to embrace free trade. My country, Indonesia, for example, has been very reluctant to embrace free trade because it doesn't feel that it was competitive enough compared to other ASEAN countries. But faced by challenges, the increasing protectionism in the EU, or the rise of big economies emerging from the Cold War, like China and so on, there is a desire, there is a recognition that the way forward only would be to open your economy. You are going to be less attractive to investors. You are going to be less competitive as a trading nation if you don't reform your economy and be much more open to free trade. So that now ASEAN has actually become a champion of free trade. Within ASEAN, there's an ASEAN economic community, and ASEAN has signed a series of ASEAN +1 free trades, whether it's with China, whether it's Australia and New Zealand, and several others. So that's a series of ASEAN +1, and of course now the big one, the Regional Comprehensive and Economic Partnership, RCEP. A lot of attention has been focused on the role of China in RCEP, but actually RCEPs has actually been initiated by ASEAN and also been driven very much by ASEAN. While of course, we know that the traditional champion of free trade, the United States, has, Trump has opted out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership and is unlikely to go back there, and debates about free trade is not going to be very, very likely in the United States in the foreseeable future, because it's been, even with Biden coming, he's not going to be able to win the base that is very, very protectionist now and very afraid opening the American market to Chinese competition. So ironically, countries that have been focused on fair trade and not free trade. This is, Indonesia, during when the foundation of APEC, the developing members of APEC said, we do not want free trade, we want more fair trade. And now the discourse about free trade comes from the well-established democracies and, formally strong economies. Now, on multilateralism, we know that there's been a backlash against multilateralism, and as you know, the US has walked out from a lot of its international commitment, including walking out from WHO during COVID time, So, but other countries, China has been regarded as a new champion of multilateralism, but ASEAN countries are definitely a strong believer in multilateralism. Why? Because within the multilateral context, small and medium powers would have more space. It's a less dangerous world in a multilateral setting for smaller and middle powers, because it will also be counterbalance of power between the various big parties. So the multilateralism is alive and well in Southeast Asia, both at the global level, because ASEAN is a very strong believer in UN-based multilateralism, whether it is in politics and security or whether it's in economics, but also, it's a champion of Indo-Pacific multilateralism. Now, about democracy. When we're talking about values, a lot of Southeast Asian countries were very hesitant to embrace democracy as universal values, despite the fact that they all accept the UN Charter and so on and so forth. Amitav reminded us, about the earlier debates about Asian values. Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore, Mahathir from Malaysia, Suharto from Indonesia, all believed that democracies were luxuries for developing countries because they're so undisciplined. You know, you cannot really mobilize labor force, and you cannot simply arrest labor unions if they go on strikes, and you know, you cannot control the parliament to ensure that the laws that you like will be passed. You cannot control the judiciary and make sure that they endorse and legitimize whatever policies that the executive wants to make. You know, so they regarded that in order to have economic development, they have to have political stability. In order to have political stability, they need to restrict political activism, you know, the political space. So we saw within the region, you know, we saw developmentalism, state-controlled capitalism. So the economy is open, but the politics were very much closed. And when there were debates about values, about human rights, while Western countries emphasize civil and political liberties, a lot of these developing countries, including ASEAN countries, emphasize the social and economic rights. You know, that was the debates in Vienna during the conference on human rights. So they're very apologetic at the time, and you know, not actually saying democracy with ASEAN characteristics, because ASEAN countries are very, very diverse themselves, but they're less reluctant to embrace democracy's universal values. But in recent decades, particularly, you know, with the collapse of the New Order government in Indonesia, the Suharto regime collapsed after 32 years of seeming invisibility. The Suharto government collapsed amidst Asian financial crisis. And because of the legitimacy of the New Order government was very much dependent on its ability to deliver economic development, to deliver prosperity. When the financial system collapsed, it lost that legitimacy. So for us, you know, the debates about China, whether it will survive, you know, that they have to be successful all the time. The economy has to grow at a higher level all the time. But Indonesia realized that, you know, when we had that economic crisis, we had multidimensional crisis because the legitimacy of the state collapsed. The legitimacy of the executive order, the legitimacy of the legislative system, the legitimacy of the judiciary system also collapsed. So, in fact, driven by Indonesia in a way, Amitav has written a book about this, there is a change of perceptions about the importance of democracy, so that ASEAN adopted the ASEAN Charter in 2008, in which the old values of, you know, the traditional ASEAN way that emphasize non-interference in each other's internal affairs, leaving us alone and so on, is now being complemented with the acceptance of democracies of universal values. So there has been a change. So there is, despite the fact that we are not doing as well as China economically, I think in Indonesia, people still strongly believe in democracy because we've been there. We've been through authoritarian regimes, and there is sell by date. You know, there is, if you do not deliver on your performance legitimacy, the systemic collapse is really messy and could be very, very violent. On liberal values, ASEAN countries are not as liberal, of course, as Western countries and most Asian countries and most you know, religious societies like Indonesia's majority Muslims do not really accept Western liberal values, for example, LGBTQ rights and so on. There's some typo there. But have accepted the fact that human rights is regarded as universal values, and has, in fact, has established the ASEAN you know, Commission for Human Rights, ASEAN International Commission on Human Rights, there has been an ASEAN's human rights declarations and so on. So on the whole, ASEAN has actually been very supportive of all of the elements of the traditional LIO, though tensions remain between the ASEAN way of emphasis on non-interference and consensus on the issues of democracy and human rights. ASEAN, of course, has been very active in the promotion of regional norms on peace and stability. So very quickly, the ASEAN, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, this is also taken from the UN Charter, but non-use of force when settling disputes, Pacific settlement of disputes, has become the primary regional code of conduct, and ASEAN has tried to spread this to other countries. So countries that want to have dealings with ASEAN, that want to be dialogue partners of ASEAN, have to sign on to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. So all the major countries, the United States, China, Russia, India, Australia, New Zealand, and so on, that are part of the East Asia Summit, they all have to sign on to the TAC in order to be accepted as members of the East Asia Summit. There are also, this setting the zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality, and there's also a Southeast Asian nuclear weapon free zone treaty. None of the P5 countries have signed on to this, but in the wake of AUKUS, China said that it will accede to this. So at the moment, under the Indonesian chair, ASEAN is going to open up this, and we'll see which countries will sign on to this weapons nuclear free zones. And at the moment, of course, ASEAN and China are in the process of negotiating a code of conduct on the South China Sea. So I would argue that ASEAN has acted as a bridge between various countries in the norms and values, in the Indo-Pacific. As we know that the Indo-Pacific is a very diverse region, and it is the primary theater of the US-China rivalry. Currently, there are several initiatives, including the US-led, more democracy-based multilaterals, like the Quad, like AUKUS, which is regarded as aimed at containing China. Now, ASEAN has taken a very different take on this. Based on ASEAN centrality, it has tried to promote a much more open, transparent, and inclusive regional architecture that rejects zero-sum game and tries to promote a positive sum game. And finally, it's in conclusion, that the US and Western countries' hegemony as non-sectors have diminished with the rise of other international actors, but the challenges to establish international norms do come from many sources, including from within democratic countries themselves. And the regional organizations can play a very important role in maintaining international order, by contributing to this, building blocks approach. And ASEAN, has played a very important role in maintaining and in promoting international norms and laws in Southeast Asia. So there is this ambition through the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific that ASEAN can also try to promote peace and stability and common prosperity within the wider Indo-Pacific region, and that regional organizations like ASEAN in the end will be the flag carrier for the liberal international order, believe it or not. Thank you very much.
Right, so I open the floor to comments and questions. Richard, go first.
There we go. Dewi, thank you very much for that. That was a fabulous tour d'horizon of what's going on in your part of the world. And it led me to think about how what's in a name is important. So what you call a region is very much a reflection of the normative values that are driving the debate at the time. And if you think I've been around long enough to remember the Pacific Rim, the Asia Pacific, the East Asian summits, East Asia, now through to Indo-Pacific. And what I see is effectively the interests in what we might call economic norms being squeezed out by the growth of geopolitical norms, pushed basically by the Anglo-Saxons in the region. I make no bones about the fact as an Australian, I'm quite embarrassed by AUKUS. And really what I want to ask you by way of a question is, Indonesia can't like this trend, the Indo-Pacific, the idea of the Indo-Pacific as the way to capture the idea of the region. it can't like the increasing geopolitical, geostrategic nature of the values underpinning that. What can you do about it? Sorry, it's not a very fair question, but...
all right, Richard, yeah. Actually, Indonesia is a strong supporter of the term Indo-Pacific, which is a neutral term. There are only 2 countries in the world that has shores in both the Indian Oceans and the Pacific Ocean. That's Indonesia and Australia. So under President Joko Widodo, he proposed the position of Indonesia as a global maritime fulcrum. So increasing attention to the maritime domain. So while the Asia-Pacific focused a lot on the land sides of it, with the Indo-Pacific for Indonesia, that's giving attention to Indonesia's, in fact, real status and archipelagic state, where the maritime domain is very important. Throughout the New Order period, the regime was very much army-dominated. So while the archipelagic outlook was given lip service, in reality, most of the attention, whether it's politics or security, it's very land-based. And the maritime domain was neglected. We just left it to the US 7th Fleet, basically. But now, looking at Jokowi, look at the Indo-Pacific, not in the simply geopolitical terms, but he looked at it from the economic side, talking about the potentials of the marine resources, the blue economies and so on. So he started it from the economic dimensions. And if you look at the ASEAN approach to Indo-Pacific, it focuses on low, or not on high security, but on low security. The emphasis on economic cooperation. So on maritime, on connectivity, maritime security, but also safety, and we're developing the maritime, the blue economy, and on SDGs, economic cooperation, and so on and so forth. So that was the original idea. But then, of course, the US-China rivalry became the most important discourse in the region, and everything became much more secretized. So geopolitics, geoeconomics became more geosecurity. People just talking about threats and so on. And Australia, that used to, be able to act both as a close ally of the US, but also as an integral part of the East Asia region and able to deal with China, in a more comfortable manner, is now becoming also much more ideologically oriented and so on. And for that, for us, that is very worrying. That's why under Indonesian chairmanship of ASEAN now, Indonesia is going to host a wide conference on Indo-Pacific, trying to have this more inclusive regional architecture. We can't do anything about the Quad and AUKUS, but there are debates in the private conversation. I will say what I think about it. But I think it's bringing Britain back, east of Suez, basically. But for us, for Indonesia, it's been very critical of AUKUS because of the nuclear-powered submarines agreements. But for us, we will continue to try to act as a bridge between the free and open Indo-Pacific, driven by the US, which is very much focused on values, democracies, and our ideas of a more open Indo-Pacific. We like the idea of Indo-Pacific. So we try to convince China that the term Indo-Pacific should be just taken as neutral, not really seen simply as a short term for containing a China policy.
Richard Baldwin has a question, but I wanted to reinforce that point. That Indonesia was actually the first to propose the idea of Indo-Pacific, Martin Atlagawa. Basically, the way I look at it, the Americans and the Indians and the Australians and the Japanese basically stolen an idea and turned it into a strategic geopolitical construct and tried to marginalize ASEAN. And the Indonesian idea, as you said, is inclusive. It does not exclude China. The Indo-Pacific of Australia, India, and Japan and the US is basically directed against China, which is why China doesn't like it. So it's a good time to bring it back to the Indonesian way. But Indonesia, of course, as Dewi said, is a maritime country, archipelagic country. It has every interest in having an oceanic concept of security. But it has been hijacked. And when I say in conferences that the US idea of Indo-Pacific is an outsiders concept, they said, what do you mean outsiders? I said, you are not part of Southeast Asia. You are imposing a concept. So I actually told that to the US Indo-Pacific Command when I was giving a lecture there last year. But I think it is very important that people don't realize that the idea of Indo-Pacific is not an American, Indian, Japanese, Australian concept. It was originally from Indonesia and in a much more inclusive, normative way, consistent with all the norms of ASEAN you talk about. But sorry, Richard, yes.
So I wanted to hear how you see CPTPP fitting into this puzzle, and on two particular points. One, it's a much deeper agreement, and I wonder if you thought that would influence the trade agreements in the rest of the region. And two, on the enlargement, first to the UK and potentially to China. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Before we talk about the comprehensive and progressive one, we talked about the original TPP, yeah? I can only talk about Indonesia at the time. Indonesia did not want to join the TPP at the time because it didn't feel that it was really able to meet the gold standard, particularly on opening government procurement and things like that. But then, towards the end of SBY administration, and the early Jokowi administration, I was one of the deputies of the Vice President office. Our office was tasked by the government, by the president at the time, to look, is it more beneficial for Indonesia to be out of TPP or in TPP? And the argument was we would lose out to our ASEAN colleagues who are part of TPP. So when President Joko Widodo visited the United States, he actually said Indonesia will join TPP because of his expectations of the American market there, because everybody wanted to be able to participate. Unfortunately, America walked out of that. Now, for the CPTPP, we'll have to see if China joins in, with the UK joining in. I think other ASEAN countries, including Indonesia, will probably end up having to join as well, because you'll have to, there'll be a cost to joining, but maybe it will be a greater cost of not joining. But with only the countries minus United States members, the attraction for Indonesia is less. But if China joins, but we already have RCEP with China, we already have ASEAN free trade with China, so I don't know what the value added will be. But if the UK also join in, it will probably be, if everybody joins in, everybody, all the other ASEAN countries will probably need to join. But I don't know about whether it will still be gold standard or is it silver standard.
We have time for one quick question. Yes, over there.
Hello, sorry. Pertama, terima kasih untuk pidato Anda. But whilst I continue, I would just like to say, regarding the question of... Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for your speech. But my question hinges on the question of liberal values and democracy, particularly whether ASEAN can support their proliferation on an internal level. And the reason why I ask that is this area is filled with states that are constitutionally founded on ideas that are not exactly liberal. So for instance, even Pancasila or Bumi Putera in Malaysia can be considered anti-liberal ideas from that point of view. Because of this, could you see the ASEAN collective, rather than normalizing liberal and democratic values in the region, as actually being more swayed in the opposite direction and normalizing authoritarian ideas as time goes on and these liberal values become more challenged by the societies they're in?
I think it's not going to be static. Because within Indonesia, for example, you speak Bahasa Indonesia, you can see that the founding fathers debated about various values. Some are much more westernized. Some wanted an Islamic state. Some wanted a socialist or communist state and so on. That contesting ideas still remain. And the beauty of Panchashila is actually, it is less liberal because you have to have a religion, but it doesn't tell you what religions you need to have. But there are certain values which cannot really go out of religious, morality. So in that sense, the Western liberal values, particularly regarding private lives, sexualities and so on, it's never going to be accepted, whether it is in Muslim Indonesia or Catholic Philippines. There'll be the Catholic Church is just as conservative as a lot of Muslim countries. But beyond that, there will always be, you cannot sell authoritarianism in a lot of countries in Southeast Asia anymore. You can't sell authoritarianism in Indonesia because we've been there, done that, and we suffered from it. But you cannot sell the liberal democracy. Where is the ideal liberal democracy now? It used to be the light on the hill is the US. But Trump destroyed that. I don't think it's just Trump, but it's been progression. But there's been a lot, there's a lack of champions of that. And India is an electoral autocracy. I mean, what are they doing towards different religions? The Hindu policies, of against Islam, you got Muslim and so on. That's really, really illiberal. So all countries, even democracies, are very unhealthy at the moment. But it doesn't mean it follows that you are attracted to the more authoritarian one. So we are going to be muddling through. And there'll always be contestations. In Indonesia, there'll always contestations. There are always a small group of people, for example, who still believe that Islam should play a greater role in state. But during elections, as you know, Islamic parties in Indonesia never do well. And in fact, their space is becoming more and more squeezed. It is more what you call secular nationalist parties that are doing well. So I think that, when the international community shows a regression in democracy and liberal values, it also affects the region. Because for us who want to fight for that, we don't have champions. Luckily, in Indonesia now, there is a recognition that we have really slipped down. Under President Joko Widodo, there was an expectation that as a real civilian who is not part of the military regime and so on, he would be a champion of civil rights and political rights. But it turns out he's not interested in issues like that. He's much more interested in infrastructure development and so on. So throughout that period, he has behaved in a way that is quite similar to the New Order government of Suharto, insisting on making the economy much more competitive, if possible, if necessary, by winding back some of the liberal democratic norms that have been established in the immediate post-Suharto period. And now I think that there is a real awareness again. There is a threat to the civil space. So hopefully, the comfort level of the euphoria of the post-reformasi period that we have done it, will no longer be the case now. People will start to awake again. But as it depends also on the rest of the region and the international community. But I have to say that, while we have a lot of dealing with China, Chinese way of governance doesn't sell in my part of the world. Because in Indonesia, China is still seen as a communist country.
All right. With that, let's bring this session to an end. You have a question? Very quick one? Okay, because we're kind of slightly running out of time.
Yeah.
But certainly will allow that. Yeah.
Which one might it be?
Yeah.
There's two of us.
Okay, quick one. I just wanted to ask about, in 1955, developing countries had kind of a hope towards what was called the Conference of Bandung. And almost 60 years later, can developing countries still count on Indonesia as the engine of, or one of the engines of the spirit of Bandung, or what have the spirit of Bandung become today with regards, the Indo-Pacific and Asian? Is it possible still for developing countries to count on Indonesia as one of the driving engines of this spirit that was born in 1955? Mostly when we see at the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and now, the tensions between China and Taiwan, and, China and the US. Thank you.
Yes, I think the answer is yes, because one of the fundamental principles of the Bandung spirit is peaceful coexistence and cooperation. And the prime example is when Indonesia had the presidency of G20, and then the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and there's a real danger of G20 not being able to meet, because the G7 country said, if you invite Russia, we are not going to come in. And the BRICS country says, if you exclude Russia, we are not going to come in, And Indonesia used that the ability to negotiate between different parties and insist on, the principle of respect for differences and peaceful coexistence, and the result has been quite positive. And within ASEAN, ASEAN has also been inspired by the Bandung spirit, ensuring strategic autonomy and not taking sides, but not being passive, not being neutral and being indifferent, but it's always being trying to bridge the differences. So in that sense, the spirit of Bandung remains an important base for Indonesia's foreign policy, and it inspires also ASEAN.
All right, so join me in giving a hand to our speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing to our session. The fourth panel is the transition to a post-hegemonic global order, geopolitics. The panelists are Professor Amitav Acharya from American University and Professor Chris Alden from London School of Economics and Political Science. The chair is Professor Hsieh Wu from Academia Sinica and National Taiwan University. Now, let us welcome Professor Wu.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. This is the last session of the first day of the conference. I'm Hsieh Wu from Academia Sinica, a political scientist. And in this session, we are going to have two heavyweight international relations theorists to give their presentations. The first one is Dr. Amitav Acharya, and he is the UNESCO Chair of Transnational Challenges and Governance and Distinguished Professor at the School of International Service, American University. And he was the president of International Studies Association, ISA, the first non-Western scholar to serve in that position. And he is also a TSE chair professor. He has been contributing greatly to the organization of this conference. He is going to do the first presentation, and the second presentation will be done by Professor Chris Alden, and he is a professor teaching international relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and he's director of the LSE's IDEAS, IDEAS. IDEAS is the foreign policy think tank of LSE. We all know that TSE, the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science, is modeled on LSE, so his presence and presentation here are of particular significance to us. So without further delay, let's welcome Professor Amitav Acharya for his presentation.
As you can see, thank you. I have taken off my shirt, my jacket, because it's just too warm here. And also I'm going to perform. So I will go straight to the topic, and thank you very much for inviting me. This is going to be a very sweeping, broad overview of the theme, transition to a post-hegemonic global order, geopolitics. And how do I change this? Through this? Okay. So first of all, we need to understand what is hegemony, or some people call it hegemony, but I'll call it hegemony. If you're going to talk about post-hegemony, we need to know what is hegemony. And there are many different conceptions of hegemony in international relations theory, which is what I'm speaking from. And it basically boils down to how narrow or wide the conceptions are. So neorealism, which is one of the theories of international relations, looks at hegemony mainly in terms of material power. It's not an either or, but mainly in terms of material power, which is military and economic power. And the main emphasis of hegemony, kind of hegemonic order or hegemonic transition, often leads to, in their conception, a hegemonic war. So this is pretty much what underpins a lot of the debate today on US-China relations, like the idea of power transition, Thucydides trap, China as the rising power, US as the established power, and the change would mean war. So, but that concept of hegemony really is based on material power, economic, and military power in particular. Then there is a liberal institutionalist conception of hegemony, which is, you can call it institutional hegemony. It's liberal in the sense that it talks about multilateral institutions, but created and maintained by the United States. So John Eikenberry, for example, who's the biggest proponent of this idea, calls what sometimes he calls it liberal international order, but also liberal hegemonic order, or liberal hegemony. So it's a liberal way of creating hegemony, but it is managed mainly through institutions. It's not a sheer material power and coercion. In fact, in his view, there is very little coercion. It's all based on consensus. It's all based on benefit rather than fear. Then there's the constructivist view of hegemony, which is basically looks at mostly ideas. Again, nothing is like purely ideas or purely material. But while neorealism is mainly material, constructivism is mainly hegemony through ideas and socialization and norms. But here the constructivists would say ideas are very important to hegemony, but whose ideas matter? So there is a very distinct bias that the ideas that create this sort of moral hegemony in international relations are Western ideas spread through Western norm entrepreneurs. Things like human rights or humanitarian intervention or protection of whales or anti-racism. It's presented, at least in the very first wave of literature on norms, this was presented mainly as Western ideas. The rest of the world is kind of, they're like pupils. They learn these ideas and internalize it. But the propagation is done, all the good ideas that are propagated from the West. So it is kind of a hegemony, ideational hegemony from top-down hegemony in that sense. And then there's the Gramscian view of hegemony, which is the most comprehensive view of hegemony. So it's a slightly Marxian, but Marx was basically a historical materialist. So Robert Cox, who was late Cox, was a colleague of mine at York University, most famously extended the Gramscian hegemony to international relations theory. And this is the most comprehensive. So hegemony is material and ideational, both, and also hegemony is more about consent than coercion. He took away the coercion part, which is very much in the neo-realist conception of hegemony. He actually, in that sense, similar to the liberal idealist, liberal internationalist conception, but unlike the liberal internationalists who kind of celebrate hegemony, I think it's a great positive thing. Cox was very critical. He's a critical theorist, and he talked about that sort of hegemony as non-emancipatory and has to be challenged through social forces. And finally, my own take on hegemony has been closer to the constructivist idea, but it's bottom-up. It's not the good ideas from the West coming to the rest. It's also the ideas of the rest socializing the West. And it's also much more of a bottom-up concept. But ultimately, that sort of hegemony is not hegemony. It is post-hegemony. And that's what I want to talk about in the next slide. So if we go to the next slide. Oh, okay. What is a post-hegemonic global order? Well, it's a world that no single nation dominates, culturally and politically diverse, yet connected by economic and transnational forces, where the makers and breakers of order are not just great powers, or states, but also corporations, social movements, extremists, interacting at global, regional, sub-regional levels. It's a very broad, this is not hegemony, this is post-hegemony. So we have, by the way, hegemony is a very rare condition in international life, at the global level. At the regional level, possible, like the Han Dynasty, maybe it was a regional hegemon. The Roman Empire was a regional hegemon. But there have been only really two global hegemons in the history of our 5,000 years of history of international relations, Britain and the United States. It's very hard to have global hegemony, one point in which I agree with John Mearsheimer. To move to a post-hegemonic world is nothing extraordinary. It's very natural. And the argument here is that there is no single nation dominates, whether it's China or the United States or any future power. But it is culturally and politically diverse. That's also undercutting hegemony. Remember, hegemony can be ideational. But you have a cultural, political diversity, there's no single idea that underpins hegemony. So there's no end of history. As Fukuyama said, there are always going to be multiple modernities, multiple ideas competing with each other. That undercuts the idea of ideational hegemony. But there is still connection. Interdependence doesn't disappear. It's weaponized, but not in every case. In some cases, it remains quite benign, but it doesn't disappear. And the more important thing is that the number of consequential actors, meaning actors that make a difference to world order, are not just great powers, one or multiple. You can have collective hegemony, by the way. The concept of powers in Europe in the 19th century was actually a collective hegemony of great powers. So you can have US and China, G2, a sort of dual hegemony. Now, in this idea of post-hegemony, you don't have that either, because great powers and states don't call all the shots. So you have corporations, so you have extremists, you have social movements, and the like, and they interact at multiple levels, not just at global, regional, but also at the subnational level. So this meaning of this will come up when I go further into my explanation. Now, a little history very quickly. In 2014, I wrote this book called The End of American World Order. And I think Dewi has sort of stolen my thunder on this. He summarized the argument very well. So I don't want to go too much into it. But the idea was there that the United States is, US itself may or may not be declining, but the order it built, the liberal order, is declining. There's a difference between US decline and the order that it built. That's decline. And that's what was declining, and it was leading to the criticism that the liberal order was never truly global. It was selective. It's like a club of the West, club of liberal democracies, which is what it is becoming now again. So it's no longer, it sort of started expanding a little bit after the end of the Cold War and trying to co-opt China and India. Now it's back to being a club of democracies, or club of Christian white countries, basically. That's what it is. The emerging powers also, they cannot run the world on their own. So China is not going to replace the United States as the global hegemon, or emerging powers like the BRICS, for example, jointly, they can't do that. I call it the hype of the rest. Hype of the rest. The rest taking over the West is also kind of a hype. And the world will be more regionalized, but unlike the 19th century regional blocks, the regions will remain connected, not like autarkic, self-contained blocks. And the final point was that the next world order will not return to multipolarity, but a step to multiplexity. It's the decentered, culturally diverse, but interconnected world with a variety of actors, institutions, and ideas of governance. Pretty much what I was talking about before, the post-hegemonic world. That's basically, if you look at this definition and this point 5, that's what I call it, a multiplex world. So a post-hegemonic world, in my view, in the term I use, is a multiplex world. Okay, I don't want to go more into it, but I think the reason why I want to have this slide is because sometimes you find that you come up with an idea and you're almost entirely immediately either ignored or dismissed. But a couple of years later, people come back and said, that was actually true. In 2014, the world looked very much under the liberal hegemony. So Barack Obama was president, Hillary Clinton was president in waiting, and nobody believed that there was any challenge to the liberal order. And this was, liberal order was going to co-opt emerging powers like China and India because they benefited so much from the liberal order. And there was no sense of it. Nobody paid attention to it. But 2 years later, when Trump got elected, one of the issues of foreign affairs, basically pretty much word by word said what I was saying. And this was in the words of Chang-Tai, that the liberal order was limited to a group of like-minded states centered on the Atlantic littoral. I said the first myth about the liberal order is how far it extended. The Soviet bloc, China, India, Indonesia, and a good part of the Third World War outside of it. So Nash is the same thing. It did not include many large countries such as China, India, and the Soviet bloc states. And the point was also, despite its exalted claims about its power, legitimacy, and public goods functions, the order was little more than a, club, US, UK, West Europe, Australian club, and was not so benign for many outside of it. So Nash says the same thing. It did not always have benign effects on non-members. This will be impossible for a liberal to accept 2 years before. And some of them still in denial about this. But at least the bastion of liberal establishment, foreign affairs, did accept it, although they thought like many else they claim to, they thought of it first. But you can see that the wording is very similar. And some, like, John Eikenberry continues to deny it. The liberal order for him is actually not over. It's going to be even more strengthened. The most recent article he wrote in Foreign Affairs last year, he doubled down on the claim. That's liberal order. The United States-led order is nothing wrong with it. It's going to be there. Okay, so this is the key point I'm trying to make today. How do we think of the post-hegemonic world coming into existence? And you can do it in a deductive way or an inductive way. I do a bit of both, kind of what I call abductive methodology. So I give you a hint of what I mean by post-hegemonic order. But actually, this was based on looking at actually what was happening in the world in a very inductive way, looking at the key trends, key drivers of world order, and how they have changed since 1945, or roughly after the end of Second World War. And once you have the sense of the changes, then you can make a broad generalization about world order. So I thought of 6 major changes that had been happening since the sort of immediate post-Second World War world order. So there was an overall relative decline of Western economic dominance and US hegemony. I'll give you statistics. In my book, there is a lot of statistics. I'll show you some of it. Then there is the proliferation of consequential actors, great power states, international and regional institutions. You can just look about how many NGOs and how many IGOs, intergovernmental organizations, have come up in the last 70 years, large numbers. And civil society networks, the social media empowering common people, which makes them much more consequential actors than in the pre-social media age. but also changing forms of connectedness. Interdependence was often mainly in terms of trade. If you talk about economic interdependence theory of the late 19th century, early 20th century, a lot of it is about free trade, okay? But now, interdependence is not just about trade, it's about finance, production networks. Transnational production is a much more newer form of interdependence, which existed before, but nothing like the way we talk about Apple and Toyota and microelectronics. You know, when a particular product is through supply chains produced in several national jurisdictions. So interdependence is much broader, and also interdependence is created by common vulnerability to global challenges like environment and migration. So same thing about COVID. I thought about the idea that when COVID erupted, many people thought that was the end of globalization. I don't think so. There will be a different kind of globalization, maybe what Dani, Rodrik was talking about, a thin form of globalization, but it's not going to be a globalization led by the rest rather than by the West, but it's not the end of globalization. That's basically what one was talking about. By the way, the growth in trade has already slowed down well before the 2008-9 economic crisis, and certainly before the COVID and the US-China trade war, the growth in trade. But that doesn't mean end of interdependence. Ideological and political diversity. We see that. There was a brief moment of euphoria that Francis Fukuyama and others said, end of history, only liberal democracy and capitalism there'll be no competition to them. But you know, he even himself now backtracks quite significantly from that, and almost immediately people challenge that no, there will be different types of political and ideological orientation of states. So we could have a coexistence of democracy, authoritarianism, communitarianism, extremism. They'll coexist or compete, but it's not going to be a singular ideology. Even during the Cold War, we had two main ideologies, communism and capitalism, or democracy versus communism. But now there is a lot more variety, and Chinese communitarianism, which I don't consider as same as authoritarianism, is actually become much more distinctive now. And people even talk about the China model, which I don't buy it myself, but still is something to be taken note of. Similarly, transnational imperialment has grown. Now, climate change and all these things are always there, but they were not recognized as threats as such, the way they do now. So the concept of national security in the 1940s and 50s were basically about war, territorial integrity and sovereignty, protecting them against foreign military invasion. Now, security has much broader dimension and become much more transnational as globalization has expanded. These challenges have become much more transmissible. And finally, pluralization of governance, or some people call it fragmentation. This is also a very distinctive trend. Again, the original idea of global governance, actually the term didn't even exist. It was international organization. Led by the big multilaterals, the UN-led system was really the main game in town. When we talk about global governance literature, it's much more diverse, much more fragmented, much more pluralized, some in some positive way, in some negative way. But those are the other changes that have happened in the last 40, 50 years, gradually, sometimes even accelerated. Like after COVID, after the US-China trade war, after the Russia-Ukraine war, they are not really creating things entirely new. Like Trump himself blamed for the collapse of the liberal order, but it was actually a consequence, not a cause of the collapse. He was basically exploiting a trend that was already happening in the world, in the United States, and took advantage of it. But he didn't cause the collapse of the liberal order. He was the reflection outcome of it. So in that sense, these changes were happening, and they were creating slow but steady changes in the world order, and moving away from liberal hegemony to what I call this post-hegemonic multiplex world. And I want to also emphasize this. I'm not talking about the American decline. The decline of the United States is the jury is still out, but the decline of the liberal order that America built is important. The United States is not going to become irrelevant. It will remain the #1 power overall, but especially in military and global finance, but concede in other areas like development, diplomacy, leadership, ideas, and culture. I don't want to go too much into it. It talks about how this happened, a variety of reasons why the liberal order declined, but let's move on. So world order, or global order, is the function of three things: power, ideas, and leadership. So you can have power, but you may not be able to lead. You may have leadership, may not have power. And ideas also matter. So if you go on some of the indicators, you see the global power shift. And this is, I'm talking about economic shift in the first place. So this is the latest IMF data on the share of countries in world GDP. And over a period of time, this has happened. So the United States, China, Japan, Germany, India, Britain, and France, take a quick look at it. You'll see how the positions are going to change. There is also long-term data going back to 40 years. Basically, the United States started declining from the 2001 period, accelerated the share of overall GDP from 32% thereabout to 24%. Remains at that level according to IMF, and it might actually even become higher. That is a little surprising looking at the IMF data, but the positions of China, the share is increasing. India's share is increasing. India will actually, in 2028, could become the third largest economy by share of world GDP, overtaking not only Germany, but also possibly Japan. The US National Intelligence Council report Global Trends that Dewi pointed out, it gives projections of share of GDP. All these things have to be taken with a pinch of salt because major crises can happen to alter all this. These are based on projections, assumptions, without major shocks. But you can see that, again, here you'll see the United States position is weaker relative to China. China gets 22.8% compared to US 20.8%. And this is not inconsistent with a lot of the data. I've done a survey of various forecasts from say Goldman Sachs to Economist Intelligence Unit to PricewaterhouseCoopers, the World Bank, the OECD, and the US National Intelligence Council. I was actually part of this study, one part of the study of the US National Intelligence Council. It's not an intelligence organization, by the way, very academic. They consult each other, and you can find my name in the acknowledgement. So the thing is, overall, the sense is that the West is going to decline, relatively speaking, in terms of share of GDP. So again, we're moving away from hegemony to more of a post-hegemonic economic world in which China and India, the two non-Western countries, actually play a much more important role as a number two, number three. Well, in this study, number one, and in the case of India, it will be, EU and UK are combined. That's really not right anymore. So this was actually done in 2020, but they didn't take into account the Brexit fully. But anyway, India's position is quite higher. It is still not the Western-dominated economic situation that we had before. We can go further and further and look at the statistics, how China's share grew from 4% in 2001 to 17.9% in 2020 in terms of share of GDP. The US share of global GDP from 32.1% to 24% in 2014. The other thing is the US economy is projected to decline to 17.67% of the G20 countries. G20 is a big sort of interesting organization because they have, I think, more than 80% of the world's GDP is produced by the G20 countries. So it's also useful to compare the US dominance of these economies rather than just US versus China or US versus the BRICS. So general trend is of decline. At the same time, the developing countries are increasing their share of the world's GDP. So in purchasing power parity terms, they do account now in 2020, 52.2% of the world's GDP, and expected to reach 60% in 2025, according to IMF. Another thing, that's why I was asking this to Dani Rodrik, what about the South-South trade? Will globalization be driven more by South-South trade rather than South-North trade or North-South trade? Or North-North trade. Originally, when people talk about interdependence, when like Cohen and I wrote this book, Power and Interdependence, they didn't even have a section on North-South trade. It was basically among the OECD countries, and Australia was part of it. But now you cannot talk about global interdependence without looking at North-North, North-South, and South-South. And the South-South share is rising. It's not overtaking North-South trade, but it is almost 26%. But FDI flows has increased considerably to about half, and that creates a different dynamic of globalization, not driven by West or North, but also through South-South linkages. And same trends in investment and FDI. So again, without going into too much detail, you see that what you call the global South, what do you call the non-West, is going to play an increasingly important role in the global economy, and in not just one country like China or two countries like China, India, global South as a whole. In military spending, the United States remains dominant. This is 2020, but it hasn't changed very much. So US military spending, one of the indicators is much higher. In fact, it's much higher than, I heard something, that the next 9 countries combined. So the military power remains firmly in the hands of the United States. But when it comes to economic power, it is much more widely distributed. And if you bring in things like development, infrastructure, investment, it's not a Western-dominated economy anymore. And if you bring in things like RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which will become the largest trading bloc in the world, that also adds to the picture. Another thing you see, that economic power and military power are not coinciding anymore. So after the World War II, the strongest economic power in the world was also the strongest military power. So this was the United States. It would be pretty hard to make the claim that the strongest military power today, the United States, is also the strongest economic power. In fact, maybe in different issue areas, China certainly leads in development on purchasing power parity, economic growth, share of global economy. But there are many other areas of economic globalization, talking about South-South trade, investment, where you will find the picture much more complex, and it doesn't really point to a singular Western hegemony, certainly not US hegemony. So moving on to ideas. This is another leg of the post-hegemonic world. I already mentioned that, but I think the key point is that end of history thesis was oversimplified. It got him made him a lot of money in book sales, but it was certainly not only a realistic, but actually a very smart idea. So we are going to have combination of ideas or ideologies coexisting and competing: liberalism, authoritarianism, communism, populism, extremism, and I want to also point out that populism affects the West as much as the rest, but actually sometimes even more, it affects the West. So the other thing about ideas is that China trying to become an ideational power, the way the United States were trying to be both our ideological power. There's a lot of concern in the US about China exporting its ideology, the Confucian institutes, and also the China model, and the China trying to get regimes to adopt its own political system. I think this is a lot of scaremongering and has no basis to it. China used to export its ideology, at least a borrowed ideology during Mao, communism. But I don't see a lot of evidence of China exporting its China model consciously. If you emulate China because you think it legitimizes authoritarian regimes, but sometimes in a positive way. China's economic growth is impressive, and its governance system has a lot of things to recommend itself. Countries are doing it, but a China that is consciously trying to export its ideology, the way Mao used to help support communist movements in Southeast Asia, that's not happening, in my view. So China is not going to, so this is part of the ideational hegemony picture. China is not going to become an ideational hegemon, and at the same time, it's not going to be a material hegemon because it's always going to lag behind the United States when it comes to military power, at least. But there is going to be a return of ideology already happening. Ideological competition is kind of back, but it is mostly rhetorical. The United States, Biden administration talking about, fighting for democracy against the Chinese, Russian authoritarianism, and China hitting back and say democracy, Americans are really don't have democracy. This is a sham democracy. But that's like a rhetorical battle. This is not reflected. Even I would argue that the United States under Biden administration has given up on democracy promotion. They said that very clearly in the latest White House report. So neither US nor China are actually exporting their ideology, but they're talking about it in a very rhetorical way. So ideationally, the world is very multiplex, pluralistic, not hegemonic. And democracy is declining. You can see from this, democracy, this is again going against Fukuyama's argument. The number of democracies in the world today is less than half of the world lives in a democracy. It's different from what happened after the end of the Cold War, when there was a time when more countries were democratic than, at least more people lived under democracy than not. But I think that has gone away. Leadership in global governance, and this is why I want to come back to the changes in global governance I was talking about. Global governance is not what it used to be after World War II. So it is increasingly complex, hybrid, networked, multi-level, multi-stakeholder, and decentered. I use a term called governments plus, not G7, G20, or G77, or G0 that Ian Bremmer talks about. But I talk about where it's not just states, the great powers that lead global governance. Global governance happens at many different levels, including at local levels. And the demand and efficacy of global governance is not linear. In some cases, it's issue specific. Some cases actually doing well, some cases is not doing well. In trade, global governance has completely collapsed, but I can't say the same of in finance. And in security, it's a bit of both. So another side to it is that no country is going to lead every issue area. This is leadership in global governance. So I think when it comes to climate change, the European Union has a legitimate claim to be a global leader. When it comes to China, infrastructure, big part of development, genuinely global leader. I understand that. I will take into account. If US wants to, it can actually lead in military security, as it did in terms of the Iraq War of 1991. So it's not like the United States cannot lead, but in a military security. But multilateral leadership at the moment is lacking. Leading the war in Ukraine against Russia through NATO is actually an alliance-based war. Is not truly multilateral. It doesn't go through the United Nations. And other global governance providers could be Canada, Australia, South Korea, and Scandinavia. So looking at then all these alternative world orders, I think we can think about a revived US hegemony. It doesn't really work for me. Chinese-led world order doesn't work in my evaluation. Bipolarity, some people talk about a bipolar US-China world. Again, many problems with that. China is not the Soviet Union, doesn't have a global power projection capability. Spheres of influence that John Eikenberry sometimes darkly talks about, I think that's very difficult, except maybe Russia, but even Russia cannot really control its own neighborhood. And China certainly is not going to have a sphere of influence in its own region. Emerging powers versus Western powers, again, emerging powers, they're very complex relationships. Some rising powers like Saudi Arabia actually allies of the US. Turkey is sitting in the middle. India and China are two emerging powers, but don't get along. So it's not neatly emerging powers versus the established power world. And finally, it's the multipolarity is the main contender to the multiplex world. But I think everybody talks about multipolarity, by the way. Russia, China talks about multipolarity, BRICS talk about multipolarity, India talks about multipolarity, US talks about multipolarity, even US, which should be talking about unipolarity, and Australia talks about multipolarity. It's the favorite term of the next world order. But the problem with that is that conceptually wrong. In a multipolar world, if you look at the ideal type of multipolarity after before World War II, and this is a definition from a French political scientist, you need to have at least 3 significant poles concentrating wealth or power, military capabilities, in which each of these poles is capable of producing order or generating disorder to influence global outcome. My sense is that today multipolarity is not, it's not a world of states anymore. So non-state actors, extremists, or international organizations, corporations can also affect global outcomes. But I think more importantly, multipolarity is a very old-fashioned 19th century concept, which was basically great power-centric, based on material power, very little role for ideas and norms in there. And it was not international cooperation during that time was basically the concept of powers, great powers. Today, we have such a diverse range of multilateral institutions, such an important role of ideas and norms. They were always there, but it's much more recognized today than in the 19th century. That to apply a kind of 19th century concept to the 21st century is wrong. It is true that the distribution of power could be multipolar, but distribution of material power doesn't determine world order. World order is a lot more than just power distribution. So ideas, leadership, and other things do get into that, which is why the complexity of the world today is best described as a multiplex world. So this is the representation I make of unipolarity, with the United States playing a big chunk of other actors, kind of enveloping them. The multipolarity looks like what is in the middle, and a multiplex world much more messy, where regions play, transnational actors play an important role, and the West and the rising powers do play a role, but they are not as dominant as they would be in a traditional concept of multipolarity. So I'm going to stop now. You can talk about Russia and Ukraine war. It kind of proves the idea that the world is not multipolar, but multiplex. But generally, looking at the various alternative ways of organizing the world, the post-hegemonic world that we are talking about, a post-hegemonic global order, is best characterized as a multiplex world rather than a multipolar world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Acharya. Now we are going to follow the established pattern since the first session of this conference. Namely, we would invite comments and questions from the floor, and then after that is done, we will proceed to the second presentation. So, any questions or comments from the floor? Yes.
Hello, thank you, Professor. I'm a student from TSEF.
I would have difficulty hearing you unless you use one of those.
Could anyone bring me a microphone? Thank you so much. So I'm a student at TSEF, and well, I wanted to ask this question from Professor Anwar, but since it's about ASEAN, this is, I could ask it as well from you, Professor. So when we think about ASEAN and the kind of cooperation that Southeast Asian countries have had, it's usually less to do with like cultural and civil rights and more to do maybe with economic and security questions. At least less so than, let's say, European Economic Community. But if we think about European Economic Community, and the countries which started to pay more attention to, let's say, civil rights, social rights, all of them were more or less of equal levels of economic development. So if we think about this in the sense that how do civil movements get born? One of the ways, one of the very important parts is that you have to have some people have to meet. They have to be able to meet each other, to connect. So let's say if it's a very specific group who wants to fight for their own rights, first of all, they have to have some ability to meet each other. For example, they have to, if it's a society where most people are actually working in the countryside, they're working at subsistence level, how are they going to meet each other? But in a situation where there's already some sort of economic development and urbanization and so on, people might have more free time. They also meet each other more, so that's the moment when they can start to connect and fight for their rights if they have been marginalized. So do you think this would be something important to consider when it comes to Asian countries? Because Asian countries are, first of all, not of equal levels of development. So maybe this would come out later as, first of all, you need to have like economic growth as the base, and from there on you might have like growth of civil movements.
I heard you clearly, but I'm trying to make sense of what the thrust of the question was. So if there is different levels of economic development in Asia, so I assume you're saying both between Asian countries and within Asian countries.
Maybe I can clarify. So maybe the most important part for Asian countries at the moment is economic development.
Yeah.
That's the key issue. And the commentaries and the criticism towards a regional alliance such as Asian don't usually seem to take this into account if they consider, let's say, Indonesia or Malaysia or so on as not paying so much attention to civil rights, but more into economic development.
I still didn't get the question. Can anybody explain to me? I got a point you're making, that there are like a most important thing for Asian countries is economic development, and there are disparities. But how does that relate to the world order change that we're talking about? Is there something one can do to increase interaction among them? Is that what your question was?
Well, maybe my question was more targeted to Professor Anwar, so maybe it was a wrong moment.
To Dewi or more? Okay. Yeah. I will gladly let her answer that question. Maybe you want to answer?
Yeah, I think the question was whether, for ASEAN countries, they privilege economic development over political reform. Is that?
Yes, more or less.
Yeah. Yes and no. It's not static. No, it's not entirely true when you say that Indonesia and Malaysia don't consider democracy and liberal values as important as compared to economic development, because there have been a lot of changes. With Anwar Ibrahim becoming Prime Minister of Malaysia, for example, he is not a champion of Asian values, a la Mahathir. And the political reform in Indonesia, there's ebbs and flows, but the collapse of the new order government, which is too focused on economic development and not sufficient attention being paid to other pillars of society, including political and social pillars, meant that when you have a crisis, you do not only have a change of government, but you are faced with entire systemic collapse. And that's an important lesson learned that you also, need to develop. This is Professor Habibi was not a political scientist. He was an engineer. And he talks about, it's safer for a plane to have multiple engines. So if there's one engine failure, you can have others. So you cannot simply rely only on economic development as the basis of your legitimacy. So it is not philosophical in the sense, that democracy and global values as being goods in themselves. It's very instrumental in the way a lot of Asian countries look at democracy and human rights. But there have been, as I say, the few points are not static. And within ASEAN, as you look, there's tension how we face Myanmar, for example, to what extent the non-interference principle should continue to be the sacrosanct principle, and to what extent that you need to adhere to what considered, as universal values.
Sorry, I got a bit thrown off the floor, but because I was expecting a question on world order, not on ASEAN, and so I was trying to relate how can I relate it to, say, world order. But thanks, Dewi, for answering that question on my behalf.
I have a beef with you because you did not mention ASEAN as part of the norm entrepreneurs. You mentioned...
Yeah, ASEAN is one of the pillars of regional organizations in general, but I simply did not get the link directly. So now the way you answered it, I understand it. But the general thing is that you can talk about inequality, whether it's within region, within states, and one of the reasons why the traditional globalization is being challenged, what would call hyper globalization, is because of inequality. And that's one reason why even the institutions that have been supportive of the hyper-globalization, including the traditional institutions like World Bank and IMF, their legitimacy is under challenge. And that's leading to the fragmentation of global governance. For example, the World Bank in particular has not been really into developing infrastructure for quite some time. So that created space for a country like China to propose the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So because of the critiques of globalization, producing inequality, whether it's within ASEAN, even within states, China also has increasing inequality within China. United States, you also found the reason why Trump got elected in 2016 is because exploiting the growing inequality within United States. So that sort of kind of creates a backlash which has wider implications, and that challenges the legitimacy of international institutions that are supposed to be managing this globalization, but also the overall economic framework of the liberal order, which is supposed to benefit everybody. Surely the liberal order has not benefited everybody. Even if it had benefited India and China, it hasn't benefited all the segments. We talked a lot about poverty reduction in China and India, but actually the latest statistics about inequality is that inequality is growing both in China and India as much as the United States. So that way I can bring it in. I was not thinking about ASEAN in particular.
Okay, yes.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I have a question concerning your conceptual understanding of the post-hegemonic order. There's this new movement, as you're aware, in IR that has been dubbed New Hierarchy Studies, and which is basically being pushed by scholars such as David Lake or Hsieh Zarakol and others, and who basically argue that it's hierarchy and not anarchy that characterizes the international system. And they base a lot of this on sociological approaches to IR, which say, every society is stratified. Now, and I was wondering whether there's any room within your conceptualization of the multiplex order for a kind of hierarchical stratification, and if so, what this would look like. You've already hinted that there may be some sort of differentiation based on different issue areas, and I was wondering whether you could elaborate on that more. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I mean, multiplex world order is not a world of equal states. So when I say it's a post-hegemonic world, doesn't mean economic and military disparities disappear. It is still a very hierarchical world. It's not what some people like Richard Hsieh used to say, or still calls it a non-polar world. There are still asymmetries. It's not, the world is not flat. But those asymmetries would be not as neat as before. So before we used to think about, the top of the totem pole, you have the United States and followed by a bunch of Western countries. 20 years ago, China was not in the top 20. India was nowhere there. But so the hierarchies will change. There will still be hierarchy. Similarly, in terms of leadership depends on issue area. No single country can lead on every issue area. As Obama once said, America must lead, otherwise nobody else can. So America must lead in every issue area. So lead in economics, security, climate change, but it can't. First of all, it doesn't have the resources, especially economic resources, and it also doesn't have the willpower. If Obama wants to lead, Congress will not allow it to lead. So that's why it will be what I call G+ leadership, but nobody leads in every issue area. But different countries may lead in different issue areas. And that is true of global governance, by the way. Global governance is not also a linear thing, rises and falls. It rises in some areas, falls in some areas. So that's the kind of complexity that we're trying to capture in this concept of multiplex, whereas a multipolar world doesn't really talk about anything. It's all about power and wealth. And the distribution of power. It doesn't talk about leadership. It doesn't talk about issue-specific leadership. It doesn't talk about non-state actors or corporations that actually play a very important role in governance, at least in local and regional or multi-level governance. So we are making the world order look much more complex the way it actually is. So to answer your question, then hierarchy is not going to disappear. It's very hard to say that, but I think economically, the non-Western countries will rise, but there will be also inequality. And not every non-Western country is China. There is a power South and a poor South. So China and India are leading the economic growth of what is called the global South. But really, in many ways, they're graduated from the global South. So they are not the same as the countries of Africa in terms of resources and economic growth. So why can't we capture this diversity instead of having a term, overarching term, that's called multipolar? It doesn't really tell me very much, except that there are 5, 6 powers competing for influence. The distribution of power is important, but it doesn't tell you about world order in its comprehensive way. So that's the key point I was trying to make.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we have to go to the second presentation by Professor Chris Alden.
Oh, you want that?
And also the clicker for this.
No, I think it's already on.
Okay, so good. We didn't plan it, but I think, I believe what I'm going to present is quite complementary to what Amitav has just described. That is to say, here we go, that I'm going to dig down from the meta level to the state level, the micro level, looking at a particular state that I think is indicative and important in helping to understand what a transition to a post-hegemonic order would look like, what it really means, not, for particular states with particular sets of interest. Let's see how this works. So I'm going to talk about capturing transitions in the Global South through the South African case, which I know pretty well, and a little bit about the process, becoming Africa's BRIC, or BRICS, sitting at the high table of power, the no longer at ease, no longer comfortable, challenged, torn between its Western position, right, which is part of where it achieved its recognition in the post-apartheid era, and also pulled in the direction of the BRICS and the emerging powers, of which a world it wants to be very much part of. And then finally, just a few reflections at the end. So global transitions, I should start with, I think are iterative. They rarely are the products of a singular event. Long-standing social change, economic, political change, can be seen in studies of history, and that these changes can be observed, if you want to slice it this way, at a national level, a regional level, and a global level. So what do these transitions look like for the Global South, especially democratic or market-oriented countries? So I thought South Africa, in that context, was particularly important. One, because it was celebrated, or has been celebrated, as at the end of as a bastion of Western liberal ideas, its constitutions, its commitment, very vocal commitment to human rights in its foreign policy, leadership in Africa, but also it had this compellence of solidarity, South solidarity. It was forged in the Cold War era, and some of the ANC, the African National Congress, and it tried to carry some of those elements into its foreign policy, and certainly was felt the pull of emerging powers and wanted to be part of that club, the BRICS club. So it has an identity that was recognition across both, right, domains. So I think it offers us something interesting to look at as regards to how the transition that we're talking about plays out. So South Africa was sort of the West's liberal state in the African context, the largest at this particular time from 1994 onward, the largest economy on the continent, sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria has passed it, but still the most industrialized, diversified. Under Thabo Mbeki, South Africa's role in the new economic partnerships for African development, or NEPAD, was linked to the partners were G7 countries. It was all about a program of transforming the state into the continent into one which reflected the principles of social democracy, through its African peer review mechanism, lifted from the OECD's peer review process, introducing neoliberal solutions to problems that faced the African continent, and it sought to frame those and produce a plan that would work in conjunction with G7. It was a courting of the G7 by Mbeki, Obasanjo, and others. Interesting, if you look at the NEPAD process, they don't even talk about China. They don't talk about, it was a few short years after the 2005 Gleneagles conference, and then the summit in Germany, where they begin to bring in what became the BRICS countries. But up till then, they thought that this was a world where these were other developing countries that could be ignored. The G7, or G8 it was called, was hosted in Germany, as I said, and that formalized what were, I'm going to talk about this in a moment, IBSA countries, India, Brazil, South Africa, as part of the Outreach 5, and this set the stage for growing cooperation between industrial countries and the emerging economies of the South. I won't talk too much about the origins of BRICS, you're probably aware of it. Just to say that 2009 was the formal launching of that, but it predates that from 2006 at the UN, on the margins of the UN, the discussion between the BRICS leaders. The financial crisis and the elevation of the G20 was another seminal event in the restructuring of the global order, or the beginning to reconstruct that global order. For emerging countries, the logic of matching within the G7 the dominance within the G20, the dominance of the G7 countries, it played into the ideas of Southern solidarity, and it was a good glue. It was part of the glue that brought these countries together, as well as their regular interaction as the Outreach 5. And the sort of the old regional politics of the United Nations came into play. Now, what was interesting is that for 3 of those countries, they'd been working together in a formal organization called IBSA, India, Brazil, South Africa. It was launched in 2003. It was a cluster of like-minded regional leaders from the Global South who shared democratic values, market-oriented economies, and the imperatives of promoting development. And they developed a very modest program in that direction. And that's where South Africa certainly started to, and it was partly a pitch, I should say, for the Security Council. Revised Security Council would be inclusive of these 3 countries. That was one of the driving factors behind their engagement. South Africa signaled, once BRICS was founded in 2009, it signaled that it wanted to be part of that. It saw itself in that way, and it was a very active courting on the part of the South African foreign policy establishment, embarrassingly so. The one Brazilian I interviewed suggested. In any case, So the pitch that they gave was that South Africa would serve as a bridge builder amongst the progressive forces working for a better and more just world order, and that BRICS was the right place to start that, to play that role. IBSA was a step in that direction, but it needed the power, the heft of China in particular, Russia as a Security Council member. South African leading economic figure, the leading bank amongst others, and other companies thought this would be a fantastic boon for it. It could lock in its leadership position across the continent. It would be recognized as the leading African country, and it would be able to mobilize the resources attached to China, India, and the other BRICS towards African, not only its national development, but its aspirations to develop the continent as a whole. So it's invited to join. It integrates IBSA into the development focus. A lot of people researching BRICS will say, BRICS falls off about 2014, it sort of, before 2014 it fell off the map, the discussion, what have you. Not true. It gets involved in very detailed, I would say, IBSA-like, it absorbs the IBSA agenda of development, creates the new development bank, begins to roll out the pieces associated with it, talks about currencies, talks about all sorts of currency conversions, all sorts of issues that are of consequence to supporting that development agenda, tests and builds its reputation, the BRICS Bank itself, or new development bank. And in that sense, I would say there was a kind of a developmentalist agenda that took hold of the BRICS when it absorbed the South African and with that, the IBSA framework. Initially, there wasn't support across the board. India was a little concerned. The Brazilians were supportive, but Russia was supportive, and China endorsed it. In fact, invited South Africa to join. Okay, so when you get there, right, in that world that was being remade, what happens? When you sit at the high table of power, for South Africa, it's now part of the G20, only African country, right? So affirmed globally that it has a leadership role there. Secondly, when it comes to BRICS, it's now recognized as one of the leading, emerging power body. This affirms its sense of Africa's natural, quote-unquote, leader. South solidarity is affirmed as well as a vehicle for achieving, through collective action, for foreign policy goals. Again, improving the national development and African development, and adding into that larger BRICS agenda about the democratization of the international system, right, through things like reconfiguring the Security Council to be more representative. So this seems like a sort of high point. Immediately confronted with challenges, though. South Africa was its first tenure as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, coincided with a fully representative BRICS, and deliberately so, membership of the Security Council, non-permanent and permanent members. But it also coincided with the outbreak of the Arab Spring, and this put them right in the hot seat. They had to respond to the deteriorating humanitarian crisis in Libya. Unlike other BRICS countries, that kind of ideological DNA of the South African foreign policy, which promoted liberal ideas, was linked to the questions of human rights and what have you, comes to the fore, and they break with the other BRICS countries and support intervention, Western-led intervention to this. Okay, so they sort of, again, the first signs of the kind of tussle between two worlds that characterizes this particular global South country as it tries to manage its position on the global stage. Pays a high price for it. The African National Congress at home, though that's the leading party, criticized the government extensively for its role in siding with Western powers against, towards intervention, however humanitarian in conception. Deputy Durko is the Department for International Relations and Cooperation. Ibrahim noted that South Africa voted to support humanitarian intervention, but it ended up de facto authorizing regime change. So this Thabo Mbeki, architect of that quintessential embrace of neoliberal ideas and Western liberalism more generally, is scathing. He talks about betrayal of the West, right? How the West had betrayed South Africa, that it was out really to dominate Africa, to use the UN to install the leaders they prefer, et cetera. So you can begin to see the domestic dimensions of this crisis reaching into South African foreign policy and its identity and the challenges between it. I'll skip over this just to say one or two things. There were benefits to becoming a BRICS directly in domestic terms. One of them was that China becomes the leading trading partner, becomes a major investor into South Africa. South Africa becomes the host of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which runs every 3 years, and in that context is able to lock in even more agreements, not a staggering amount of money, but nonetheless one that is that they were interested in locking in. For South Africa-Russia relations also begin to boom, and they boom in a way that bounces back quite badly on. One of the 2014 Rosatom, the Russian nuclear state-run nuclear program, signs a deal with the replacement of Thabo Mbeki, Jacob Zuma, to expand the nuclear power plants in South Africa, the largest, a $10 billion contract, one which turns out to be a violated procurement policy, et cetera, generates a whole series of problems, which ultimately brings Jacob Zuma down. India's economic ties, already established, begin to move up as well. I didn't put Brazil here because Brazil has sort of fallen off the economic map during this period, not active because of the recession. Okay, we begin to see the effect, right? So what is the effect in foreign policy terms? I've said in 2011, we could see how South African still drew from their Western-oriented liberal vision. However, by 2014, in the aftermath of the Libya crisis, they're much more embracing of the BRICS position and certainly supportive of, for instance, the intervention in Russia. They use the language of, they use a kind of language that's employed in the contemporary period to talk about the Russian intervention. The escalation of hostile language, sanctions and counter-sanctions, force that does not contribute to, and force does not contribute to a sustainable, peaceful solution according to the international law, including the principles and purpose of the UN Charter. So this kind of becomes a common theme within South Africa, positioning itself in alignment with BRICS, and then, as you'll see in a few minutes, reversing those positions shortly afterwards. Foreign policy alignment with China, South African foreign alignment becomes more pronounced. The ANC's international department does take the China model seriously and says that that's the solution to Africa's problems and South Africa's one as well. China's economic development trajectory remains a leading example of the triumph of humanity over adversity. Exemplary role of the collective leadership of the Communist Party of China in this regard should be a guiding lodestone of our own struggle. So you can see that within the trends that carry on, this sort of battle for the soul of the ANC, or the soul of the South African identity plays out. Last section. Zuma's ousted. Cyril Ramaphosa is brought in. All sorts of domestic problems begin to make an appearance. One of them is about part of the Chinese investment, quite controversial, costly and dysfunctional replacement of their rail network. Similarly, the debt-ridden parastatal Eskom, the South African government goes to talk to Beijing about that and finds they can't make the deal that they want. In fact, the critics call it that South Africa is in danger of stepping into the classic debt trap that we hear so much about. Interestingly, the Chinese ambassador says the debt trap is you guys, it's not us. We're the ones who loan money, and we get stuck in that setting with your inability to repay it. As I mentioned before, the scandal involving Russia, South African multi-billion-dollar nuclear deal ends up turning on the South African leadership that signed that deal. The Constitutional Court blocks it, and eventually Jacob Zuma is unseated. So if that's the BRICS activity at the domestic level, for South Africa BRICS, there's another problem that comes, is China is pushing for a BRICS plus, saying we need more members. So the coveted position that South Africa has in this organization is by definition going to be weakened. And that worries the South Africans tremendously. They'd achieved so much, they felt. They're part of the emerging country club, and it looks like it's going to be added on to, and they're going to find their position watered down. Might even have an African country there, right? That also worries them quite a bit. We see a kind of acceleration of South African government support for positions in different international fora for Chinese positions. There's a joint naval operations that happened more recently as well. Yes, I'm going to, because of this, of the time, I'm going to skip through a bit. The BRICS, the new era of the launching of the new era of global development in 2019, and China taking the lead on this, very much a conscious evocation of aspects of it, talks about the Bandung principles, which we had a brief discussion about earlier, support of sovereignty, UN Charter, Panchasila, human rights, and development. And this integration of this becomes part of the lexicon of the new BRICS, and that's something that South Africa signs up to. The Russian invasion, part of what makes South Africa sort of pierces the comfort zone of South Africa as it's trying to navigate its new position between a liberal West, a system that seems to be in decline, and a rising East, if you want to call it that. The first response of the South Africans was classic Western liberal ideas to the invasion. Russia should immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine in line with the UN Charter, right? A few days later, they reverse that. They get a headquarters, as it says, the presidency, in fact, says that was wrong. We are supportive for peace. We're supportive of that sort of thing, but we're not criticizing Russia for its actions there. He also publicly reprimand the foreign minister. Second resolution, South Africa and all the BRICS countries except for Brazil abstained in it. South Africa, again, the statement there, South Africa believes the UN, especially in the context of emerging special sessions, should be used as a platform to build bridges, address divergent views, provide recommendations, support parties eager to engage in the spirit of compromise, etc. Okay. Blinken tries to get South Africa to tighten its sanctions against Russia, and in the course of the meetings, angers the foreign minister, and she says at the press conference, just as much as the people of Ukraine deserve their territory and freedom, the people of Palestine deserve their territory and freedom. We should be equally concerned with what's happening to the people of Palestine. So you see what's happening the people of Ukraine has been a sense of patronizing bullying, you choose this or else. So here the South Africans, as much from pressure from the United States, are positioning themselves closer and closer to away from the center and away from the Western perspective, the liberal view. This carries on. We see, and this is very contemporary, the decision to put Putin before the Hague's International Court of Justice to be tried, he and others tried as war criminals. What this does for South Africa is it places it right in the heart of the problem, the showdown, because South Africa is hosting the BRICS summit. And it is now being asked, in effect, obliged in terms of the Rome Statute to arrest a BRICS member state, Vladimir Putin, or be in violation of that particular statute. The ANC stepped in, the political party, and advised the government to withdraw from the Rome Statute. End of South Africa's sort of participation, founding member of this very liberal interventionist body, and the president reaffirmed this decision. However, a day later, he reversed himself again, right? Pressures on all sides, right, from this. So he now, South Africans now sending saying that the president said South Africa will stay in the International Criminal Court, and that Pretoria at the same time sent a delegation to Washington to stop them from cutting South Africa economically off from some of the preferential trade deals, AGOA in particular. Okay, so what does this detailed story tell us? So coming back to the surface, as it were. What it tells us is that South Africans' foreign policy trajectory as an advocate of human rights and the promotion of neoliberalism has been one of the proponent of the new era of global development, increasingly supportive, if not directly so, of BRICS-oriented foreign policy. That this demonstrates that there is a tension within, there will be a tension, a lingering tension within this global South countries, that they will be challenged on both sides, pressed to confirm their positioning on liberal ideas or confirm their position on solidarity, development, and the like, and that that this is another example of, if you like, that iterative transformation, not the dramatic one which has stops and starts, where there's internal domestic debates that shape foreign policy, controversy, and indeed the positions. I'll end with one other observation, that in September 2023, 19 more Global South countries are applying to join the BRICS and its new development bank. So some of them are BRICS or the development bank. And we're going to see a major expansion, according to the South African officials, of this key, of what will become the Keystone Global South organization. So how you can expect, you'll see the same sort of push and pull as a feature of Global South countries participating in, engaging with this transformative post-hegemonic order. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. So the floor is open for comments and questions. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chris. Just a question regarding, the emphasis on the Bandung spirit. If you look at the Bandung spirit, the position is supposed to be in the middle, not sliding, not siding to one side. After all, the Bandung Conference led to the establishment of the non-aligned movement. So neither pro-Western blocs nor pro-Eastern blocs. But in your presentation, South Africa seems to be that Bandung spirit is interpreted as becoming closer to China and Russia. So it is forming into a block type of thing. Can you explain that? Thank you.
Can you, yeah. I sort of skirted over it because there are a lot of, I was doing a lot of detail here, but one thing is there's in the BRICS setting, there's an appropriation of that term, as there is with terms like democracy. If you look at some of the pronouncements China, Russia have put together on the new development order, the new era more broadly, they've said, well, we're introducing democracy, the spread of democracy will be the byproduct and can be best engineered. And what they mean is they're talking about the democratic, as you know, the international order and having more representativity in things like the Security Council and other bodies. But similarly, I think the Bandung spirit is regularly utilized in the BRICS setting, but it's come to take on a somewhat different meaning. I mean, it's South solidarity, it has a development dimension, support for sovereignty and the like, but in that context, it's increasingly used to both mobilize South support, but it has a purpose which is more directly linked to supporting that expanding BRICS agenda.
Thanks for that talk. So this is going to be a somewhat naive question because I'm an economist, and sorry about that, somebody has to be. Increasingly, I get this idea that we're all going to be forced to pick a lane, US or China, you know, sort of leaders of the two. And would you view this process that South Africa is going through as them picking a lane or them trying to avoid picking a lane?
In the best, if you're an economist, I'll speak in best academic tradition, say it's a bit of both. So, and what I mean by that in this case is that they, like many countries in the global south, they don't want to be pushed into having to take a position, or it's more strategic non-alignment of the kind we were just referring to. At the same time, there are pressures, sometimes self-imposed, I think, right? They anticipate, in terms of solidarity politics, that they ought to behave in a certain way or otherwise, or they anticipate in terms of Western liberal ideas, as it were, that they should. And that tug and pull is both, has that internal dimension, but also has a pressure dimension. I think Blinken's visit was a very clear example of US pressure, saying, you know, we want you to tighten up your sanctions, their loopholes, your regulations, and keep the Russian money that's coming in out, and things like that. So I think it will be both domestic debates, elite debates. I didn't go enough into the civil society positions on this, but there's great, amongst the academics and the foreign policy think tanks, there's a great deal of discomfort with supporting the Russian invasion. So, but they're also, yeah, so we also have pressure driving that too. Less so, it seems, on the side of the BRICS countries towards South Africa, but there's anticipatory. We will lose something if we position ourselves too closely to the West.
Other questions? Yes.
Hello, sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation. But I want to raise, in his discourses on neo-medievalism, Dr. Bohumil Dobush of Charles University talks about the predatory nature of Russia in countries such as the Central African Republic and Mali. Sorry, I might just switch to this one. Do you want me to repeat what I... Okay. So Russia acts in a predatory nature in these countries. They co-opt, for instance, Central African Republic's institutions, such as its administrative and executive bodies, in order to position them for the benefit of Russia's private enterprise, such as the Wagner Group. South Africa in this position, as the leader of Africa, is in a contentious position because they have to, on one hand, be friends with Russia for the South-to-South cooperation of BRICS, but on the other hand,
I presume the other African states would not be too fond of Russia, increasingly so, as Russia intervenes in the continent. So I was wondering if you see this as a potential source of friction in the future that has the ability to sink BRICS entirely.
First, on the business of sinking the BRICS, I just saw there was an article by Ashley Tellis talking about the U.S. delusions with respect to India, and that India would sort of trade the BRICS over to U.S. So that's just a comment as to I think there's an expectation of the contradictions, certainly the failure, the expectation after February 24th invasion on the part of Western governments was that, well, look, here's a you're into sovereignty, here's a violation of sovereignty. So there was that expectation of being an easy mobilizing of support for this position to critique Russia. It wasn't easy precisely because, well, for a variety of reasons. One, it's far away. It's a European conflict, as many people have said in regions of this part of the world, for instance, Africa as well, and other elements as well. So it's not cut and dry. I think history plays a role, Western interventionism, concern about humanitarian interventionism, Libya as well in the African context. So I think that there are a lot of tensions between India and China, but the body holds together because there are sufficient shared interests in working together. That's, I think, the glue, as it were. Second thing, vis-a-vis Russia, some of the regimes want Russian support, right? Some of them want that to hold them together, so they're going to support it. I have heard the South Africans off the record say they did not want, the Wagner Group was in northern Mozambique, which borders before it went to Mali and the like, Central African Republic, and they wanted them out, but they weren't going to challenge them directly. They didn't have the power or capacity to do so, but they were so they used SADC, the Southern African Development Community, as a vehicle for beginning to push Russia out. Mozambican government blocked it. As it turned out, the Wagner Group, they're quite, they have a reputation for brutality. They were quite comical in northern Mozambique. The very ragtag group drove them out. And so South African forces along the Rwandese came in as a replacement. So it has a somewhat different tone in that region as it does as compared to the European theater.
Any other questions or comments? Well, if not, then right now it's 5:30. And, oh, okay, so the last one, be short.
So my name is Quentin, a TSE student. I'm Taiwanese and Australian at the same time. To make it short, China has a history of great triangulation. I think most diplomats and international communities would love to use that to their benefit and self-interest of their countries. In the view of South Africa and BRICS, do you see any potential for them to use triangulation for their own benefit?
To use China or use China's resources?
To use the idea of triangulation diplomacy to play both Russia and BRICS and all these countries together.
In a way, this is just picking up on the comment that your colleague there made before. I think the expectation in some camps was that one could be played off the other, right? And so I don't know if that's multipolar or a different vision, but the reality is it's actually being beat up between two or three, right? It's a very different experience than the expectation you can play, you can make some gains here, to help you and make some other gains in some other area, right? So that's one point to make. However, the ANC, the ruling party, has a very determined, I sort of reflected that in some of the quotes I cited there, but there's more evidence than just that. The ANC has a very strong position that China is the future. If I can quote make an unpopular quote, Robert Mugabe said that I look to the east, where the sun is rising, and where the west, away from the west, to where the sun is setting. There is an expectation, there's a sense that the future resides in Asia, that Africa in general, South Africa in particular, Mugabe being with Zimbabwean, but that quote is at play in South Africa as well, that this is where the future is. So one way or another, the resources, the knowledge, the development experience of China can be mobilized to improve the development outcomes in South Africa and the continent as a whole. So I think there's very much that expectation. That's underlying the long view, right, that informs both South Africa and other African states.
So thank you very much. That concludes this final session of the first day's conference. Let's give a big applause to the two speakers.